Good evening. Episode 177 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is.
It
Here
is.
once again. Yes. Eric, post back surgery. He is incognito at the moment. He is absent, but don't worry. We'll still charge him for the like button just the same.
Yeah.
Either way, he doesn't get off on that. That's not going to work out.
No.
Not going to work out for him.
Not
Carl
even
here
half
first out
price?
of the. No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Now he's back.
At least
now he
not
can
double.
now he can stand. Now he can stand straight. So he should pay honestly more than full price. If anything,
Yeah,
it
when he
should
gets
go
back.
up. Yeah, exactly. Carlisle first here. Greetings from the city too busy to hate. We'll get back to the Burrell Atlanta Georgia rivalry. We'll get to that on a future episode. We'll return back to this.
Sure.
Hey, listen, you're the one who did it. I was just sitting there like, but in Atlanta, you just had to keep hammering Atlanta and Georgia.
Yeah, but there's somebody who fostered it a little bit more. So
There you go.
Mhm.
But anyway, so what I'll say is this. I actually did, just to have all our bases covered, I did plan out a couple of different things that I wanted to touch on and talk about. I've still got them. But one of the things I was inspired to do a little bit, because we were having our text message thread chat, talking a little bit, and part of it came up, the documentary that just came out called The Hobby. And then obviously, infamously, talking about the previous card documentary, the Steve Aoki one. I want to say Behind the Card or whatever it was.
yeah, I
So
forgot what it was called.
Yeah, whatever. So that's the one where I ingratiated myself to the director. He appreciated my critique.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So
I do
in
remember
lieu of that, the gentleman asked me if I would consider reviewing it, and I did actually get a chance to watch it. So I rented the movie, so you don't have to rented it, and now I have a chance to discuss it a little bit. And the first thing I'll say, but first let's address a little thing here. Hold on, let's address the elephant in the room first.
There's the
So
elephant. Hey,
look at you.
Yeah. Hey,
Hey, he's alive.
I am
Yeah,
alive.
we assumed you were dead, and some of us hoping more than others, Yannick. But the point is that we just assumed that you would have died, and in memoriam to yourself, we were going to triple the cost of the like button and charge it to your state.
Yeah, that sounds like you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That bouquet of mayonnaise is still coming your way, brother.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
going to say, I heard if you rub mayonnaise on it, it heals. The healing
Yes,
power
very
of
well.
mayo.
Listen, if I thought for a second that actually worked, I may give it a try.
Oh, hey,
There you go. Desperate
It
times call for
feels-
desperate measures. I like it.
It
you must
feels
still be on drugs.
No, I'm not on Oxy. I don't like taking it. So
Just take the cotton then.
kind of just dealing with the pain a little bit. But I don't know. I lost my concentration a little. So it feels like someone hit me in the back with a baseball bat.
Mm.
But the pain that I've been in for 3 months was much worse.
Yeah.
So this is surgical
fentanyl will do
pain.
that.
This is all surgical pain as opposed to the nerve pain that I was in.
Yeah.
So
So
this
So
is
the
the
nerve
Super
pain
Dave
is gone at
Osborne.
this
This
point?
is the Super Dave Osborne new pain that he discussed. He discussed it many a time.
yeah,
Is the pain gone in for like what pain is really there now?
just the surgical pain. I don't have any of the pain that I've had.
But you haven't
But
set
the
up.
psychological and emotional pain is still there, right?
That's been there since I was very young.
Yes.
Yeah, but I want to make ssure we don't want to deprive you of the critical aspects of your personality.
No. The psychological pain has been with me for most of my life.
There you go. Paul says, "What about the pain of the last 9 months of the Bruins losing in round one? A Hindenburg-like ending."
Wow.
The chat is always here to help. The chat is here to
Yeah.
help.
Yeah.
They're really on your side.
Not in pain, but always scarred. There you go. I like it.
Mhm.
Jeff says, "Hello, everyone. Feel better soon, Eric." There you go. A little support for you, Eric.
That's
a little
nice,
support.
Jeff.
Jeff,
Oh, thank you.
support. So actually, I think you'll appreciate this, Eric. Speaking of pain,
Yeah.
I did actually review the documentary. Believe it or not, I'm not going to be as mean about it as I was to the other documentary. I will be a little bit nicer.
Where
so
can
we're
you
gonna have
watch
some
it?
fun.
Where is this new documentary?
So this is on Apple TV. This is on Apple TV, and I rented
Okay.
it. And I'll give you guys a rundown. I'm actually, like I mentioned to Bobby before we went, I didn't bother to. I thought about whether I was going to make a video on this, And my answer is like, it's not worthy of a video, but it's the reasons you might think. And I just thought, you know what? I can do it live. I'm going to do it live. And then we're going to give the review. I'm going to give my film review on this very live stream.
Well, just keep in mind, if possible, I am friends with Mike Gioseffi, Mike Gio. So hopefully his part wasn't too bad.
What a coincidence you bring that up. Foreshadowing, literary foreshadowing for what is
Oh, Jesus, is it bad?
It's look like I'll get to the review.
Can you prop the pillow?
I'll finish your couple
other
comments. I'll finish the comments and then I'll get to the review.
I can't move to do it. This is where it is.
Carlos says, I heard from another review that it's pretty good if you can get past the first 20 minutes. So I'm going to touch on that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give my little breakdown of it. We'll touch on it a little bit here, and I'll give you guys a consensus. Look, I'll give you a quick spoiler. In comparison, here's the way I'll put it. In comparison to the other documentary that I reviewed on this channel, this documentary is Citizen Kane. Or Gone with the Wind. It's, okay. Pick a movie with a lot of acclaim that won a ton of awards, and it's that compared to the other one. Okay. So like we had nowhere to go but up, and we did, and we did. But I'm going to give you a more of a sense now going from there comparatively to what it could have been or what was being tried. I will give you a breakdown of where we actually wound up. But compared to the other one, much better. And I'll break down some of the reasons why it was better. But I'm also not going to fuse it with praise. I can't go all the way to good, but I will go to infinitely better than the other one. So I'm not going to kill it the way I killed the other one the same way. So I'll touch on it. So let's start off with this. And what I'll do is after the review, then we'll do the little AMG pit. By the way, AMG is having their trade night tonight. So I'll probably get some reports from them later on. And then they're going to have the card show tomorrow. So hopefully they're having some fun out at that show. So we'll talk about more of that in a minute. Yeah, maybe they should be having a live feed at the trade night. That's what they should be doing right now. Yeah. Especially since I'm doing a live movie review right now. A live movie review. Okay. So here's the deal. Funny enough, since Eric mentioned it, Mike Giuseppe does play into this quite a bit. The Sports Card Nonsense guys do get a lot of play in this. So I said already at the beginning, it is infinitely better than the other documentary. Part of that is for a couple of reasons. One of them is, again, it's slickly produced, not unlike the other one. That's where the similarities kind of end. Now, you don't have interviews of Geoff, so that's an improvement already. You don't have an interview of Brad, the comeback card investor. That's already a huge improvement. He sucked in the other one. And you don't have any interviews of Steve Aoki. Also an improvement. But Geoff does get a couple of cameo appearances through video clips. So they borrowed some clips from the YouTube channel, which is fine. And by the way, other YouTubers, including the Bench Clear guys, got a couple of cameo appearances there from some clips that were played as part of it. So I get that. The real feature players were the Sports Card Nonsense guys. That's one. Black Jaded Wolf is another one who got a lot of play. And then the one that I think makes it kind of funny is Josh Luber. Okay. Josh Luber gets a lot of play in this one.
Yeah. That's silly.
That's right. So what I'm going to say is what I said a second ago. A moment ago, I just told you that it's infinitely better than the other one. So the answer to that is yes, it is infinitely better. But I can't get all the way to good because I think I could be mistaken. I think what Carlisle was referring to here was Wax Pack Hero. I might have that reversed, but something like that. I did catch a little review he was doing. I don't completely agree with him,
Mike
but like
Saunders?
I said, no, not that one. It was the one who does a lot of the stuff with Bench Clear, does part of that hobby think tank. He's that one. That Mike. There's about 87,000 mics. So one of the mics.
One Bobby.
So here's the deal. What came because of this review, basically the way the movie played out, is you kept asking the same people. Junk Wax Hero, maybe that's the one. I knew it was something like that. It's Mike. Yeah. He's just a homeless vagrant. He's the unfortunate. I take pity on him. That's basically what it is. That's the answer to the question. So here's the deal. Your first question is loaded. There are so many answers I could give. What's wrong with Eric? Where do I begin? How much time do you have? I know this is a 4-hour live stream, but I don't think we have that much time.
Yeah.
And where do we start?
We're going to move on. Let me continue. Let me continue with the review. Yeah. Let's focus. Okay. So here's the deal. Like I said, the feature players are Josh Luber is no longer in the hobby. I'll get back to that in a second. Black Jaded Wolf, who is obviously still a dealer in the hobby, and the Sports Card Nonsense guys. Now, part of the reason it's better is for the reasons that I just outlined. It didn't include a lot of the losers that were in the other one. They also, when they talked about grading companies, they didn't use Beckett and HGA. They use SGC, which is a step up, so it is better. And
Yeah.
SGC Pete got involved in it a little bit, so fine, great, okay, cool. But
question.
so it is better, but not by that much.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Is Timmy Two Hats in it?
No, not that I didn't see any cameos or anything in it. So
That's
so he's out.
Yeah, that's surprising. Because I mean, he's really good friends with Gio and works for him and with him. So that's funny that he.
Yeah.
I would have expected a cameo or
Yeah,
something.
for sure.
Yeah. So what I'll say is
Hobby
this.
Darling, you know that.
Obviously. So what I'll say is this: they did a correct thing in that they said that all the interviews happened between about 2021 and 2022. And part of the reason I can't go all the way to calling it a good documentary is because in reality, if you were around during it, you're really not going to learn anything new. And even then, what you do pick up and listen to is not terribly interesting. So here's my critique. What it comes down to this: there were some factual errors, and Mike Giuseppe was involved in it. One of the more obvious, come on, this is a really easy one. And you're the card expert they got in here for this part. Like, thanks. Good job, buddy. But here's the thing. That was the most egregious one that I'll just share with you here in a second. And it's not even that bad. It's kind of like jaywalking. Almost a lot of the stuff where people said it was like more of an opinion than anything else.
Mhm.
So that was one thing. It was a bit of an opinion. And if you got an opinion wrong within a year or so, like, not a big deal. It's not it's nothing that I would be terribly concerned about. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, so let me make sure I add this in here. Let's see here. Talking. I'll make sure we've got it. That way I don't have to explain it a bunch of times. And by the way, I did mention that it is on Apple TV. So if you guys do want to check it out. So I'll give you like I said, I'll finish my review here that I'm doing. Okay. So you got this going on. Is there
any other way of getting it other than Apple TV?
What's that?
Is there any other way of getting that other than Apple TV?
Not as far as I'm aware. Right now, that's it.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. So let's see here. There we go. Perfect.
Like, you can't rent it on YouTube or anything? No?
Not right now.
Shit.
So anyway, so you got these people talking about there's no narrative thread. The real problem is it's like one segment to another. So the analogy I'll use is it's like somebody is setting up a joke and they've got a really long build up to it. I'll explain. So basically it's like you're setting up this joke and you've got this big elaborate build up to it. And it's going on and you're like, oh, the punchline's coming. And then they just go to another segment. And then it continues. It's like, oh, the punchline's coming now. Okay. No. Next segment. So here's the deal. 10 years from now, I could recommend this documentary if you don't quite remember what happened between 2020 and 2021, because it does a good job chronicling it and getting some people to talk about stuff that's going on at that time. Even the Josh Luber thing. It was relevant in 2021, 2022, because fanatics first got into the space, bought their way in. And then during the course of the documentary, they bought Tops. So if you want to kind of remember back what happened during that time, it is actually not bad. In 2024, it's not a very good use of my time because it's too soon. It's happened too recently. So like I remember the stuff still, and I'm not learning anything new that I didn't already see before, and you're just getting a chance to see a little bit more of it. So that's what I mean. So that's why I said, is it better than the other one? Infinitely better. Way better. But it's also too soon for this to come out right now. Like, you can watch it. Like, let's put it this way. I'm not offended by anything I saw in this movie, but it's also didn't have anything egregious or interesting enough for me to remember it more than a couple of days from now. If you asked me to give the review in 2 or 3 days, I might not remember enough. That's how unremarkable it was. But was it bad? No, it wasn't bad. It was just kind of there. It just existed. And speaking of, Eric's good buddy, Mike G, Sports Card Nonsense, they did a little bit there where he was giving like a little rundown history of the hobby. And I don't know if you guys know this. Apparently, Topps bought out Bowman in 1965. I always thought it was 1956 because Bowman didn't exist after 1955, but it turns out they just chilled for 9 years and just hung out and then waited until the mid 60s in order to sell out the Topps. And the person who said this was our expert Mike G. He's the one who's narrating this component. They even put 1965 on the screen to really emphasize. And it's like, no, it's still wrong.
Oh, on the screen too.
Oh, it's on the screen. Oh yeah. They had to make a graphic for it, Bobby. They had to make a graphic to show it. And I'm like, you could have fact checked it. It would have taken you like 12 seconds. It's not that hard.
You had a bunch of yes men in the room. They had to be going, 1965. Yeah. I think, it was 1965. Yeah.
So bottom line is, okay, great. Did that, took care of it. So they avoided some of the more cringeworthy guys. They had some cameos from a lot of the folks you expect that were there. But like I said, it's not offensive. I wasn't offended by any of it. Like I said, that was like the most egregious, obvious factual error that you could have fixed in 5 seconds. There are probably a couple of other ones in there that I missed, but for the most part, like I said, it just wasn't very interesting. I just kept waiting for either somebody to say something interesting or for basically somebody to tell me something that is so out of pocket or so crazy that I could like tell it back to you, like the comeback card investor thing where he said, and we're just getting started, like where I got to make fun of that piece. We didn't have that moment. We didn't have any of the Steve Aoki thing, which again is probably for the better. We didn't have Geoff saying a bunch of random shit that had nothing to do with anything. We didn't have, like I said, we had Black Jade Wolf talking about some stuff. Basically, the most elaborate thing that happened was she probably should have sold the Luka Doncic card when she had the chance, and now won't make as much money on it. And we got a ton of Josh Luber, who isn't even around anymore.
So basically, your year-end review was probably better than this.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
There you go.
That's the reason why I said it wasn't worth a video. Like, it's easier for me to just tell it to you in this format, even while I'm distracted with the chat a little bit. It's easier for me to just tell it to you like this because it's not worth me making a standalone. There wasn't anything interesting enough for me to say in a standalone video. However, it also wasn't bad in the same way. So it wasn't bad enough to be interesting, and it wasn't good enough to be memorable. It was solidly okay.
Yeah,
it's right mid. It is
5 out of
100%
10.
mid. Yeah, it's just okay. Done.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Thanks for coming out.
And Mike didn't throw a shout out to me or nothing?
No,
absolutely not.
Oh, man.
And how much did this cost?
I was $6.99.
Add that to the like button, please. Thank you.
Yes, please. Absolutely. It needs it. So that's the review of the hobby documentary. If you got an hour and a half to kill and literally nothing better to do, I guess you could do worse. Is it better than the other one? Yeah. Yeah. An hour and a half of test pattern would have been better than the other one.
Yeah.
It's a low bar, but if you want to compare it to the other one, this is easily the best hobby documentary that came out of the boom period. Out of 2.
Well,
but it's easily the best one.
Do you count the 10 Golden thing on Netflix?
That's a TV show, but no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not counting that one.
So I have a question here. I'll pose this to you and everybody else out there. So if we really didn't have the internet, but we went through the same circumstances, would it be the same? Or was this an algorithmic nightmare that came before us?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I did so well.
If
we didn't have the internet the way we do today, or even 10 years ago, whatever, would this hobby have exploded in the same way? Like, would we have a repeat of 1990 boom, or do you think it would be different?
No,
because the algorithms kind of made everything happen. A lot of things happen.
I think it accelerated. I think because if you actually go back pre-boom, things were shifting upward, but it was shifting upwards more slowly. What it would have done is it would have just taken longer, and you wouldn't have had the big influx all at once. I think that would have been the big difference.
Exactly. That's what I feel. It would have been a slow increase and manageable. I don't think it would have tanked back down either. I think it would have sustained, if not went down a little bit, and just kind of rid the wave.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been as big without the internet, because think of it this way. In the 90s when it was big, we were going into card shops and going into card shows. With the pandemic, we couldn't do those things. So the internet was the only thing that was moving the hobby during the pandemic, because everything else was closed.
Yep.
So the only thing we had was the internet. So it was.
So that's kind of talking to Dave's point here. No internet, no boom. How would you buy from home during the lockout? So I'm showing a couple of the comments, but I'll read a couple here now as we're going. Bob Jackson says, was internet field for sure, Bobby. Bob Boozle here says, I'll probably watch it a few years from now. I wouldn't want to relive the past 4 years. That would be my recommendation. So just to be clear, to give a final verdict on this, it's mid to me, but partially mid to me because I lived through it already. So again, I didn't learn anything new. It didn't have anything crazy, or it didn't have a stunt. It didn't have some kind of a gimmick that would have elevated it to at least be like a bit of a carny move, do something that would have been a little, it was just kind of there. It literally hit this note and just stayed consistently right there like that for the duration of the movie. But if you want to reminisce in about 5-10 years and you want to just remember, then do it. Then yeah, in about 5 or 10 years, you could give it a quick watch and, oh yeah, that happened. Yeah, that's right. That Luber guy. I wonder what happened to him. Is he dead? and there you go. You could watch it a little bit and get a little reminiscent.
But we can ask that question now.
Yeah, but the point is that it's anything that happened there is not terribly interesting or relevant right now because we're still so close to it.
Right.
It's way too recent because we've already lived through that recently.
And we're still
it was literally 21 and 22
too.
Yeah, so we're not done. So
my question, although, wasn't that when we didn't have internet. I'm just going back. If we went back 10 years and we didn't have the algorithms the way they work today, or in the last like 5 or so years, would it have been the same? Is another question. Because I think it was through the algorithms that everybody was hitting everybody and seeing all the stuff. It's just nonstop, and it didn't do that years ago. I don't believe. Just saying. Like, yeah, we still be home. You can still buy cards on eBay.
Yep. So here, Amanda says, "Is Eric seriously doing this from bed?"
Seriously. Hi, Amanda.
Yeah, dignity is not a strong suit. Never was. At least it's consistent. At least it's consistent. Dave says, "Yep, no, boom." That's where a comment we read here. Let's scroll down. How would people get groceries? Who knows? Listen, if we had flying cars.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, goddamn SGC Pete, he failed us again. Failed us again. Paul says, "Evening all." Orlando says, "A movie that we know the ending." Yeah, but I'm being serious. Like, that's part of the problem with it. Again, I'll go back to what I said.
Really,
like I said, unlike the last documentary was fun because it was so bad and it was so trash. I could literally be like, "Oh, they're just shilling." By the way, in this one, I forgot to mention it because again, it's so boring. Because the way it went. They got Probstein to talk in there. They got Rob Virus in there. They each had little cameo. Again, it was little segments. It wasn't like a cohesive, we're going from one thing to another, to another, to another. So they've got clips of all the things that you would expect. They've got the backyard breaker guys in a quick clip showing the breaking side. They got this girl who does Pokemon cards. I have never heard of her, but she has 100,000 subscribers. So she has some following on Pokemon. Fair enough. They got PWCC. They got the guys from PWCC to do a bit. Heritage Auctions, they got a bit in there. So, like, they've got almost everybody. But funny enough, no Ken Golden. Oh, yeah. Yep, I didn't even see a cameo for him as far as I could tell. But they got a bunch of little cameos. Like I said, even the bench clear guys were shown in a clip. Geoff was shown in a couple of clips from YouTube videos. So they showed that. But then here's non-sports, and here is Pokemon, and they'd have a segment on that. They'd have a segment on this. They'd show this, and some record sales, and they'd show some stuff from the news during that time period. And they showed the bit where people were fighting over blasters when it was really crazy there for a little bit.
Right.
And so they'd show little bits and pieces. Again, in 10 years, if you want to be like, "Oh yeah, that shit happened during that time," fine. But right now it's like, yeah, that was like 2 years ago.
Yeah, people were killing each other in Target parking lots.
Yeah, so it's too soon. It's literally too soon. It probably could have, if you wait another 5 or 6 years or 8 years and bring it out. Honestly, I'd probably rate it a little higher, if nothing else, than because, oh yeah, at least you covered it. But there was no story. It was just like a segment to a segment to a segment to a segment. And then in the end, they did a little epilogue and actually acknowledged that prices did go down. So they actually acknowledged the dip after, as things started to slide after the boom hit its apex. So credit to them for acknowledging it. So it's not a complete shill piece. But again, there's no real story to it.
So what's your synopsis on why this was made?
I think they wanted to try to capitalize, because at the time they're recording it, we were in the middle of the boom. So I think they wanted in their minds to try to catch lightning in the bottle. They were hoping that there would still be something going on that would be interested in it. And again, it takes a documentary takes a while to record and takes a while to edit, and you have to do all the work, right? And it's actually decently done. So it took too long. In reality,
but
in
no
this case,
story arc.
But that was the one big failing I have here. It's like, look, the other one was at least obviously,
movie, is it not?
The other one was obviously an infomercial. At least I knew what the agenda was. This one, I was like, I'm not actually sure.
You're still waiting for it.
Yeah, but that's why I gave you the analogy of the punchline in a joke. I was waiting for the punchline, and after 90 minutes, I never got it. I was like, okay. That was a movie.
Why would people want to move? Why would people want to watch this?
I have no idea. Will says, "Bring Brad to your show, Carlos. I miss his face, his digital face. Dustin killed him, Will. We talked about this.
Yes.
Dustin murdered him brutally. Allegedly. That is our theory.
We'll see.
And I have no evidence to the contrary. None. Defects of Life here. Good evening. Was there no attention to PSA in this? Not really. They showed PSA slabs, like they talked about them, but the only grader that got any real mention in it was SGC. They got their little snippet. Basically, they got the Beckett and HGA slot from the other documentary. So when they mentioned a third-party grader, the one that got a little bit of clip and background was actually SGC. So SGC Pete got a little mic time.
Yeah, he's SGC has sponsored Mike for a long time, so they're in bed together. I don't mean
basically,
that bad.
This is probably the sports card
way.
nonsense version of the last one for Geoff, because Geoff's partners got a lot of play in that one.
No in-bed references, Eric.
Oh yeah, we don't want that to be silly.
Will was obsessed about it. Like Will says the opposite of what he means. He was kind of like he's kind of digging you in bed.
Oh.
Will gets a little excited about these things. He needs to calm down. I need him to calm down a little bit. Chill out. Name says, hey everyone, thanks for the help, Carlos. Brad wasn't there today, but whoever was working out helped my friend. So Name was asking about the card shop. So obviously since they got the trade night and all that, so I gave him a little directions there. So no problem, Name. All good. And you can enjoy Eric is suffering. So at least that's the thing.
Go screw.
Connections probably made influencers more potently. Yes. Come back in 3 years to see part 2 while those Marines get their teeth kicked in. Can only look forward to it. At least that would be the more interesting side of it.
It might be,
but that's the problem. I needed something. I needed either somebody to say something outlandishly ridiculous that I can make fun of, or I needed some obvious shilling to be like, "Hey, Probstein, send him all your cards," or something. I needed something. Or King Golden light himself on fire. I needed something.
Did they do any backtracking
in terms of like history going backwards?
Yeah,
it was just that breakdown again. Top spot Bowman in 1965.
That's it.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, it was a little segment where they gave a little background on
that's
this.
Going to be, and everybody's going to be saying that going forward. Oh yeah, it was 65. I heard it.
Well, it's you do it. I know I'm defending a buddy, but it's easy to get 65 and 56 confused.
They typed it and put it on the freaking thing.
Yeah, if you said it in a recorded bit.
Yeah, you can. It's easy for Mike to make a mistake, but the people that printed it up there and edited it didn't do any homework and double check. They went, he's the expert. He knows. We just make films. We have no interest in any of this.
Yeah, the problem is they just went with what he said.
Easy
to took him literally.
Mix the numbers up when you're talking, But
then again, Bowman wasn't really out of business in that time period. He was kind of doing his own private signings with other people he still retained until 65.
Yeah, but like I said,
so we'll give him this much grace.
History will show that Bowman stopped making baseball cards in 1955 and then just chilled for 9 years and then sold the tops in 1965, as you do.
Fair enough.
Says Eric Suffering made my weekend. It's just getting started. We aim to please.
Sure.
We do what we can. So that is my not worthy of an individual video version of the hobby documentary. Best of luck to all involved.
Boy, this one's going to go down in history.
Mike Petty says, get well soon, Eric. You look like hell. Second one will always be the case.
Yeah. Thank you.
There you go. So yeah, that's the first thing in there.
Yeah. Nothing ever changes.
No, not so much. But I do have something a little bit more positive, I suppose, that we can touch on. Like I said, it wasn't a particular, to be clear, it wasn't a particularly negative review. No. My review wasn't that it was bad. It was definitely better than the other one. Way better than the other one.
Yeah.
But it just never, the punchline never arrived. And I kept waiting and it never happened.
And what's the purpose of when you do a movie like that? What are you trying to do? You're trying to put things forward. If there's no story arc, then where are you left? Just sitting there after you watched it and pay $6.99 plus.
I think they're thrilled. I think they're thrilled they got the $6.99.
I think so. And it's only available on Apple TV. So come on, guys, that's the way movies have been, anyways, for the last couple of years, anyways. I don't
there you go. Justin's trying to help you out. Somebody ordered Eric some cookies. There you go.
Ooh.
Hashtag hobby positivity. Apparently that's what passes for it is. Hey guys, it wasn't terrible. Could have been worse. That's positive, right?
Yep.
That's the best I can do. Best I got. So here, I'll touch on this one. This was actually something I heard about earlier this week, and I thought it was actually pretty good. Apparently, AJ Dillon, so player for the Green Bay Packers, is actually a card collector, and he decided to have a little bit of fun with the most recent Immaculate. because he had to do a signing as part of the deal. And what he did is one of the variants is out of 99, and he actually did inscriptions on all 99 of them and
Oh,
wrote
wow.
different things on them. So I'll actually show you guys. I'll share an Instagram video with you. I think that's fine. I think it's good. It adds a little twist to what is otherwise a normal thing. So on the little stickers there, he started writing. He even wrote a knock knock joke on a series of them. So
No
if you get the consecutive ones, you get the entire knock knock joke. It's apparently a bad dad joke, but it's something different than the norm. And if somebody really wanted to go hardcore, they could get the consecutive ones and get the entire joke. So he actually wrote it in addition to the autograph. Hashtag the hobby.
That's different.
I like that. That's great.
He took a standard out of 99 and made it a little bit more interesting than the normal. So kudos to him for putting a little extra effort in there. It's he decided to have a little bit of fun with it. So yeah, you literally can find one that says knock knock. So somebody's going to pull that in a box and be like, why does it say knock knock? And why does it say who's there? And like, what the hell's going on here? And you have to put all the pieces together to get the entire joke. See, somebody at least had a punchline.
Thank you.
At least he arrived. It might not be the greatest punchline, but at least he had one.
So you have this guy going out of his way and doing this really cool thing. And then you have the other football player who seemingly, possibly, dumped all his cards in the trash.
I like to think that someone read the scouting report. I made the joke with Neo when he posted it on social media. I go, I like to think that somebody read the scouting report and go, this is where it belongs. It's like, we're just putting it straight there. We're not even going to bother. We're not even going to try. I think my theory is that it was stolen. Now, mind you, the player, I think it's Aiden O'Connell. I believe Aiden O'Connell. And apparently, I don't think he cared. Like, for him, it's like, whatever. I don't think it ever got in his hands, though. I thought it was funny. And apparently, they recovered it. So I was like, okay, hey, it works out. So
I would love to find out exactly what happened. That's an interesting story.
I think it was stolen, and then but what's funny is that they threw it in the trash. Didn't try to do anything with it; just went straight to the trash. I was like, okay, sounds great. So Timothy Smith here says, "I'll take Eric's appearance in tonight's podcast over Michael Jordan's flu game. Pure dedication, sir. There you go. Give me some credit.
Thank you.
Good stuff." So I thought the AJ Dillon story was a good one. I like that. I like that he took a little extra effort, went the extra mile and actually did something. And now if somebody, this is not a rookie or product for him, it's a couple of years in, but it makes them a little bit more interesting. I think that's
absolutely.
Great. So I was like, hey, that's cool. I can appreciate that. This next one here is a little bit, this one's got a nice hockey flavor. So we'll touch on this one here for a second. I had heard about this earlier, but apparently they finally got around to it. We talked about episodes ago how some of the card shops were playing a little bit of shadow games with the Series 2 Upper Deck and the whole Connor Bedard thing coming up here. And there's going to be a big price difference between Series 1 and Series 2 because of the Bedard Young gun, which we knew was going to happen. But apparently our good friends at Clouts and Chara had done a thing where they said they didn't have, if you guys remember, I said they didn't have enough allocation. They said that, and they said they would refund people and let them, whatever, and do some kind of a credit thing. I forget. But so there's been a new addition to this little mini saga with them. And I'll read it to you, and I'll share links to all this in the description for you. So you'll be able to check it out later if you want. So here it is. So it says, AKA, now that we've canceled one of your boxes at the initial price, we'll give you a chance to buy a new one at 300. So I'll read you what it says here. This is apparently a clip from what they were sent. We're going to start by thanking you for your understanding in regards to the allocation of 23-24 Series 2. We understand that was not the ideal situation. Truly appreciate your support. That being said, you have now secured more product. We want to offer you the first chance to purchase the product at discounted price at $299.99. You can use the link below or check out up to one additional box. So they had run out of allocations and canceled people's orders, but they will now offer you up to one additional box if you want to come back and pay $299, which is obviously much higher than the first one. And they've got until Friday the 23rd, so that today is 10 p.m. Eastern. So y'all got about an hour and a half left before this expires. And you got to use this link. We'll be releasing this product in limited quantities at a higher price, but wanted to make sure you get the first opportunity to buy it at our best price, which is still higher than Series 1. And whether or not you choose to purchase boxes at a discounted rate, we appreciate your support. Please note the email is not monitored. If you have any questions, please contact us at Clouts and Chara. Indeed. A little bit of bait and switch there, Eric. They found more stuff. They found more boxes.
Found it out back in their supply room.
Yep, it happens. The thing is, I knew this was going to happen with the Series 2, with the price gap being so big between Series 1 and Series 2. And outside of Bedard, there is no difference. Like, there is literally nothing else. And you're not going to get a Bedard in every box. You're not. No matter what happens, you're not.
No.
was like, okay.
No,
We're
there's
gonna
going to
see.
be people who are going to pay hundreds of dollars for a box and then be extremely disappointed that they got $20 worth of cards.
So it always goes. Well, the thing is with Upper Deck, the young guns, with the other young guns, there's usually going to be a couple that are going to be like 15, $20 and they'll be okay. And you get 6 young guns in a box. So it'll be either way, though, you're not going to make your money back because all you did was take the same content and double the price. That's all you did.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, whatever you say. Aboard the warehouse. That's right. Kamikaze says, thoughts on Mojo charging 5 Gs for appearance of trade nights? Eric tries to charge 10. Nobody will pay it, but he asked for 10.
I deserve 10.
You're lucky if you get 1050. And I mean that in yen.
I deserve that. I deserve that too.
$299.99. If that's Canadian, that's cheaper than the US going rate. I would think so. I think the US one will be higher, but here's the truth. This is the email they sent to the folks they screwed out of the allocation in the first place, not the general populace. So you got to bear in mind that in reality, they doubled the price versus Series 1. And I'm sure that the general populace, when they get there, it'll be adjusted accordingly. Whatever the US going rate is, they'll make the adjustment accordingly.
I think it's going to be about $350.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Yeah, exactly. 2 times. Yep. 15 and Eric will show up in his bed. Yeah, that's true. He'll bring the bed to the trade night and just hang out in the bed while he's at the trade night for $15.
You got to put your cards on something.
Can I say something about this numbnut?
Only one thing? Go ahead.
I watched his stupid ass podcast, episode number 1 today. All right, laying in bed, I decided to punish myself, and I watched his.
You didn't even charge him the $15?
I watched episode 1 of his War Scouts podcast. Okay, watch the whole damn thing.
Ooh.
This is what I got out of it. He started playing basketball. He was only like 5'6", and he sucked, and he didn't make the team.
He was 6'5", not 5'6".
Oh, listen. So he's like 5'6", and he sucks, and he can't make the team. He hits a growth spurt and goes up to like 6'2". Now he makes the team. So his advice, I think, to people who are interested in playing basketball is to grow. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got out of 48 minutes. That's all I got out of a stupid ass podcast is that if you want to be a good basketball player, be tall. Jacks off.
I still think you got more out of it than I did on the card documentary. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I still think you got more out of it.
Idiot.
I think there was more there.
48 minutes I watched that stupid ass thing, and that's all you told me. If you want to be good at basketball, be tall.
You realize you could have watched it at 2x speed and it would have been through in 24 minutes. Yeah.
What a jerk.
1x at 36 minutes or
Dan's vintage baseball PC. Is this like John and Yoko? All we're saying is give Topps a chance? Not today. But I appreciate the reference. Paul says, quit insulting the chat, horizontal boy. There you go. That's right. That'll teach you. Yep. Eric, are you recovering now? That's alleged.
I'm trying. Doing what I can.
All this guy has is a little look. All y'all need to understand this. Number one, we need to charge this man for the like button. He needs to pay. But part of that is because he's like, oh, back surgery. Oh, because my back is all screwed up. It's like the problem is as soon as you recover, you're going to stand up. You're going to do something stupid. And you're going to be like Super Dave Osborne and like be crunched. And it's going to be new pain. And all of a sudden, back to back surgery again. Your back was jacked up when this podcast, when this live stream started and you first got introduced to it. And here we are yet again, episode 177 of the longest running episodic. We're back to full circle there, Bougie Eric.
Mm-hmm. It is true. When I first started watching this show, before I was on it, I was in bed for a month because of my back. And here we are all these years later. It's like, what, 3 years later? And here I am again.
And
3 years and 60 days.
These documentarians are covering the Josh Luber. Like, he's not even here anymore. Like, what are we talking about?
Where is he?
I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
He's probably trying to see if he can buy up parts of the bed after Eric's done with it. It's to put it in Zero Cool Part 3.
Maybe.
If he can buy it from Fanatics, he can make his own Zero Cool somewhere off in the distance. It'll be sensational.
Yeah, there's Zero Cool, all right.
Oh yeah.
Tom
Where's
says here,
that?
even fellas, I don't think most basketball players are sure Eric's healthy. Eric's health is relative. It's all relative.
Isn't Gary V coming back?
Listen, he restarted his wine show.
Oh,
I did see that. He restarted his wine show after a long time away.
was that is that AKA his card show?
No, the original. No, he did the wine thing for like 5 years. He originally started on YouTube. It was Wine Library TV. Like if you go in the archives, ye old YouTube, he did that. He did that show. He did 1,000 episodes of that show. So he actually was doing it for a long time. He actually did a lot of episodes for it back in the day.
No, I meant wine.
His dad still owns a wine store. It is true. Dan's Vintage Baseball Card PC. The John and Yoko bet-in took place in Canada, Toronto, to be specific. Listen, Eric appreciates the callback.
Yeah.
Do you have the procedure? Did you have the procedure done by now? Yes. This is the post procedure.
Yes, this was. I had it done yesterday.
Think of how long it took him to remove all those chocolate sticks surgically. Problematic. He's gonna have to go cyclocross racing again in his penny farthing. Ooh, penny farthing. Look at you.
Yeah, that's the type of bike that has the big giant front wheel and the little teeny tiny back wheel, and the guys are up really, really high. That's a penny farthing.
Have you considered the possibility that maybe that's the bike you should be using?
I'll give it a try. I don't know how it is out in the woods jumping off cliffs and stuff, but I'll give it a try.
I think that's the point, though. That'll minimize the amount of return back-to-back surgery because you'll never make it up the first mountain. You'll be stuck. You'll just be stuck trying to get up the first traverse.
I was supposed to be at an event this weekend up in New Hampshire, and do some riding up at a mountain in New Hampshire with my fat bike and ride on the snow and everything. But
and everything
that's happening.
As opposed to what, your thin bike?
I was supposed to be in a race a couple of weeks ago, and on a fat bike downhill race, and I didn't do that.
Listen, Eric, I need you to stop insulting your bike. The bike is big boned.
Big boned, yeah, it is big boned.
Kathy here. Good evening, Kathy. So you notice, welcome to my life. We understand, Kathy. We understand.
Yeah.
She comes up and takes care of me and brings me M&Ms.
In the Needham Cup?
She didn't bring me any cookies, no, but she did bring me some M&Ms.
In the Needham Cup?
No. She brought up. She doesn't know about that. I'll have to tell her next time. It has to M&Ms be delivered.
She watches
in the Needham Cup
every night that you're on.
Explain to her. You yell at her. You tell her.
I ain't yelling at
her. Chicken.
Yes. Bob Jackson says, "Did you remove the stick? Did they remove the stick from you as well?" Still there.
Yeah. I've been stabbed by sticks. I've had to pull them out of me actually a couple of times.
Of course you have.
I got one in the eye. I got a stick in the eye biking one time. That was horrible.
I was gonna say, you keep bugging Yannick. The next time you're up in Toronto, you'll get another stick in the eye. We can take care of that. Don't worry about it.
Maybe, yeah, and then you have to take a log out of your own eye.
When I got the stick in the eye, I had to have mom and dad come and get me. My buddy helped me out of the woods because I couldn't see, and mom and dad had to come get me, and one had to drive me to the hospital.
Wait a minute, Bobby, I was literally about to say the same. I was about to pour my beer, so I needed a second, but it's like, wait, you get stabbed in both eyes, you dumbass. You have one eye. You can walk out on your own power.
No, you can't.
What the hell are you doing?
I got a stick I got a stick broken off in my eyeball. You can't move your eyes around, and if you open up one eye, the other one moves. So you have to keep your eyes shut. And so my buddy helps me get out of the woods. I call my parents. I go, "You have to get over here. I had an accident. One of you need to drive my car out of here and back home, and the other one needs to drive me to the hospital." So I sat there on the side of the road and waited for him at Gordon College in Wenham.
How did you know? Because you couldn't see.
I know where you're probably in a ditch somewhere and you didn't even know it.
I know where we started the ride from.
Oh,
so you claim? I don't know. Can you really be trusted? Was this a situation? By the way, also we haven't even discussed how you got a stick in the eye. I'm assuming you were trying to do the similar maneuver to when you had a Bobby Orr stick in the card shop. Instead of whacking it here, you were like, "Arr, arr."
Again, no story arc.
I came around a left-handed turn. I really leaned in.
There's no turns in a forest.
And there was just a tree branch like poking right at me at eye level.
So you went
And-
cyclocross with a tree and lost.
Was it an
And I went
oak,
right off
an
the back of
ash,
the
a
bike, and
birch?
I had to, like, I was picking wood out
linden?
of my eye, and even now, when I go to the optometrist, they still see the scar when they put the microscope on it.
Are you sure when you go to the optometrist is just trying to poke you in the eye with
Yeah.
a stick just to see? It'd be like, I bet it'd be terrible if you got poked in the eye.
So
Bob Jackson says, Eric, do you wear goggles now when you ride your extreme tricycle?
You should.
Extreme
no,
Tricycle
because
is another show
they
that could happen.
fog up. I want to. I've tried several times. I've paid a lot of money for glasses that supposedly don't fog up. I've put stuff on the lenses. They fog up, and then you can't see anything. Then you crash anyway.
You already crashed into a tree branch into your eye. It's not like you could see before.
Yeah.
It couldn't be worse.
But that's
Maybe we
nothing.
need to-
Back in 2004,
We need to go back to your penny farthing. We need to go back to the penny farthing
in
situation.
2004, I crashed and broke my back. I had a
special
spiral
child.
fracture and a compression fracture, plus a concussion.
Penny farthings are toys.
Yeah.
A time period. That one big bicycle, that tricycle. What's it? I forget what they call that. What is that called? It's a particular name.
Now, Amanda, he claims that he's not on medication. That's what makes it great.
I'm on some gabapentin, but I'm not on oxy. I don't want to take it unless I absolutely have to.
What do you want?
Gabapentin.
That sounds like somebody made up in Peabody.
Yeah, it's like
It's like, yeah, some gabapentin. It's like, it's like, what is that? It's like, those are like expired vitamins. It's like, you think he'd be able to tell by from the Flintstone shapes, but hey, he's not looking.
Yeah.
Did I introduce you guys to Amanda in Toronto? Do you remember if I introduced you guys?
You were bouncing around from one place to another.
I know.
I
was
specifically saw you a couple times.
I know. Okay, so I don't think I did. No, Amanda was so she lives in California, but she was up in Toronto with us, and I didn't know if I introduced you guys to her. Next time I will. I'll make sure.
Well,
of
if
it.
she's up with us, then why didn't you introduce what?
I'll make sure
this
that I
grab a
introduce her.
pen kind of drug you're on is really getting to me.
So we started off with the documentary with no punchline, and Eric just delivers one punchline after another punchline. So he's making up for what the documentary lacked, I must say.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson says, sounds like you need to take away your son's bicycle. You can't stop injuring yourself. That's what I'm trying to say.
Pretty much.
The best one is when I was in college and I crashed and I went over the handlebars and the bike went flying up in the air and it came down on my left leg, and the chain ring, the outer chain ring, because back then you had two chain rings. Now you really just have one. So, and my chain was on the inner chain ring. So that big nasty chain ring out there didn't have a chain on it, and it came down and fell on my leg as it was upside down, and just gouged out my entire left quad. Like it looked like someone just took their fingers, dug into my leg, and just pulled.
You know what I'm getting right now, Bobby? So I don't know if you ever saw this movie series, but you know what I'm getting right now? I'm getting some serious Final Destination vibes. It's like the final. It's like death, except it's not death. It's just maiming,
catching
injury.
up to him.
And, he's chilling out and like doing it. Hey, I bet I could come up with this really elaborate way for this bicycle to try to take him out. Next time Eric goes out, the bike goes flying up, and he's like, "Oh man!" And all of a sudden, the bike hits him from behind somehow. The wind picks up. A tornado comes by and like pushes it at him. And it's like, Eric, do you think the fix is in when the tornado spontaneously showed up and pushed the bike at you?
Yeah, in Boston.
I go home, right, and I got like a towel wrapped around my leg, trying to keep all the blood from going everywhere.
Where'd you get the towel?
I always bring a towel with me. I always bring a beach towel with me on every ride because I'm all sweaty and gross after the ride, and I dry off with it. So I took the towel and I wrap it around my leg, and it's gushing blood everywhere. And I get home, and my mother's in the office at the house, right? The house I grew up in. And
not this house.
I poke my
You lived there forever.
my head around the corner, and I go, "Hey, Mom." She's like, "Hi, honey. How you doing? How was your ride?" I go, oh, it was pretty good. I have something to show you, though, but I don't want you to get mad. And she's like, what did you do? And I came around the corner, and he got this blood-soaked towel, and I unwrapped it, and then she just started yelling at me.
Yep.
Deservedly so.
Sounds like it happens a lot.
Now, speaking, you did speak.
Now she makes the cookies to make up for all the yelling.
Yeah.
And you were speaking earlier about your college days. And speaking of college days, we got Spicy Eye in the chat here.
Spicy Eye.
We got Spicy Eye. Billy Cilio's here. Is that Burt Reynolds lying down?
Yep.
He wishes.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite that one, Billy.
Yep.
I
Sounds
know
like
what
Eric
you
needs
mean.
3 wheels for his bike. Facts.
Now, from what I understand, Billy, Amanda, and Timmy Two Hats hung out today and had some lunch or something, maybe in California today.
They had to console him for not making the documentary cut. They had to console him for not making the documentary.
I would say.
And so I think the 3 of them were hanging out in Cali today.
Yep. Dom here says there's not enough CG blood in his stories. Give it time.
Yeah.
Give it time.
So now if someone sees my leg, because it's all still scarred after all these years, and people ask me what happened, I always tell them I got bit by a shark. And they totally believe it because that's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So I tell them I was swimming and I got bit by a shark, and they totally believe it. Yeah. They won't believe. Yeah. Listen, they won't believe I was riding the bike story.
Close to the water, and a shark came.
Yeah, they don't believe.
The problem is that you were riding the bike in the Sahara Desert, and then you were done by a sand shark. Literally, like it had to go find you.
And it's like they're always away from the mirage. So.
Yep. Sean says we're drifting from car talk again. You're about like 15, 20 minutes late, sir.
Yeah.
And also, let's be honest. Car talk's boring. I don't mind doing it, but like it's like, what do you want to talk about? They're fucking cardboard. What do you want?
Yeah.
There's old cardboard, new cardboard, same shit. What do you want?
You want me to talk about old cardboard? Here,
yeah,
I got something. Let's talk about.
You got old cardboard. Show some old cardboard.
Eric will like this.
Oh, right, nice. So those are the stickers.
The magnets.
Those look like magnets.
Oh, the magnets.
Yeah.
Nice. And the board.
Yep. So you could just
I love it.
Take them off, and so you get like Billy's favorite team. You get Detroit, throw it away.
Yeah.
There you go.
Stuff like that.
You got 2 versions of the Nordiques bonus?
Yeah, both actually. The expansion teams, they did a couple versions of a couple teams. So
how does it have the Whalers and the Seals on there? What year was that put out?
Well, the actual board was continued for many years. So it was probably late 70s because you had the Cleveland Barons 76, 77. So after that, then you had the 79 expansion team from WHA into the NHL. And that's when they brought out the other set of magnets. So you could actually add to your magnet board because it wouldn't really fill up with the original 16 teams. So it would go up to 21. But then you add the variations and you end up pretty full. So.
Yeah, you got the Jets on there. You got Atlanta on there, I saw. And
you got every team except Vancouver is the only thing.
Colorado.
Yeah, all the expansion teams. You got all where is it? I can't see. Anyways, yeah, they're all on this side actually. Colorado, Cleveland, Winnipeg Jets, New Jersey Devils. That's a real tough one. Do you know how much these magnets go for, guys? Like honestly, gosh.
That's a good pickup. I love that.
It's Eric Lightman made there.
It's like a $600, $700 board.
That's up to Billy. He's doing Baby Shark songs right now. He's having the time of his life. But Billy, if you want, just let me know and I can shoot you a link.
He's probably.
If you want to make fun of Eric, if you want to make fun of Eric while he's bedridden, that's pretty solid. Like
he's probably with Tim and they're shit faced.
That can make it even better. That could be sensational. If Eric was an invalid, I ask him to get up and show us the shitty Beckett huge plastic bag graded item. Yes. There you go. Name says that's really cool, Bobby. Good stuff. Yes, absolutely.
Nobody cares about your opinion.
Listen,
he said it was cool. I like that.
You'll change it. You'll change your tune when you listen to episode 2. The episode 2 is like dedicated to you. You should listen to it in like half speed.
That's the other thing. 48 minutes. He didn't mention me once.
Yeah. Wow.
You're here and I barely want to mention you.
Did he mention me?
No. Nope. Just talked about listen,
Carlos?
if you want to be good at basketball, be tall.
I was mentioned in one of the episodes. I forget which one. There were a couple of shout. There was an episode that had more shout outs in it. I can't remember if it was like 2 or 3, I think. So one of those. So there were a couple of shout outs in that one.
Yeah, I better get one soon or else.
What?
Yeah. It's like what's that Eric
I'll
shout out?
get out of this bed.
Oh, that dumbass from Boston. It's like, hey, that's you. That's you.
That's me.
Yeah. So let me we'll continue back to making fun of Eric's invalidism and have some fun with that. But first, I did mention earlier tonight that there was a trade night and a card show tomorrow. So I do want to thank our friends at AMG Collectibles. AMG Collectibles, that's the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We did have a very heavy dose in the last episode of the clear cut, which I've talked about in the past, which is it's a cool product, but like a lot of the products right now, it's hit or miss. There are some cool cards in it, but there's going to be a lot of them where you're going to open the pack and go, oh.
So 10x really meant you had to, buy 10 times the product to really get a hit. No?
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. So let's put it this way. The cards we were showing on that episode was awesome. Like we had the Gretzky, we had the Lemieux, like we had some tremendous ones. We really good combination, but that's the ones that AMG purchased for the store and accumulated. So out of all the stuff that was open in the clear cut packs, they were picking from the best of the best, and that's what we were showcasing because they picked those up and had them in the store. So we were able to show them. But obviously, you're going to pull a lot of them and go like, "Is that an SP signature legend?" we got questions.
Al Gill?
Listen, at least Hal Gill would be funny for us.
Oh,
we would appreciate it more than most.
To pay for that.
Yes.
Big time.
So, yeah, we would appreciate it. Yeah, AMG, absolutely. No, we do appreciate their support. We appreciate their friendship, and they've been really good. They've been really good to the channel. And of course, whenever we have Brad and a lot of the folks on, it's always a lot of fun. And obviously, they do have their stuff going on with their show, and they had the trade night tonight. So hopefully, the folks out there were able to enjoy themselves, and we do hear from them semi-regularly. So it was nice of them too.
I'd much prefer to have Sherry come on Friday nights. We don't need Brad at all.
Well, Sherry could fill us in with the Pokemon because that usually on the show, that's what whenever it comes to the Pokemon product. I'll quickly read up on it just so I have a basic understanding. Most of them is like, Sherry, take it away. Please explain it because I have no earthly idea. She knows. She's got that on lockdown.
Oh, did you see the Rattle video where he's a game show host giving away products?
I saw the thumbnail for it, but I didn't watch it.
So
was he actually doing a game show?
He was actually, you would guess the Pokemon. He would give you a definition, and then the sponsor would give him a couple, I don't know, give the winners a couple boxes of something or whatever.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was kind of cool. Right. It was funny, goofy, stupid, but it was entertaining more than anything. More than entertaining the movie. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'll have a chance to have some more fun with it later. But like I want to emphasize, I'm not saying the movie's bad. I'm just saying it's nothing special. I'm saying you don't have to go out of your way to watch it. If you're really that bored, again, the other one's worse. But when it's really bad, then it can be memorable for being bad. Like Jack of All Trades was not a particularly good movie. However, it did have a narrative built into it. It had a narrative built into it. It did include the card parts in there. So I can find some redeeming quality in it. Yeah. The behind the card one was so shitty that me making fun of it was fun for me. So I got some entertainment value out of it. But this one, I was like, yeah, I can make fun of it. Yeah, you said 1965 when it was 1956. It's not much. I was like, okay.
The Jack of All Trades ended up with the narrative story of, my daddy doesn't like me. That's what I got out of it.
But it was a narrative, Bobby. At least it was a story.
It was. If they actually took that part out of it, it'd be almost an interesting story. I do like seeing the old hobby stuff when they did have it. It was interesting. I wish somebody would culminate everything together, all those nice old clips, and then kind of put something out there. That would be interesting. But the hobby, only started in 2000, I guess, and 96, whatever you want to call it. And they just want to do movies straightforward. There's a whole history of the hobby, whereas the hobby isn't the hobby today. It's more investor class of people that are totally different. Maybe
you should do a film. You've written all these books, and I guess there's an app out there from what I hear. Maybe you should do a film. The history of the hobby.
Yeah, I'll just sit in the bed and write the story out, and sure. Yeah.
We could get Eric to doodle it in stick figures.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet. We could have an animation. Could be pretty solid. Tom says Jack of All Trades burned cards before it was cool. That is true. That is a correct reference. Sean here says, how high do you think OV cards will rise if he passes win? And then when the smoke settles, how much will they drop? So I think the rise has already been built in. It's one of those things where basically if you
Name that tune.
Well, I could name that tune. That's my ringtone.
No,
so
somebody
yes, I
else.
can name. Yeah, exactly. It's Carlos Sr. again, forgetting that I do a live stream on Friday nights.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. Like it can't be anybody else. There's nobody else that could possibly be. So I'll answer him here in a minute. I don't know why he's calling me now, but we'll find out. But anyway, the point is that I think the price rise has already been built in. Like he's close enough now. Well, obviously he's had a bad start to the season, but now he's on a point streak and goal scoring streak. So he's had a pretty good run the last little bit. Let's put it this way. If he gets there, it'll be when he's within striking distance that maybe you'll get, when he's like 10 goals away, will probably be like your apex because it'll still far enough away where it won't happen in one game, but it gives you that last chance. But I don't think it's going to go up much more than it already has. It's already appreciated quite a bit from even when he was at like 600 goals. Like if you go back to when he had 600 goals and go look now, the prices are much higher, even now.
Yeah, it's really hard call. I think, there'll be a lot right up till at least 10 goals. At that point, it's just like waiting for it to happen. And when it happens, then it's just like the barrage will just.
Yeah, it's like the truth is this.
It'll just
like,
go.
If you look at where he is right now, I think he's what, at like 830 and change, somewhere there.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go, Alexander Ovechkin.
He got a couple points the other day too.
Yeah, like he's actually been picking it up, but it kind of plays into what I was talking about when we did the podcast episode.
Mm-hmm.
I said like he's been taking shots and it just hasn't been going in for him.
Yeah.
When it suddenly starts going in after all the shots he's been taking, suddenly magically, he rediscovered score. No, he was taking the shots. He was distracted by some stuff, but he was taking shots. And if a few start going in, that's all it takes. He could wind up with like 25 goals, 30 goals, and he'll be right in striking distance again. About 2 seasons, give or take.
Yep.
So 838. So right now he's at 838 goals. Here's the thing. His 838 is more impressive to me than Gretzky's 894. Because Gretzky played in the 80s. In the 1980s, you were playing video game numbers. Everybody and their brother. Eric got 20 goals in the 1980s, and he didn't even play.
Mm-hmm.
Dazlagovic just needs to be working. He's been consistent. He's been very consistent. That's actually why it's more impressive. He has been actually sustaining the goal scoring totals for longer than Gretzky did. Gretzky apexed, had this monster decade of the 80s, and was still very good after that. But he dropped off an average goals per season. The last decade of his career was like a third of his goal scoring comparatively to the first 10 years.
Yeah.
And Gretzky was retiring this. He's in his age 38 season. Gretzky retired at 38.
Yeah.
And Ovechkin's still playing. And he's perfectly capable of still continuing to play.
Sure.
So that's what we'll have to see. So Justin hopes he doesn't get it. He said Eric is in the same boat as you. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yep. Michael Scott. There you go. But yeah, like I said, it's still in striking distance. We'll see what happens. But truthfully, like I said, I am much more impressed with somebody in this era actually getting up to that goal scoring total. Because it takes so many years. You have to do it for so long. And the 90 goal seasons are not available to you. The 80 goal seasons are not available to you. 70 goals would be a miracle, basically. Austin Matthews has got an outside shot this season.
Yeah,
he's playing well enough. He's like the only other guy right now who could challenge those numbers down the road. But he's got to be consistent. He's got to do it this year, next year, the year after that, the year after that, the year after that.
He was out for a few games this year, wasn't he not? Matthews?
Yeah. And he's at 52. Let's put it this way. He's at 52 goals right now in 55 games.
Yep.
That is extremely impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, but most people can't do that. You go take a look down that scoring list, and like most people can't come close to those numbers. He's separated himself from the rest of the pack right now. He's the current guy.
He sure is, but
he's a pretty good player for an American who's born in the desert.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It just
really... he had to skate on sand, Eric. Do you ever know how hard it is when you try to skate on sand?
Yeah.
Tough times.
Got big legs now.
The Leaf fans are all sitting there going, "Oh, Matthew got another hat trick. Did they win?" It's like, no, but you got a hat trick. It's like, who cares if you got a hat trick and you didn't win? Like, come on, if you get a hat trick, you should win. But anyways, it's more about Matthews than it is about the team winning. They still need defense.
Yeah. So Napier says dropped off because Suter killed his back in the Canada Cup. Yeah. I don't disagree. Much harder time to score goals. Yeah. You take the average goals per game, it's down compared to that era by a lot. So it's one of those things where it's like nothing wrong. Like I said, both guys, to me, 838 goals right now at this stage in his career is ridiculously impressive. Again, all you got to do is compare him to his contemporary, Sidney Crosby, who has had an excellent career. But look at the gap in goals between the two guys. It's not like Crosby can't score, but look at the distance. Look at the gap.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Crosby is the better playmaker. He's the more point guy. That's his deal. And he's got 3 Stanley Cup. First ballot Hall of Famer. He's got all the pieces you want. But he was also a pretty good goal scorer. But look at the gap between the two. Ovechkin was an elite goal scoring machine with ridiculous consistency.
Yeah.
Matthews getting a hat trick is like the Bruins losing in round 1 after winning the President's Trophy. Dang, Paul. Dang. You're like, you know what? Eric needs a little more pain. Punch in the back.
I'm hurting here. You know, wouldn't
physically, emotionally, spiritually.
On me.
Physically, emotionally, spiritually. He's hurting in many ways.
I am hurting.
Well, at least you're not wearing your teddy bear pajamas. So
yeah, you should.
No, I'll put those on after.
One more thing I'll touch on here with Sean's question. So how high do you think OV cards will rise? I think any rise will be relatively marginal. Like it won't be as dramatic as it's already been. Like a lot of that now is baked in for the speculators that are hoping he breaks the record. I think they've already baked in a lot of the extra build-up already.
So what's his rookie card going to go for? What's it at right now?
I'll try to tell you. It'll take me a minute. I'll see if I can find it for you.
$7.
Me a minute.
What?
Yeah, you want like you want like a Future Watch or one of those?
Yeah, his Future Watch, yeah. Because I think
Future Watch is a good one because there's enough of them out there that's a decent comp.
Yeah.
I can also find the Young Gun. It'll take me a minute, but I can pull that one up as well. Okay. So 2005 SP Authentic Future Watch. Last one sold for just shy of 15K. It's hard for me to picture it going much higher. Like
it's marginal at that point. I don't think it's going to go to 20.
It'll move up a little, but it's like that's already a pretty aggressive price. That's a pretty strong price.
That's
already.
Very strong. That's actually overly strong because it can only go down. It can't go up after you finish scoring. Like I don't. Yeah. And what's his Young Guns?
So here, Sean has a Young Gun PSA 9 around 1,700 Canadian. Is it only 1,700?
Yeah, 2,000. I thought it was somewhere around there. What was that? PSA 8 or 9?
But this is for PSA 9. So that might be right. That might make sense. So I'll see if I can find it. But I think Sean's probably pretty close. So I wouldn't bet too much against it. I'll see what I can find. See what I can locate. So PSA 10 Young Gun. Let's see if I can get the 9. Yeah, so he said 1,700 Canadian. I've got last one sold for about 1,000 American. So yeah, that's probably about right. Oh yes. So that'd be about 1,300 and change Canadian. So yeah, but even still, likely you got to think about how many Young Gun. Look, the Young Gun PSA 9 is a population 1,245.
Yeah,
there's 1,200 of them, so it's not like they're not rare. And even the PSA 10, is also population 1,200.
No way.
There's plenty of them. And the last one sold for like 3,600 US. So like very strong again for the quantity available and all that. It's very strong price.
That's a lot of quantity.
Yeah, I'm not saying no.
For hockey, that's a lot.
And if you go with Eric's, BGS 9.5, you can get that for under 2,000.
Yeah, because I just walk in, on a Saturday and just grade all my own cards and give them, black labels.
Yep. Slump heard it. Yep. PSA 10, 1,200 is not the rare. No, that's why that's why I prefer using that over like the Cup or one of those ones, because those ones are just so much tougher and so much more expensive. But you take Young Gun, which is still readily available. Even the Future Watch, it's numbered to 999. So there's 1,000 copies available potentially. So you've at least got you've got a chance to get them. They're available. They're going to be on showcases at the expo and stuff like that. So that card transacts enough for us to be able to get a gauge on current price. I just don't see it. I could see it going up. Like if he resurrects the second half of the season, he has a nice he gets on one of his little streaks.
Get a bump, sure.
Yeah, it'll get a bump. Like, and let's put it this way: like he could get to 900 goals, and I don't think it's not going to double. It's not going to do anything wacky or crazy. He could literally get to 900 goals, which would be tremendous. But we've baked a lot of that in already on a lot of these prices. He's already the most prolific goal scorer of this generation.
And if he breaks the record, then they all come to market because everybody's waiting for it to roost, right? And I don't see it sustaining itself when you're going to get 1,000 of them out there at any given point in time.
I think around the time he scored 800 would have been one exit point.
Yep.
And then the next exit point has got to be when he's within like 10 or 15 goals. And it like feels imminent, like he's doing the striking range. It's got to feel like that. And that's like your last shot. But after he does it, yeah, you drop back down because No,
It
and by
has
the way,
to.
it's not going to be a free fall because it's just kind of
No,
settled in where it is. But there's not a lot of dramatic movement left. It's right about where it is. Like he's
I
already
think
in a good spot.
it's at a ceiling, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And there's a lot to be said for Ovi's generation. The 90s just didn't have that guy. Good for him. Good for hockey. Yep. I think he's done tremendously well. I've been very impressed with what he's doing. CC here. Good evening. Good evening to you. If we try to bring this in the realm of baseball, is Ovi only a one-tool guy, maybe a two-tool guy? I believe Crosby is the greater all-around player. So the last statement I agree with, and I also say right off the top, Crosby is the more complete hockey player in terms of what he does. I do like Ovechkin's physical game. Like when he was at his apex, he does have a good physical game.
Yeah.
I would say he's got two tools. He was a prolific goal scorer, like a scary, skilled goal scorer who could do a lot of things, but he could also do it with brute power at different times. And he had a physical element to his game. But those are his two tools. Like any assists he gets are like probably rebounds off a shot. Like it's an accident. Like he didn't score, but somebody else got the rebound, and
Yeah,
that's an assist, so it counts. So he's not aiming to pass first. That's not his job. There you go. Have a chance, Eric. What? This is mildly disturbing. It's always disturbing. You can't just miss a day. No, he's got to pay for the like button. He wants to get his money's worth. He's paying for the like button. He needs it. He needs this hobby chance.
What else?
Don't take it away
What
from
else
him.
do I have going on?
Yeah, like he literally can't leave. They let him out of his cell so that he could be in a bed. This is already an improvement over his normal situation.
Exactly.
Well, I think the hobby needs an Ovechkin right now, anyways, because as the Gretzky starts to speed wobble a little, Ovechkin's the best thing to look forward to. Now we have Connor Bedard coming in at the front end of OV, so which is kind of good. It keeps things, we have to look at things as through history. Every 10 years you have a phenomenon. You had Bobby Orr, and then you had Wayne Gretzky, and then you had Mary Lemieux, and then so it's almost every 10 years you get a superstar. So it's interesting. Bedard's too.
Yeah. So Robert here has got an interesting question. How do you compare Ovechkin to Matthews at the age Matthews is now? So this is interesting.
Because easy.
No, but okay. So what? So fair enough. Why don't you start then, Bobby? But what do you want to use as your basis of comparison, though? What are you comparing specifically? Just so
I'm going to compare. I'm just going to give the Matthew rendition compared to OV of how he scores. Matthew has the quickest hands in hockey. OV, he's a digger. Like honestly, Matthews. I'm a Leaf fan, but like honestly, he doesn't do anything. You don't hear his name unless he scored. Like he's not back checking. He's not doing a lot of anything. He's right at the right position, doing the right. Him too. Again, not a lot of assists. Where OV, if you look through his whole history, he's a digger. He'd do anything to get a goal, and you would hear his name a lot. Or you don't hear Matthews' name unless he scored. And Matthews got great hands. That's all. That's
right.
That's my.
So what I want to do is I want to try my best to.
I would take an Ovechkin over a Matthews any day.
So I want to compare the two through their first 8 seasons because I think that's the fairest. So the first 8 seasons is right about where Matthews is now. So that is kind of the fairest way to do it.
Different era, but yes.
No, for sure. But so Matthews is a little bit behind him in goals, but when I say a little bit behind, it's 20 goals. So it's not like a huge differentiator. So like again, a guy who's at 830 goals, you're not far behind. You're in a pretty good spot. I think the biggest differentiator, though, I will say, and this is huge, is that in Ovechkin's first seasons, that last season is age 27. So he's right in the middle of his prime. He led the league with goals, but it was a 48-game season. So that was one of the I think it was one of the lockout years or one of those ones where they had like a partial cutoff. Yeah. So he led the league with 48 games. Wow. So it wasn't a complete season, and he led the league with 32 goals in 48 games. But like Ovechkin was nearly unprecedented. Like Ovechkin's first 8 seasons, 52 goals, 46, 65 leading the league, 56 leading the league, 50, 32 disappointing, 38, and then he led the league with 32 in 48 games. So I think that's the situation for him. Now, Hobby Champs is right here. Matthews did start younger. Now, not by like a crazy amount, because Ovechkin's first season, he was 20. And I believe Matthews started at 19 or 18, something like that. I forget. So he does have that advantage. He does have a little bit more time on his side potentially. But if I look at Matthews, again, apples to apples, he scored 4 goals in his first game, which is obviously huge. 40 goals, 34, 37, 47, 41, 60, 40, and then this year 52 and 55 games.
Wow. Yeah, that's up and down, but yeah.
Yeah, but like his worst season was 34 goals in his second year. And after that, the next lowest is 37. Like he's been pretty consistent overall. So, but Ovechkin did lose time to lockout. So I think what hurts Ovechkin historically is that he had that season where you missed time for a lockout. And then there was another season in there somewhere where you lost time again.
Didn't we have the COVID season? That partial?
It might have been, yeah. So he's got 1 year where he played 45 games.
Yeah.
That hurt him. The 48 game season I just talked to you about. So he's had two different seasons where he lost time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
and substantial time.
He was out.
Sure.
He missed a ton of time because of his back injury. There was lockouts. He missed games too.
Yep.
In the 1980s, there were no lockouts.
No, 90s.
And he played the entire decade uninterrupted with the most prolific offensive team of all time.
In the 90s with LA, he had a bad back and he missed time, and there was a lockout.
See, he had a bad back and he went on to a great career. Something to look forward to, Eric.
That's right.
There you go. Yeah. The only problem with that theory, Eric, and it is true, but by the 1990s, he was in his early 30s. He did have the back problem, but by that point, he had already scored over 600 of his goals.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a thing that we shouldn't conveniently gloss over.
It was a dig.
Actually, almost 700 of his goals. So the entire rest of his career after the 1990s, he scored like 200 goals and change, which is still good, but let's 677 goals in that decade.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Most of his damage was done in the 80s.
Sure.
Just throwing it out. By the way, almost 2,000 points. He ended up with 2,800. Yes, 2,000 of them were in the 80s.
Yeah.
Blazovi lost the year to lockout. Yes. Matthews is even more one-dimensional compared to Ovi right now. Yeah, that's kind of Bobby's point. So I would agree. There you go. How about Matthews versus Bossy in his prime? Bossy was super consistent.
I would have to say I'd have to give it to Matthews.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think here. In terms of goal scoring consistency, Bossy was elite in terms of consistency.
Statistically, Bossy is the greatest goal scorer in league history.
Yeah, if you look at years,
if you look at
he didn't score like Matthews scores, but Matthews has the flex on the sticks now. You know, the average guy shoots 100 miles an hour now.
Yeah. So here you go. So Bossy averaged 57.3 goals per season for the entirety of his career, and he had to retire at 30.
And if you look at like games played versus goals, he's like all-time number one.
Yeah, 752 games, 573 goals.
He's statistically the best goal scorer in league history.
Yeah, but his span of career is much shorter, so you can't really do the math that easily.
A second ago, listen, Eric was talking about Gretzky. Like, just to be clear, when it comes to hockey players, just so we're all on the same page here, for me, Lemieux was probably the most like scary offensive weapon in NHL history for me, because he has the touch, he has the ability, but then he also had the size to like push his way when he wanted to. He could literally force his way he could score a couple of goals with brute force if he really wanted.
It was like Gronk on skates.
Yeah, like and he also had like the ability, the skill. He could deke the goaltender. He could touch, finesse. Like he had all the components, and he had cancer, and he had a back problem, and he retired for 3 seasons and randomly came back. It was still an elite player when he came back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So for me, Lemieux would probably be the guy I'd be looking at, like as one of the scariest players for offensively the other team to deal with, because he could do almost everything.
He's on my Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, Eric could shoot 100 miles an hour from his bed with those sticks. True.
Probably.
Also had the playoff runs. Yep. 4 in a row with the Islanders. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
570 goals in 10 seasons. That is right. Bossy, Murray, and Orr are the 3 biggest what ifs ever. All lost so much career time due to injury. Yes. Very, very true. Yeah. Bossy literally having to retire at 30, obviously. That's a big deal. And then Mario, like I said, the Parkinson's diagnosis, and then coming back after that.
And he also had a really bad back.
Yeah. Retired for 3 seasons because of that one.
Back.
Yeah. And then when he came back, if you guys remember, when he had his comeback after the 3 years off, he scored 35 goals in 43 games. And 76 points in 43 games at age 35 after being off for more than 3 seasons.
Oh, yeah, it was incredible.
And he just randomly came back and he's like, yeah, I can still be the best player in this game just because.
And he was. It was stupid. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Mario's as close to a 5-tool player as he gets. Yes. Very true. Very true.
Imagine if he had those
Lindros had the injury problem too.
That he retired and he played all the way through. He'd have even obviously so many more points than he already has.
Yeah, with Lemieux, the problem as a what if, speaking strictly as a what if, Lemieux was the only guy who had the full complement of a skill set. So look, we talk about this is important. The players you get to play with are a big part of that too. Lemieux was a transcendent talent, but like in 88, 89, he got 199 points. He's the only guy who approached that 200-point plateau. And then towards the beginning of the 90s, he started having health issues, obviously. Well, go look at those early 90s Penguins teams. They were stacked.
Yeah.
Imagine if they'd been able to play with those early 90s Penguins team for more than a year or two.
Everybody was a Hall of Famer. Barrasso, Trottier, Francis, Yager. I mean, then you had like Kevin Stevens scoring 50-something goals a year.
Everybody was scoring.
It was crazy.
Yeah. And then young Yager. And that was a huge thing for that team because you had him who would become the heir apparent, winning scoring titles after Lemieux went away. But the thing is, again,
now Joey Mullen, another Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Now imagine if Mario, again, back problems, health problems. Imagine if he plays from 97 to 99 with Yager.
Yeah, go.
They already were putting up video game numbers anyway, and Yager was still putting up incredible numbers on his own, basically. Amazing. Yeah. So now you combine forces, the combined forces of these two elite talents. And again, you look at Yager, he's an all-timer. He's right up there in the all-time points and goals. And that was with a good chunk of his career without Mario. But he also had Mario. So it's one of those things where like they missed out on an opportunity. There were some seasons there where they would have overlapped still at the later portion of his time in Pittsburgh, where even if he still leaves Pittsburgh, there were still more years left where Yager could have benefited from Mario and vice versa. Both guys could have benefited from that partnership.
I was wondering if he was going to play the other night during his retirement night. He's all out there dressed during warm-ups. Looked good.
Listen, you put him on a line with Sydney. He probably could have gotten a couple points, scored a couple goals, maybe.
I mean, the guy's still playing for his team over there in Finland, Czech Republic.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's in shape. He's his fitness is one of the greatest stories in league history. The stuff this guy did to stay in shape is legendary. And I bet you if you went out there and you put him with Malkin and Crosby, they could have done some damage.
Well, he's still one of the most hysterically funny players of all time, because you sit there and like you talked about his work ethic and everything. Okay, true, but I'll throw this out. He basically left the NHL at 35. He played for the Rangers in 07-08 because I wanted to make sure I had it in front of me.
Yeah.
And then he stopped playing in the NHL and didn't come back until he was 39. He had 25 goals and 71 points. He wasn't trying as hard as he could have. And then he left and then came back at age 39 and had 19 goals, 16 goals. By the way, this is after he came back. Right. 16 goals, 14 goals, 24 goals, 17 goals, 27 goals at age 43.
Boston Bruin legend.
Yeah, Boston Bruins, that's right. The point is, though, and by the way, at age 44, he played 82 games. He wasn't the offensive player he was in his heyday, but he still had 16 goals and 30 assists.
Yeah.
If he hadn't skipped 4 years, he would have been at 2,000 plus points and 800 plus goals. Easy. Yep. Cruise control. He should have been the other 2,000 point guy.
Oh yeah,
right.
Should have been. So he decided to just randomly quit after 35 and then didn't come back until his late 30s into 40s. And then he played until he was 45 for reasons.
He's still playing at 52.
Yeah. So he's a weird, I don't know. He's a weird, that Yager thing is a weird situation. I don't know what the deal is with that. So Robert here says, without looking up, Canadian name the top 5 in career assists per game. So for me, so Gretzky obviously is up there. Mario was a great playmaker. I don't know. We could probably guess a few, but you'd have to think about it. Wouldn't Adam Oates be up there? Like he was a big assist guy. He was a big assist guy.
That's what I was thinking. He should probably be up there.
Yeah, Mario's a victim of the 90s. I hate to say it. Yager's the final piece. Yes. If healthy, Mario gets the all-time goals record. Yeah, 100%. He was so prolific. And like I said, he could score in more than just one way. And that's what helped him do everything he could do. Just this Mario's in my 94, 95 tops finest refractor set. Yep. Yeah, Wayne, Mario, McDavid, Orr, and Forsberg. Orr, really? Okay. Forsberg, I can see. Okay. McDavid, yes. McDavid, given his play style. Okay. So he said 500 plus games. So yeah, McDavid. Okay, that makes sense. So Wayne, Mario, yes. McDavid makes sense to me. Or point assists per game. That's pretty good. Getcha. Okay. And then Forsberg. Nice. Well, Forsberg was an elite playmaker, so that makes sense.
And that is why I was late for dinner, because I was hanging out with an elite playmaker.
No, you were hanging out with an impersonator. That's not the real Forsberg. We all know.
No, I was hanging out with Forsberg.
Whatever you say. Crazy that Yager's Hall of Fame clock still hasn't started. He won't be inducted until like 2040. Yes. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, he last played in 2018. When does the candidacy for the Hall of Fame start?
Well, it's not the NHL Hockey Hall of Fame; it's the Hockey Hall of Fame. He's still playing.
That's true. Yeah. So he's look. They inducted Mario after like 27 seconds. They just induct Yager. Like, come on, get it over with.
They said,
"Who are you kidding?"
They said after Gretzky, nobody was ever going to get instant induction again.
That's just stupid. Yager's a no-brainer. Like, why even bother? Don't waste everybody's time.
They could change their minds, of course, but it was said that, Gretzky was instant. You retired, you're in. And they said they're never doing that again.
Yeah. They don't actually start until he's actually retired from hockey. Well, at the rate Yager's going, he'll be dead first, and then they'll have to wait until after his death. Like, good Lord. Just let the man. You may as well just put the man in the Hall of Fame now. Get it over with. He's already has his number retired. Like, he's good to go. But anyway, fair enough, I guess. I suppose. Interesting situation there. Now, there's one more little random story that I did want to touch on. We don't really have to spend much time on it, but it just amused me. I want to just bring it up since I did have it here on my list of things, just in case. So our friends at Panini, Eric, have not given up. They're still trying to accumulate licenses.
Yeah.
Would you like to hear about Did you see the latest license they picked up?
Oh, yeah.
The Live Golf Tour, because Saudi blood money. Let's go.
Hey, that Saudi blood money might save their company, because they just throw money around. They don't care.
Well, I will say, and I will include a link to the Sports Collectors Daily article about it. And actually, they made a good point. Because they said it's the company's first foray into golf cards. Although there were cards issued under the Donruss brand in 81 and 82, long before Panini acquired the name. So this will be the first Donruss-based golf cards since the early 80s. Now, I will say, though, I don't care what you think about the Live Tour. It's silly, but whatever. I don't care. But I will say, like, there's decent names. The problem is it's golf. It's niche. If you're not talking Tiger, it's really tough to get people to care. But you do have Phil Mickelson. You do a Sergio Garcia. Like, you've got guys from that era that were like legendary players who already have Hall of Fame resumes that will be in this set.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's bad, like there's good names in this. And Brooks Koepka might be an asshole, but he's a hell of a golfer. Like, he's a top tier elite golfer.
Oh, Phil Mickelson's in there. Isn't he?
And he's a golf Hall of Famer. So, like, technically in this set, you can have Phil Mickelson. You've got major winners all over this place, and recent ones. Some of them not long ago, major winners. So I don't know. Doesn't Yager own a team? Yes. He is still playing for the team that he owns. That is right.
That is correct.
That is right, Dave. Zach says, "Good evening. Looks like Eric finally mouthed off to the wrong guy. Yeah, finally got taken out. It's important."
Yeah, the surgeon. I mouthed off to the surgeon.
Don't mind Panini hanging around. Yeah, they're trying. I'll give them credit. So now we get. By the way, this is where Panini needs to just embrace its destiny. So as a result of this, we've got Prism Golf. We got Prism Golf to make this work, and to me, this is still an opportunity to live the dream. Say it with me, Eric. Prism Bowling.
Oh, God. Can you imagine?
The dream.
Yeah.
The dream still lives. As far as I'm concerned, the dream lives.
Who does tennis?
Wasn't there isn't it like Net Pro? There's like a Net Pro that does a bunch of tennis sets. I don't know if they're
Yeah,
still
they
doing
should
them, but they were
look-
doing them before.
They should look into getting tennis.
Tennis is popular worldwide, so if you want to go international market, there's a ton of popularity there.
And, and you can get retired players who are still alive to sign cards. And I mean, I would love a John McEnroe card, right? I mean, autographed John McEnroe.
Yeah,
I would love
you
that.
can get one.
Yeah.
Paul here says, would that be Kepka's rookie? Since as of now, it's SIFK. Maybe. I don't know. It's a good question, Paul. Isn't the PJ and Liv merging? They're doing some kind of a deal. I forget what the details were, but there is some kind of an agreement they came to. I don't know what that's going to come of that.
I think
they
they're going to let players jump around, I think, and do the majors.
Honestly, they should. They're golf federations who, like, I understand PGA Tour's objection. Look, PGA Tour didn't want to pay more money. That's what it was. And then Live Tour kind of forced them to, and they're like, fine, we'll pay more money.
Yeah.
So they're like, fine, if we must. And the players are like, good, about time. Okay, great. Carl out here says, golf has been neglected the hobby. Anything golf will get some activity. Yeah, we don't have a lot of golf sets, so anything to get it. Oh, the like button, the thumbs up on Eric's. Yes. We got the thumbs up bubble in there. Yes. See, as you're in agony, you got the thumbs up bubble. Oh, yes.
We need to figure out what the hell that is. That drives me nuts.
So Eric, I actually did figure out what it is, but I'm not going to tell you. I figured it out. I know what it is, but
I'll Google it. I don't need you.
Yeah. Net Pro did tennis. More recently, Ace Authentic. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Sounds right to me. Holding out for Prism Snooker. Ooh, bold. Ooh. Still need the Ronnie O'Sullivan rookie card. Listen, if you're going to do snooker, do darts. Panini, the set is 180. Gold Prism, 180.
Isn't the world champion now some like 16-year-old fat kid?
I don't know. You're sounding hopeful. You're hoping for your second stint as a professional athlete playing darts?
No, I can't stand up. So unless they let me throw them from my bed,
we could probably get like a chair, like one of those big chairs, and they just prop you up.
Okay.
Yeah, you just got to be able to do this.
All right,
if you can manage that, you're probably all right.
All right, I'm in.
Benicia started janitorial services, maybe. Tiger Woods Gold Prism out of 10 would bring huge money. Yes, that is true. Well, so Hobby Champs, if that PGA Live Tour agreement, whatever you want to call it, eventually, the problem is that because the Upper Deck still has the PGA license, that's what creates the issue with having the Tiger thing. I don't know.
I still with Upper Deck, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, so they also got the PGA license as well. They got the PGA license as well. So no matter what, it's under the Upper Deck umbrella. So I think would be interesting for me would be, look, if it was me, like really what it comes down to, this is Panini being stubborn. I appreciate their stubbornness to a certain degree, but you got to admit, like, okay, so look, imagine they wanted to do the golf thing. What if you came to an agreement with Upper Deck and said, hey, we'll do we'll co-opt this thing. If you can work with us on the Tiger thing, we'll do Prism under the banner, Prism Golf with PGA players. That would be potentially huge. That would be a huge set. Again, that's Hobby Champs is right. A Tiger Woods Gold Prism out of 10 would be huge.
Yeah.
If you could come to an agreement. Panini owns the IP of the brand and Upper Deck owns the right to Tiger. If they came to some kind of an agreement where they both get a piece of that pie, that's a way that you could do it. Again, Fanatics is the 800-pound gorilla on the other side of the table. So if Panini wanted to try to do something, it might be a good idea to be like, hey, let's work together on this. I don't know. There you go. Eric, the fat kid lost in the final, I believe. There you go, Robert. Keeping up on the
he's only 16. He's got plenty of time to get fatter and get better.
There you go. I think 16-year-old lost in Dart Championship. There you go. I'm guessing he's exclusive with UD. I think so. But this is where if Panini really is so mad at Fanatics, wouldn't it make sense for the enemy of my enemy to be my friend? If you're Panini, wouldn't you make some phone calls and say, hey, Upper Deck, couldn't we work out something?
Yeah, do something. Make some money.
They can both get something out as long as you cut Upper Deck in on that action. It's a way for Upper Deck to make some money too. There you go. Eric, I missed the part of the live. Did you hurt your back more? So he had the surgery, presumably to fix it. We'll see. Allegedly.
Yeah. No, I had surgery yesterday. The pain that I had for the last 3 months is gone, and now I just have surgical pain.
So, I should be feeling better in a week.
Or as the wise one, Super Dave Osborne once said, new pain. Zach says, isn't Tiger UD exclusive like MJ? Yes, I think he is. I think that is true. But that's why I said, to me, the play is, if you're Panini or Upper Deck, to at least keep the phone lines open. Because if you guys work out a deal amongst yourselves that everybody gets a piece of that pie, you never know. Like I said, Panini doesn't want to sell out to Fanatics. That's very clear to me. That they're fighting it tooth and nail. Well, if you're going to fight it tooth and nail, then use everything you got. Right now, Upper Deck is still operating independently. You Panini still have whatever you have, again, including the Live license you just picked up. So why wouldn't you work out a deal? Like, look, the Live golf product, there are some good names in that checklist, actual legitimate golfers that are good names. But imagine if you combine forces and had the full roster of everybody available. That golf product would be much better.
I wonder how they do worldwide with their soccer stuff. I bet it's pretty good, right?
I would think so. Yeah. Out in Europe, I think the stickers and stuff, I think, do well. It's just a matter of like what kind of product you're talking about. I don't think cards was really in the vernacular. Otherwise, it would have been crazier before Mbappe and the most recent.
I don't think there's big values on it like we are used to here. So
no,
it's just get another sticker set for your team, and that's all it is. So
there you go. Hobby Champ says, hell yeah, UD, Panini, Leaf, Sage, and Wildcard should emerge and fight Fanatics. There you go. By the way, this reminds me. I got to show you guys something because I got such a kick out of it. And I'll see if I can find the picture here. So we already know that Leaf has that Pro Set license, right?
Yeah.
And obviously they produce, yeah.
Why?
Leaf acquires a bunch of these rando licenses, so whatever.
Yeah.
But
why?
I saw a card that came up. So I've got my safe searches, and I had a card that came up that when I saw it, I was sitting there like, oh, this sounds like some shit Eric would pitch and propose. So you got this Pro Set license. When you're talking Pro Set, you're talking like old school, so to speak, because it's not obviously Pro Set died years ago. The real Pro Set died.
And it should have. It was horrible.
Yeah. It was late 80s, early 90s. That was the golden age of Pro Set.
1990.
Yeah. So obviously they've made all those Pro Set cards that are retro stylized with the Pro Set designs. I saw a not swell fella autograph card in Pro Set, and they've made some of these, but this is like Eric. I think you'll appreciate this. Okay. How about Pro Set lit? Pro Set lit.
Oh my God.
Holy crap.
First thing that came to my mind, Eric, is that meme with Steve Buscemi. How do you do, fellow kids? This is you trying to take old Steve Buscemi and have him go to high school and try to look cool. It's like, hey, we wrote lit.
Yeah.
So Pro Set, guys. There is nothing lamer than Pro Set.
And
adding lit to Pro Set doesn't make it better.
No, lit and spray paint is not gonna. So it looks like it's a graffiti background with the word lit on it and with a sticker on it.
Eric, it's so stupid. I want it.
Yeah, almost.
You're right. Yeah, it's so bad it's good.
It's terrible. It's literally the most. It's atrocious. But as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I gotta show the people. They gotta see. This should have been a documentary.
I still like it better than those ones, and I'm not thinking all that clear. Where the players are standing in front of a city scape. That's real popular. What are it's not kabooms, but they got the city they play in is behind them.
Oh yeah, the downtown.
Yeah, they suck. Kabooms suck, but downtowns suck.
Ooh. Distinctive. Derek, didn't know it was like that. Good for you. Pro Set is a classic brand, and it should have stayed classic. Panini Prism World Cup soccer's huge. They come out every 4 years for the World Cup. Yeah, a World Cup specific set, I'm sure, does very well because you're not doing it every year. That's important. Yeah, the sign shit, yes.
Yes.
Yep, Pro Set shit, yes. I don't disagree, but I just saw it. I died of laughter. I'm sitting there like, who greenlit lit? Who did it? I don't think I can blame BG on this because this is far enough away from. This has to be under the new guys. It's like, you want to blame this one on BG? If you want to blame this one on BG, I'll accept it. But who's responsible? How do you do, fellow kids? Come on.
Well, it's still better than downtowns.
It was so bad. I loved it. I loved it.
Anybody who paid hundreds and thousands of dollars for downtowns are just utter idiots. Just idiots.
It's complete trash.
True.
Total trash. Complete trash.
They paid that much for downtowns, really?
Sure.
For some of the big ones, yeah, for sure. What's funny is Black Jaded Wolf in the documentary opened a couple of boxes of Panini One and pulled a Lamello downtown, which at the time she said was like a $20,000-$30,000 card. So there you go. This is 2021/2022,
Yeah, right.
somewhere in that time period. So
And that card is worth
downtown's
what
the
now?
absolute worst thing. They're
$150,
so bad.
probably $150.
And the
That's
money
it.
that was being spent on them was just, I was just laughing at people. Like, you're just going to end up eating that card. I hope you put some mustard and ketchup on it because you're going to be eating it.
You don't like mustard and ketchup. Put pepper on it.
Oh, pepper's good, yeah.
See, there you go. You liked it now. Downtown.
Yeah.
Became uptown for you.
Here we go. Zach says, did you all establish why Bobby hates Atlanta?
What was that?
It says, Zach says, did you all establish why Bobby hates Atlanta? I missed the first hour. Bobby, do you want to either clarify the record or explain? Because I don't know.
He just
Like,
does.
was there something specific? Look, in that episode, you took a bunch of pot shots at Atlanta and Georgia, but was there a specific thing that set you off about it? Because it was funny to me, but I don't.
Well, I
was just
found it
random.
funny that, twice it was said, one by Mike Hamm, I forget who the other one said that, well, they have an
Right.
international airport.
Okay.
You want to sell me on that feature. It's not a very good selling feature any which way. So, I'm in from wherever, other country, and I'm just, hey, that's sports car. Hey, let's go. Really? Honestly. No, just Atlanta is not the focal point of any hobby it was probably never even mentioned. It would be the 49th mentioned state that you probably want to go to. Just saying.
Georgia.
Carlisle is very sad by words.
Yeah.
Carlisle is very saddened by words. I was going to say also, by the way, in terms of the whole idea of the downtowns aging well, in terms of the pricing and everything, does it age as well as a Johnny Manziel, Brett Favre?
Johnny Mansell.
In 2014, it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Mm-hmm.
What do we always like to say? Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Yeah. And listen, the kid did a hell of a lot of drugs, including the cocaine.
And so did Favre. So the fact that he had two drug addicts on one card is noticeable.
That's a matching pair. No wonder they put them together.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Look, Johnny Manziel needs to step up his game. There's got to be some poor state somewhere he can defraud. Step up your game, my dude. There's a reason this man's in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Step up your
and
game.
that card. All right, Carlos. That card that you posted on Instagram, nice looking card, right?
Yeah.
But it's called, and I don't remember exactly, but it's like, nicknames. Okay. And it doesn't have his nickname.
It's notable nicknames, Eric. Notable.
And it doesn't have his nickname on it. It just says Brett Favre.
It says
Yeah,
Gunslinger.
what's his nickname?
It's Gunslinger. It's at the bottom.
Oh, it's at the bottom.
Yeah, it's on there. It's underneath the signature. If you look directly underneath the signature, above his name and underneath the signature, it says Gunslinger. It's really small, but it is there.
Right. I couldn't see it.
It is there. It's very tiny. I don't look, by the way, you call the set notable nickname and you make the nickname the smallest font on the entire card, but it is on there. I can assure you it is on there.
I thought they'd like sign their name and then underneath like sign their nickname.
Their nickname. Why not?
Right. So
makes sense.
I looked
right?
at it and all it says is Brett Favre number 4. I'm like, what kind of bullshit design is this?
I don't know.
Because I couldn't see the nickname at the bottom.
It is literally microscopically small font, but in fact, they did put the nickname on there.
That's ridiculous.
It was a bad design choice. I gotta say. I gotta be honest. It was a bad design choice.
Well, it's bad that they didn't write the nickname of the player.
That's what it should be.
Yeah,
should be.
It could have been an inscription. This inscription would have been a good idea. That would have been a smart.
Should have been. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Hobby Champ says, "How's the app going?" It is going. So, Bobby, is there any new updates on the app, or is it just kind of chugging along?
No, we're chugging along really well. Actually, after Victor's video interview with me, we had quite a few new people, which was good.
Mm-hmm.
It's just getting the word out and getting people educated. And you know what? The video that we did a rundown of how the app works. It's probably the first real good one that we've done. And a lot of people said that, I thought it was more complicated. So it is rather easy to use. And I think people are intimidated by it. So But anyways, it is going forward well, and we're happy. We got a lot of catching up to do and a lot of new additions to add. So we'll be busy for the next couple of years.
There you go. There you go. Local radio guy here said he had a 9-hour layover in Atlanta. There you go. Manziel isn't even the worst criminal on that card. Like I said, elite. Elite. Robert says, who had the better career, Manziel or Ryan Leaf?
Well, Ryan Leaf.
Ooh.
Ryan Leaf was in the league for a while, although he sucked. Manziel was like, had a cup of coffee and then went off the diving board.
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, both pretty bad, though. Like, that's pretty atrocious.
I mean, Ryan Leaf had a lot of issues, but one of the things I didn't know about until after he retired for years, they did like a 30 for 30 on him or something. And he actually had a wrist issue on his throwing hand. That would, like, his wrist would click. There was something wrong with the cartilage in his throwing hand, which messed up his throwing. And it's like you never knew that while he was playing because they had all these other issues that people were focusing on about why he sucked. And come to find out, he had an issue with his throwing hand. So I always found that interesting after I saw the documentary on him.
There you go. Hobby Champ says Favre's nickname is Brett Favre. Valid. That's just the correct pronunciation of his name, but fair enough. Justin says the movie Gone with the Wind isn't on Bobby's watch list.
Oh, yeah.
Zach says, did you see all that Johnny football documentary? I did. It goes into people giving him money for autographs. It was pretty crazy. Yes. It was an interesting documentary. That was actually a documentary that had a narrative, by the way. It was a straightforward narrative, but it was a narrative nonetheless. Between partying and dealing with shady people, paying him, it's crazy he had time to play football. Yes. He also apparently had quite the party time when because I think, I'm trying to remember. Didn't he play briefly or he was on the roster for Hamilton in the CFL? I think that was it.
Yeah. No, he went north for a little bit up there. I don't think it worked out though, but I think.
No, it certainly did not. But the reason I'm mentioning it is that he had himself quite the party time over at Hess Village.
Yeah.
Bobby knows. Bobby knows what I'm referring to. If you've ever been down to Hess Village, you can get in a lot of trouble in Hess Village. You really can. I'm just letting you know.
And he did.
Yep. He always found that trouble. So Eric, the real MVP tonight. Hope you're doing well, bud. There you go, Brandon. Giving some support.
Thanks, buddy.
Also, just glad he got 6Ks hit Favre in the mail today. It was a good day. Good stuff, Paul. Oh, by the way, update. I made an offer on that card that I mentioned, showed a little earlier. I shall now be in position of Proset Lit.
Oh,
yes.
I hope you didn't pay an extraordinary amount of money for that.
Well, I'm going to be increasing your like button fee, just so you know.
Yeah.
Completely unrelated. Bubbles and ball card says, oh my God, I think Aaron needs crumble. The missus. Bang. The missus taking pity on you. Pity on your plight. Good stuff.
Thank you.
There you go. Nice. Perfect. Good stuff. But yes. What I was going to say here. Yeah, this one, I'll agree, Ryan Leaf, but it's by a hair. The Manziel thing just didn't go anywhere, and he failed in multiple leagues. So I guess we'll give it to Ryan Leaf by default.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. As his work ethic was obviously terrible, he was also game not suited to the NFL. Yep, scramble, impression, throw the ball in multiple coverage. Yeah, at the time, he is a guy who was well suited for the college game, but for the NFL game, it wasn't necessary. Although there are a couple of guys that became a little bit more gadget. The problem is being a starting quarterback would have been the problem. He's a guy you could have used if you set up the game plan and had the right personnel to take advantage of that in certain situations. Not the same kind of player, but almost like a Taysom Hill, like the guy from the Saints, who could like make the odd throw, but he'd also run. Like he'd run a lot, and they incorporated him. But they also had Drew Brees. Like Drew Brees was the pocket passer, like the quarterback, and Taysom Hill could go there and he could throw a ball occasionally, but that wasn't necessarily what they needed him for most of the time. They would have the option to have him throw, or they'd have him be part of a running play or something else. Like he was available for multiple. He was basically a utility guy who could double as a quarterback in a pinch. So maybe something like that would have been more suitable to Manziel's game. Eric needs crumble. Eric's bed and beard are full of crumble crumbs. Wildcat.
There is some crumbs in the bed. I can't lie. My wife and I were kind of joking about that a little while ago. The bed's full of crumbs.
Wow.
I don't want to know.
Already had.
I like to eat wheat thins.
Wheat thins.
I like
wheat
The
thins now?
most tasteless freaking cracker in the world.
I like wheat thins
With what on them?
with cheese.
What kind of cheese?
A Cracker Barrel extra sharp white.
That's okay. I'll
Yeah.
go with that.
There
Okay.
you go. Bobby is giving his acquiescence. So Manziel had all the weaknesses of Tebow, but none of the strengths. No, I would say Manziel could throw better than Tebow. Like, come on now. Tebow literally couldn't throw.
Yeah, ask Pittsburgh. Ask Pittsburgh Steelers if Tebow can throw. He can throw.
He made one throw in his career. Settle down. Like, Jesus. Yeah. Cookies wake people up. Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. I'm looking for something specific, by the way. You guys were mentioning earlier we were having some little fun with the one card. I want to find a picture of another card that I want to show off because there was one. So you talked about the whole notable nicknames and how the design failed them. There's actually another card that I want to show you. That's another Brett that I came across a little while ago, and it was hilarious what was on it. But I got to find the picture. I'll see if I can locate it. It'll take me a little bit here. I'll have to do some scanning. So here, Double D Vintage Baseball Cards. Always enjoy the show as I get ready for work tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. So I covered a lot of the card items. So we can keep chatting about some NFL busts, but I leave it up to you guys in the chat. If there's something in particular you want to touch on, you let me know. Jamarcus Russell makes me look. Yes, Jamarcus Russell was particularly terrible. If we talk about NFL busts, there are teams.
He should be forced to give his enormous contract back to the Raiders because the things you heard about him, about how he didn't study the plays, he didn't work out, he just got fatter and fatter and just didn't want to be there. I mean, he signed an enormous contract and he didn't do a damn thing. I mean, it's really one of the tragedies of the NFL, watching that kid just not care.
Makes sense.
Well, at least he made the bucks.
Yeah.
He's probably one of these kids that probably pissed all through it and is probably poor as dirt now.
Who knows?
Probably.
So I'll touch on this one. I'll share this one with you real quick, and then I'm going to check on something on my end. So bear with me. But let me share this one with you. So this was a card I came across on eBay the other day.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Definitive Collection. So it's a Definitive Collection. Yes, it is. This Definitive Collection card is an on-card autograph of Brett Favre.
Yeah,
it's commemorating 3-time NFL MVP. There's a small problem. So I want to give everybody in the chat a moment. It's not the biggest picture, but hopefully you can make it out. I'm curious if you can tell me what the issue is here. There's a very specific, by the way, Topps Definitive Collection is a very high-end brand for its era. But there is a specific issue here with this card. Give everybody here in the chat. I know there's a little bit of a time delay, so I'll give everybody if they can see what the problem is.
I don't have my glasses on. The whole thing's blurry.
Yeah.
That's a different issue entirely. So let's see here. Paul says, here you go, Hobby Champs. He was co-MVP with himself in 1996. That is correct. So he did win 3 MVPs. He won an MVP in 1995, 1996, and 1997. But as per this card, he won the MVP in 1995, 1996, and 1996. He was so good, he won the MVP twice in the same year.
That's amazing.
It's sensational. This is why this man is a GOAT.
I don't get it.
Can win MVPs in different years. A true GOAT can win 2 MVPs in 1 year.
Yes.
So I don't get it.
What's the get, Eric? The card says 1995, 1996, and 1996. That's not a 3-time MVP.
I forgot to put 97.
Those are 2 years.
96.
They're 2 years, not 3.
Uh-oh. Where'd Eric go?
Yep. Eric has disappeared.
It's bedtime. It's bedpan time.
Yep, that's right, Robert. That's exactly right. Yep, 96, 95, and 96, 97. That is correct. Exactly. But what made me laugh is that Definitive Collection, Bobby, is a high-end brand. It was a high-end brand, and that is a nice on-card autograph out of 10. It's a really nice card, and certainly not, and certainly a decent price card. See, Eric has disappeared himself. I have no idea what he's doing. He's playing around with his phone, I think. But anyway, so that particular one, like that card, they released that card, and no one bothered to notice that they put 1996 twice.
Nope. Trees for the forest.
And that was back in the mid 2010s. That was back in the mid 2010s. So that was a better part of a decade ago.
Yeah, happens.
Yep. DeMarcus is an amazing Madden player. You can sub in the pack of QB at fullback, run fullback dive. He was unstoppable. There you go. That's exactly it. Yep. Mr. Magoo was the top QC coordinator. Exactly. It was interesting. When I saw that card, I came across it and I just started laughing. I was like, that's fantastic. So I think I don't remember if I saved that one or not, but that's definitely one. Like, I wouldn't mind having it. I'm not gonna lie. I would love to have it just because it's like, all right, what's the problem?
Stupidity.
And challenge folks. But again, it's a nice on-card autograph. Like as a
good looking card,
it's a good looking card. It's got a clean design, a nice on-card autograph. It's got all those things going for it, but quality control was not a strong suit in Topps headquarters in that year.
It happens.
So that is a fact. Yeah, that is a fact. Makes sense. So, question for you guys. I did mention that, like I said, in terms of hobby news, there isn't too much. I gave the documentary review off the top. We talked about that for a bit. Also, by the way, I want to thank everybody for the feedback that we got on the last podcast episode. Who knew that when we talk of the vintage, the people get all excited? Ooh, vintage.
Really?
What an idea. What craziness. Yeah, one of 1996 era. That's right.
I did pick up this, though.
You got a pennant there?
Yeah.
Oh, you got the 92 goal season. Look at that. That would have been appropriate. That would have been appropriate for the discussion as well. So 81, 82.
Yeah.
Nice. It's a clean looking pennant.
That's actually a very rare pennant. It was at I went to a Hamilton show, and they have every long weekend, and this guy had that there, and I said, I've never seen that before. I've been around a long time. I don't really collect Gretzky. I know Gretzky stuff, and I don't really get into pennants too much, especially documenting them. But I looked at it and I said, that I've never seen that. You know how you just know when you haven't seen something, or maybe maybe you've seen it once and you got to go, I think I've. So I chanced it, and I found out it was like $175.
All right, nice.
I went, well, that'll work out. It wasn't cheap, but I mean, it wasn't 175. That's for sure.
Hobby Champs says that pen is awesome. Good stuff. That is the season. Yes, for the 92 goals. Nicely done. Nicely done.
It was a really good show there. I picked up so many different things. It was just.
Where was the show? Where was the show?
Hamilton. They have this Michelangelo Center on somewhere in Hamilton. I don't even know. I just know how to drive there. And every long weekend they have a show. It's a toy collectible kind of show. So there's a lot of sports card guys, but there's also, the pop vinyls. There's a lot of wrestling. There's a lot of F1, different, a little bit of everything. A lot of junk. But it's kind of fun.
Nice.
But you're surprised because you never know what's going to show up there. Whereas I find that the Toronto shows, it's very predictable for the most part. But every time, the last 3 times I went, which is probably, it's about 5 times a year, we get a long weekend on Monday. So the last 3 times have been phenomenal. So I don't mind the hour drive out there. I'll pick you up next time. We can go out and you can find all the rare stuff.
Oh, nice. I like it.
Well, it's on the way, right? Because I'm going right by. Wait, Kothra? Are you close there?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Just getting an update on Eric. Just checking in.
Yeah, where is he? What's he doing?
He's taking care of some family business, so we'll give him a minute to take care of that.
No problem.
So Paul says, going back to AJ Dillon would have been funny if he got signed in and corrected 96, 97. There you go, Paul. But would need brain cells to make that call. Hey, listen, the man defrauded one of the poorest states in the union. Johnny Manziel has yet to accomplish such career heights. Do not downplay.
Did I mention the classic auction? The last one had a record price for a hockey wrapper. Did I mention that?
For a hockey wrapper.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
a wrapper. It was a 1932-33 wrapper. It was a Canadian chewing gums. There's only one known, and it went for, with the juice, $16,000.
Mm,
Yes, 16,000 US dollars it
okay.
went for. And I booked it for 3. The funny part about all that is that I owned that wrapper 15 years ago. I sold it for
Mhm.
$2,500, and I guess I sold it a decade too late,
I
too
guess
early.
so. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, but $16,000 for that's a record for any wrapper. Um, Even the rarest baseball. I had never seen anything go like that. But it's a one of a kind. It's the only one known.
Nice. So
I'd
speaking of
expect
which,
4 or 5 grand max. 16. I was sitting there going, "You got who? What?" And actually, the funny part is they had a Canadian chewing gum, and they also had a Hamilton chewing gum, which they're about $500, $600, $700. And it's
Mhm.
just like you just kind of threw it in as an extra at that point, right? Because nobody cared about that one. It's not like it got more money because they doubled up a lot of the wrappers, which they really shouldn't have. They should have individualized them. But any which way, I just thought
Makes
I'd say
sense.
that because that's just massive for a wrapper.
I agree. Now, this reminded me, since you brought it up, it reminded me. So there's two things. I want to check in a little bit. Now that I have a moment here, I'm going to check in with Carl Sr. But before I do, I want to
Mm,
quickly show this.
sure.
We have 1 day left on the infamous
Quick.
7980 O-Pee-Chee
Oh,
case. This is the 79 O-Pee-Chee case. So right now it's 2.1 million with the juice. 2.1 million
with the
with the
juice.
juice.
Yeah. Okay.
We have
Yeah.
1 day left. We have 1 day left.
It hasn't moved
So,
much lately, right?
well, I think once you're at about 2 million, I think it's going to be extended bidding if it's going to move much.
Sure.
If it's going to do much. So, like, well, because really there's no benefit to bidding right now. You can literally sit back and just wait. There's there's going to be extended bidding anyway. So you may as well just not show your hand too soon and just wait.
Was there any reason for bidding even any earlier?
I don't think so, but I think some people wanted to kind of establish some kind of a floor. But now, if there is somebody who's waiting in the wings, they're going to wait in the wings until we reach close to extended bidding. So I think that's where you're going to get a little bit of
And
action. I
do
don't
we
know how
have any
much.
predictions? I think we
So
all
I
said,
think,
2 million something,
yeah.
2.5.
So that's why I
You
wanted
know,
to kind
you
of. So I wanted to broach this. So two angles, Bobby. I
sure.
wanted to broach this with the chat and give them a shot. Now, like I said, we're 1 day, so we're approaching. Now we're actually approaching 0 hour here. So
Mhm.
I want to get if anybody has any predictions on where they think this is going to wind up. And what I would like, if you don't mind giving me a minute just to quickly handle a quick phone call, what
Sure.
I want to do, can you, we talked about it already a little bit, but can you give a little background on the case and why you
Sure.
think that this is interesting or is not interesting or why it might be worth this or not?
I can
We
do
talked about some
the
of the elements of it, but we can touch on a few.
sure.
Be right
Okay,
back.
that's where the blue lines come from, guys. The Gretzky, that case is one of maybe a few known. I think there's been a lot of gossip over the years. The history of that case is, very high production year. We have seen 78 and 77, 76 cases come up quite often over the years. Why not 79, especially when it was a high production year? So 80 was a little less, but this box, if you take the $2 million, you divide by 16, you're going to end up with a number of each box. I think each box has been selling for approximately, what was it, 150 to $200,000, and there's only 25 Gretzky's in there. There might be more. There could be less. You never really know. So this is going to be certainly a historical time. Will it increase the Gretzky rookie? I don't know. I guess that's a good thing for the chat. If you guys can chime in on that, or is it going to set another precedence with another one coming out soon? Like, if somebody sees that, would that not stimulate somebody to bring out the case that maybe they have? I don't know. It'll be an interesting going forward, and I really look forward to seeing the end of it. I don't know if I don't know when the last box sold, but I think it sold close to 200,000. Just having a excuse me, guys. What the heck? I think it was $200,000 with the juice. So 16 times 2. So, it should be, I think it's going to finish close to 2.5. I don't see it going crazy at the end. And I don't even know if the person buying it will be a group buy and they'll break up the boxes. I don't even know if it's a profitable thing at that point, knowing that there's 16 out there. Are people going to invest in that? Or is it just going to be one single buyer and you're going to get a George Soros or somebody with too much money come in and just buy it? Who knows? I guess we'll find out soon enough.
All right. Thank you very much, Bobby. I just want to make sure there was no emergency. I wanted to make sure there was no issue over in the homestead. So we're all good. Let's see here. So Robert said 2.8 million. Rick Vintage Oddball Card says, what do I do if I have the correct price? You will get Eric's undying affection. Retail price, incountable. Bro hugs the next time he's at the National. Bro hugs.
So do you think it's going to be a group buy and they're going to break it up, or you think it's going to be one single person with too much money?
I would expect the final winner will be a group buy. I think there will be a few contenders because if you remember, Brad mentioned there was one person who was in the running. I don't know how high they'd like to go. That was in the running that would be willing to crack open a couple of the boxes. It's an interesting decision. Like, if you're going to have a case, wouldn't you just leave the case intact? That would be kind of my thought process.
Well, it's already been opened, really, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. But I guess so. Like, what do you have? So let me present it this way: if you buy the case and then you've got a couple of the boxes that are a little loose or whatever the case may be, whatever, and you say to yourself, "Yeah, I'll crack open a couple of these." That's fine. But then once you do that, what do you really have? You have a large cardboard box with a couple of boxes inside of it.
Yep. Well, I was thinking that this would be a phenomenal break. Would it not?
Sure. And I think for that specific person that I was referring to, that Brad was talking about, if he suggested that they might want to do content. If that's the case, then I could potentially see some interest or value in that, because there would be some interest. People, if nothing else, would like to watch and see how that turns out. I just don't know.
Could be a pay-per-view event.
Something. Again, you can extract some value out of it yourself, right? You may as well. It would make sense to me. Rick says it'd be crazy to open it here. So CC says, Bobby, what is the oldest full hockey case you have been in the presence of? So a full hockey case.
Not really many. That one I've never been in the presence of. I think a 78 Bossy rookie year. 75, 76, no, 74, no, nothing. See, cases prior to 1975, very tough. Very, very tough. You're lucky if you ever really see them. After 75, there has been cases. And I think most of them came from Larry Fitch at one time. They were selling off the empty cases, and you knew they had full cases at one time. So, but in the presence of, it's not like someone shows up to the expo with a full case. I think somebody came with an 84 full case a few times, and a couple of 80 and 81, 82. Those ones are usually around. They were back in the day. Today, not so much. No. So, just the way it is. Have I been in the presence of a lot of packs? Oh, yeah. And a lot of boxes, display boxes. Yep, the oldest ones. Well, we had that at our booth. We had the video of all the 55 box right up straight through. And we had that.
Boxes and packs for sure, but complete cases is tough.
Yeah, that's not much out there.
Yeah.
Vending cases, yeah, but they really didn't produce vending cases just in the 80s. In the 70s, vending cases weren't really a thing. I think they were more backdoor stuff. And if you go back to the history of a lot of those vending cases, so-called vending cases, came from Woody Gelman out of Tops, because his Joe Rosen, his father-in-law, used to run and distribute sets of cards from 54 all the way up. So that's where a lot of those vending cases came from, and the way the Americans got the Canadian product, because otherwise cards were distributed in the U.S., especially in wax pack form, at least until 1966-7 test, and then after that 68-9. But prior to that, no, not at all. They came through that way.
Makes sense. Double D Vintage Cards here says, has anyone ever done the math on grading each pack and selling off individually? So pack, no.
How many packs? 48 times 16.
Yeah,
is like,
that's the problem. If you try
You're
to
gonna
do it that
kill it.
way, you're the one actually inflating the supply of the packs because it's
if
a
you're gonna
whole
get all these 9s and 10s, like at what point does it? No, you're gonna run out of people before you run out of packs, because then you'd be talking. What's a pack worth now? What, $5,000 for a 9 or 10? Is it 2,500 for a 9? I think $5,000 for a 10. I'm not too sure about that.
And that's before you inflate the population by doing packs in a case and basically manufacturing a whole bunch.
And the unfortunate part about the grading of the packs is that they still flop around in there, so you're going to get gum tears. I think grading packs, technically, has destroyed more packs than it has preserved, because of the gum tears, which happen in the shipping and what have you. It's really unfortunate thing, but nothing you can really do about it. You can put it in a team bag. I always suggested that. I suggested that to GAI back in the early 2000s, and then PSAI suggested that too. But they're going with this way. I don't really think it does it justice. I really don't like the holders at all. I think they're overly big, and to bust it open, it's really tough. I get it, but man, I don't know. It just doesn't do anything for me. And if you have a full box like that, 40, you know how much that's a stack. That's like fill a case for one box full of graded packs.
Well, that's why I was saying. If you do the math real quick, it's like I get the concept, but you part of the whole point, and it goes back to the same thing as a lot of vintage stuff. Yeah. In our minds, it's rarer than it is, and to a certain point, the idea is that it's consumable. Packs and boxes. The idea is if people open them, but as the price kept going up, at a certain point, they stopped being consumed, or the amount of consumption slower, because other people are like, oh, if I don't consume it, then when everybody else consumes it, and then other people are thinking the exact same thing. It's an arms race. Like you're all sitting there with stacks of unopened stuff going like, but if I'm the last one, it's like the problem is you're not the last one. You and the person beside the left and right of you are also thinking the same thing.
What's a Bobby Orr? There's none known, but Bobby Orr rookie card pack worth? What's one pack worth? 20,000, 30,000? I don't know. So if you found that, and then you found a box full, so you get 36 of them, then what are they worth? And then you found a case. Let's go to a case. What are they worth? They sure drop fast. But it would always sustain at least around PSA 7 potential, because that's your average grade you get out of a pack. So if you say you have the potential to get a Bobby Orr out of that pack, you're going to have to pay his PSA 7 price, I would believe. And you can do that for everybody for the most part. It almost works.
Okay. Interesting. CC says the case will look awesome in display in the Hockey Hall of Fame, along with cards displayed in the display. I think I agree to a point, but so let me kind of take my stab at this. So Bobby, and I want to get your take on this. So let me pose a thought to you here for a second, since we'll have a little fun with this one.
Sure.
Part of the discussion that we had on the podcast the other time is trying to kind of, the way I'll phrase it is I want to a certain degree, I want to de-romanticize some elements of it. I think if you have an appreciation for history, I think if you have an appreciation for the items, their background, their provenance, and all that thing, I think that's noble, and I think that's good. If you want to preserve history, think of it in that way, I think that's good. But at a certain point, it's like, you realize no matter how we want to phrase this, it's a fucking cardboard box. Like I can't present it any other way. Like it's literally a cardboard box. Now I agree that the idea that a lot of them don't exist in that format and everything, for the owner, the concept of it. But taking CC's point here, you're in the Hockey Hall of Fame, you're walking by and they're like, and you have it on display. Oh, what's that? That's the case. It's a cardboard box. Yes, it is. And inside there are additional boxes, also made of cardboard.
Yeah, and the cards are made of cardboard too.
Yes.
So,
but the box itself aesthetically is a display piece. The aesthetic of a cardboard box is it's not that terribly exciting. Yes, you can put stuff around it and stuff, but it's like I'm struggling with it.
I think Topps did a far better job what they would do on their artwork on the outside, because really it's about the artwork and the design and what have you.
Yeah, I agree.
They would put the wrapper design on the outer box. Where El Peachy, you see that box? It's on all of them. It's the same design.
That's right.
It doesn't change. So Peachy kind of sucks in that regard. So Topps has the most beautiful boxes going back in time. And their display boxes were really well done. Peachy was just a copy of Topps. Remember, everything was created by Topps. And then it would come up to Canada and we would fix, the cards. We would put French on the back and we do all these other things, take the codes off and all that different stuff. That's been going on since 1957, 58. And that's the way it is. So we are really just, because they own the license, they have the creative design, and that's how Woody Gilman got all the cards, because they would print it, they would do the sheets, and then he'd print off 10,000 sets, and then go, okay, Peachy, you can have it, and then he'd go, here you go, stepdad, thanks, and he's selling them for like, it was a scam. Almost,
There you go.
Really?
But that's the reason why I say, and I agree with you, by the way. I think if the display box is really aesthetically nice, different conversation. But that one literally is a fucking cardboard box. Like I can't dress it up. I can't make it more exciting than what it is. Like it's ugly.
I have a 78 one that looks the same, and actually it says 79 because Peachy always did 79 because it was released in 79, 80, and then whatever.
Yeah.
So.
There's actually a couple of good comments here, so I want to get through a couple, but I'll quickly touch on a few of these. Paul here says, either one of you use Veriswap? Thoughts if you did. I only knew Veriswap initially, so I know Veriswap has come up a little bit on the Discord. I only initially knew Veriswap as a fancier version of the other trading platform that Floating Head was promoting the hell out of until he suddenly abandoned them. But I didn't realize they actually have a platform where apparently you can sell cards. So fair enough, but I have not used it. But good for them. I have not explored it at all. I'm just being honest. I have not. I did not know that was a thing. However, if they can provide the service and it's good, I think that's great. We've already got so many platforms now that a new platform will not excite me. But if they do a good job and there's good shit on it, I'm for it. So I'm completely in favor of it, but I have not used it. Hobby Champ says, step one, buy the case. Hold for 10 years. So one box every other year until they're done. Profit. Yeah, you're going to have to dole it out slowly. I think that's fair. Rather than grade each pack, I might grade and case each box within the case. You got a box inside a box inside a box. But what if you grade the outside? What if you grade the cardboard box on its own inside of a bigger plastic box?
Maybe that would be something. So here's a question.
Go ahead.
Does Gretzky packs maintain their value after OV possibly beats his record?
I think the fact that he's still like even Ovechkin surpassing him in goals doesn't make him the greatest hockey player. It makes him the greatest goal scorer.
It certainly doesn't. The greatest goal scorer is actually the pinnacle. It's not the greatest points; it's the greatest goal scorer. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, I think what it does is it puts Ovechkin on another tier. It pushes him up another level.
Sure.
I think though the dominance of Gretzky. Look, as much as I tease Eric about the whole thing, and by the way, I'm not joking, because we always have to make a distinction when I'm having a little fun with it for the sake of the live stream. I genuinely think that Wayne Gretzky was a top tier talent, but I also think he played on one of the most offensively gifted teams in the most offensive era in the history of the sport. And I think that all came together at the perfect time in the perfect combination. And he was in his prime, and he was young, and he had young legs. Everything was perfect.
Bobby Orr,
don't forget.
Look at the team.
On that team, forget Gretzky for a second. Just forget him for a moment. On that team, you had Jari Kurri, who was an elite offensive talent as a goal scorer.
Messier.
You had Mark Messier, who for a while was the second leading point getter in the history of the league. And Paul Coffey, offensively, the most elite defenseman offensively of all time. So, do you understand? There was talent to burn on that team.
Oh yeah.
So Gretzky didn't have to.
Nobody
do it
bad
alone.
on that team except John.
Gretzky was not alone. The point is, Gretzky had plenty of people to help, and it's not even to help him directly, but just the mere fact they were talented on other lines meant that it could spread you want to focus on Gretzky, fine. The other line will kill you. Yeah. So you can't just put all your focus. You have to divide your attention in a couple of directions, and it makes your life harder as an opponent. Mm-hmm. So that was huge. In addition to Gretzky being his prime, in addition to being the 80s where defense was illegal in the 1980s. That wasn't allowed. It was verboten. It was perfect time, perfect place, perfect player.
It was.
I think that all came together.
I have to agree with that 100%.
Yeah. And we always have to take that into account. That's why I say when I look at Ovechkin's goal scoring prowess, considering when he started playing, and I've said this before, but I'm going to repeat it. He is the only guy in the 700, 800 goal scoring club because he's in both, obviously. But he's the only guy in that entire club who never played in the 70s, the 80s, or the 90s. All the other guys right at the top of the goal scoring charts all played at least at some point in one of those 3 decades, all of which had tremendous offensive, performances.
Yep.
All of them.
It was so easy
Except
to
for him.
score the goalies because they had smaller equipment back then.
They did.
Most of the goals went down below. Now they go up high because they're always covering the bottom end of the net now. So
yeah,
just the way it is. It's easier to score down low when they got skinny pads and half a decent blocker and a catcher's mitt, which for a glove.
Yeah, but all you got to do, like I said, that's the reason why I kind of look at it a little differently. I look at it a little side eye because, again, look at all the top goal scorers of all time. Every single one of them who is not Alexander Ovechkin had at least some time in one of those decades.
Mm-hmm.
Gordie Howe just played forever. Gordie Howe played a million years, but he also was playing in the 70s, at least for a little bit of it. But he also played a million years. But then you go look at the other guys who were in that. Phil Esposito. He did damage in the 70s. Like, he did tremendous damage. Marcel Dion, our good buddy Marcel, Eric's favorite buddy. He did damage in the 70s and in the 80s. So, like, all the other guys had at least some time in one or more of those decades. Even Jaromir Jagr, one of the greatest goal scorers of his era. He started in the early 90s. So he got at least, and he played with Mario Lemieux. Like, there were mitigating, but then he was an elite offensive talent on top of everything else. But Ovechkin started in 2005. He didn't get the 90s. He didn't get the 80s. He didn't get the 70s. He got none of that. And he started after a lockout year, and he missed some time to another lockout, and like all these missed games, all these missed opportunities, and he still has 838 goals.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Yep.
So, we'll see about our, Bobby's favorite, Austin Matthews. Like, he's putting up prolific goal scoring totals to his credit. Yeah. That's his thing that he does, but it's prolific nonetheless.
Yes.
So Robert here says, it's like when Mr. Mint contacted by a guy who had a huge number of 52 tops high numbers. Mr. Mint didn't flood the market with them.
He did flood the market with them.
He did at first, yes. So Double D here says, does anyone besides me hate that BBC wraps boxes with their logo all over it? Makes no sense for me to cover the boxes with logos. Otherwise, you would just have plastic wrap. Anybody could replicate it. You have to put something on there.
I don't like that wrap. It's so big.
True. That's fair.
It really makes the box look ugly. Like, you could put it across the bottom. You could do it wherever, because you can. I'm sure they can replicate it if they really, really want to. But for the most part, is it worth it? No.
No. But I think you have to put something on it, though. If you're going to put wrapping on it at all, you have to put something on it just to keep it from being plain wrap. Otherwise, literally anybody could get saran wrap from anywhere and just put it on there.
Yep.
So Dave says Rosen did flood the market, took him a few years to sell everything, so he agrees with what you're saying.
But the market was different back then when he had that find. So he was selling to all the major dealers and whatever. My friend got one from him. He said it would grade probably a 9.5, and I think he sold it for 10 grand about 10 years later. Today it would be worth millions, and he's still around.
Mm-hmm.
So he's 80, but he's still around.
So Dom here, I think this is a Family Guy reference, but the mystery box could be anything, Carlos, even a boat. You know how badly we've always wanted one of those. I think that's a Family Guy reference, and if so, well played by you. He believed the publicity would increase demand. He was largely right. Eventually it did, but I think it helped that the timing was right when eventually the demand did go up. Yep. So scroll through. He ran ads running a series run for a good while. Yep. I wonder if he held back some of them, maybe even better strategy. Al Rosen made money. Either way, he made money. He did fine.
He didn't like cards. He liked money.
Yes. And he made money. One way or the other, he made money. Maybe he didn't max it out, but he still made plenty of money.
A lot of people didn't like him. He would tear. He was known for at shows that yelling at people. So very interesting gentleman.
Yeah, I agree, Dylan, because counterfeiters is what they've done to combat and make it clear where they put the stamp on it. That is exactly right. I agree. Dougachino, hello. I just can't believe the Seahawks didn't try to run the ball. Pete Carroll Gumshoe intensifies. Troglodyte level thinking. By the way, bonus points for including troglodyte. I appreciate you. Thank you, Dougachino. I made some big trades in Veriswap. Nice, Joel. Veriswap was great in theory, but apparently hard to get deals done. Maybe easier if there are more users. Fair. Rosa never kept anything. Bought and sold as quickly as possible. There you go. Bobby, are there OPG empty boxes from the early to mid 80s worth much? To Eric, they are.
No, not really. I think 80, 81 It almost goes. It's the rookie cards. 85. Yes, actually,
Hmm.
the if you have the Mary Lemieux, the box bottom, that card is going for like 5-10 grand if it's in what, a 7 or 8 or something like that. It's just crazy. So that box itself is probably worth, well, the potential thereof of 5 or 10 grand.
Hmm.
I see those boxes. We used to have tons of them years ago, and not until maybe about 8 years ago, the Lemieux was being able to be hand cut and get graded, and then they just kept going up and up and up. Now they're at this point. It's just like, so no shortage of those boxes around though, because 85 was a pretty big year. 86 not so much. 85 yes, and now those boxes have come down. What are they? How much are they now for a graded box? I think it's is it 15K US?
I'll defer to you on that. I'm not sure. That
No problem.
market I have no clue with.
No, I think that's
So,
about right. Eric's back. Couldn't see him.
Yep, he's hiding there. He's ready to buy some 80s boxes. Paul here says Veriswap is nice because you don't have to link a bank and can trade only, which is nice. Some guys let you buy flat out. Basically, trade night 24/7. Find it fun. Made one trade so far. All right, fair enough. Keep reporting your findings. People just over the value cards have to be a good negotiator. True of all is fine. Speaking of Al Rosen, just want to make sure I get caught up here. So Dom, feel the same way. Could put logos on the bottom or clear logos, anything. You have to be careful though. Whenever you create the wrap, you have to make sure you do kind of proof it a little bit. So what do you mean you have to link the account? You have to account link to pay fees or payment if cash involved. Get caught up here. Married less talent in his first 4 years. He turned Rob Brown into a goal scorer. Hey, listen, I've spoken the good word of Mr. Lemieux this very night. And they always won the cup after Gretzky was sold at Kings. True. It's interesting to see how everyone looks at OVE if he becomes the all-time goal scorer. I think it's true. But look, to me, again, that's why I led off with it a little earlier tonight. I think we should consider the context of the era and what's going on right now. And I already think Ovechkin is right up there with the greatest goal scorers that have ever done it by far. And like I said, the only guys really that compete to me on that level in terms of consistency and everything is a guy like Mike Bossy. Just the fact that he scored every single year that he played. If he had been allowed to play longer, he would have been the guy that you were chasing. But as it is, Ovechkin's consistency in the era that he's actually playing in, given the caveats I gave you earlier tonight, it makes it crazy. That's why I said, like, Austin Matthews right now is off to a tremendous start. We did the comparison. He's at least within striking distance of Ovechkin. But it tells you something. When Ovechkin is still ahead after the 8 seasons, he's still ahead. And Austin Matthews is doing tremendous things. Again, 52 goals in 55 games is impressive. It's extremely impressive. And if he sustains it through the rest of the season, extremely impressive. But I saw somebody who made a social media post where they said, if Austin Matthews scores 70 goals this season, it will be more impressive than Gretzky's 92. And I go, in this era, nobody else is even close.
Yeah.
Because you're just not, nobody else has had more than 65 since Ovechkin. So that's the problem. It's like, and Ovechkin did that one of his early years in the league when I went through that list of seasons. So it's like nobody scoring 60 is still difficult.
Yeah. Pasternak for the Bruins had like 60 something last year, 61.
Yeah.
Or maybe 61. And he's on pace to do it again. But, that's not 70.
Yeah.
I mean, at the halfway point, he's at like 35. So
I'd rather see them just win. I don't really care about his record. If they win and they get someplace and his record's there, that's great. Otherwise, it's not about the player. Really, it's about the team. And I think that's the one thing the Leafs are lacking. We got a lot of great players, but we don't have a team.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to win the Stanley Cup this year. Sorry, guys.
Ooh.
He can get as many goals. You can get 90 goals. It won't.
The Leafs not winning the Stanley Cup. That's a bold take, Bobby.
Well, they're just outscoring their opponents, so they have no defense. So what they're doing is that they got 8, we're going to get 9. It's like, yeah, all right, whatever. Yeah, it's horrible hockey to watch, really, because you watch the other teams who have finesse and wonderful passing and bring the puck over the blue line, but the Leafs, no. Put out Matthews in a right position, yeah, he'll score goals. But beyond that, Leafs aren't ready, guys.
Yeah, how old have you been playing the WHA in the 70s? I already gave the qualifier that Gordie Howe played for 457 seasons. So,
yeah, he played the 70s. 71 was his last year, and then he went to the WHA. He actually worked at the front office of the Detroit Red Wings in 71 and 72, and then he went into the WHA.
Yeah. And when he retired before he went to the WHA, he had been playing since the 40s.
Yep, 1946, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
was-
so he had already had like a full career.
Oh yeah,
And then like a full career. So he had already done like he had played a lot of years and a lot of seasons and accumulated his stats over time. He
I
did
believe he
tremendously
was
well.
52 when he retired from Hartford, I think.
and he was still putting up points.
He was
What's
in the
his,
All-Star game.
What's his points for Hartford, or even the Arrows for that matter?
Yeah, I don't know at the moment off the top of my
You
head.
talking about the You talking about the WHA ones?
Mm-hmm.
He actually put up some decent numbers for WHA
Oh, yeah.
in the early years.
Yeah, like for a guy that, but it's a WHA, so it's a little different.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. Like, look, it goes back to what I said earlier. The WHA was basically 1980s NHL hockey.
Mhm.
So WHA. Gordie Howe gets 100 points in his first season, 31 goals. 99 points in the second season, 34 goals. 32 goals and 102 points in his third season, and that was his age 45, 46, and 47 seasons. So in the WHA, he accumulated 121 goals and 369 points in 285 games.
Gordie Howe, greatest of all time.
There you go. Scroll through. I just want to make sure you guys are talking to yourself, so that's cool. Al could be a jerk. He also ran cleat auctions, wasn't altering cards. Eric is back from his fentanyl journey. Dang, he's got him on fentanyl. Dang, Will,
They
dang.
gave me. I looked at the report yesterday. They gave me fentanyl yesterday.
Why are you taking
It
fentanyl?
has worn off.
Is it laced with anything?
No, just straight fentanyl.
There you go. A microdiscectomy, or did you need a laminectomy? I mispronounced the second one by far.
Yeah. I had
The
double.
lemon and mastectomy.
Yeah, I was going to say,
double
it sounds an awfully lot like his favorite hockey player.
Mm-hmm.
I had a double microdiscectomy.
I mean, they
Double.
just
You couldn't settle for a single? You greedy bastard.
yeah.
That's the
Like-
thing. They decided just before I went into surgery to do the other side because I had to sign papers before I went in to allow them to go into the other side and do a double.
That would make me nervous, honestly. I think we'll do two. He's paying for
Yeah,
the first.
well-
We'll get him for the second.
Because my the issue I was having on the left side of my body started happening on the right side, and I told the nurse the day before,
Oh,
the surgical nurse the day before that, my right leg's giving out when I'm trying to walk. I almost fell a couple of times, and she goes, "Oh, your doctor's gonna want to know about that." So that's when they decided just before I went in, they're gonna do both sides.
yep. Good. Then you don't
And-
have to go
and-
back.
Yeah, and all that nerve pain is gone. I just have this feeling like someone hit me with a baseball bat in the lower back right now.
Then
So you're saying in November we should hit you with a baseball bat so you don't lose the feeling?
Yeah,
Challenge accepted.
that'd be great.
I got lots of baseball bats. You want aluminum or wood?
Whatever you're most comfortable swinging.
We got it. Done.
All right.
Sean
like
says, one
Thor's
thing about
hammer.
Matt.
Watch it.
There you go. One thing about Matthews is that it's only his second 50 goal season. Yeah, but he's been very consistent. I went through the goal totals earlier tonight. They've had a lot of it. Mike Petty thinks himself a clever man. Eddie Matthews, didn't he play for the Braves?
I thought it
Bobby
was the
will,
Eddie
will
Matthews.
be. By the way, I don't like the way his Austin is spelled. I feel like I actually
It's
misspelled it
wrong.
several times, and I was like, "This is wrong. This is completely wrong." I'm not a fan.
Nope.
Rick Roy says, "Bad back comes up again." Now you're bad back. Rick, by the way, it's the first time I've seen Rick Roy, so at least he's commenting on you. So there you go. You're getting all the attention, Eric. That's all you got.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yep. Wayne had 212 points that year. Matthews will barely have 100. Yes. Gretzky 92 over Austin 70. No, we're comparing the goal totals, man. Like in all seriousness, again, Gretzky had 212 points. Yes. Do I have to go through the fucking roster again?
I guess.
Like it's like
You
Jesus,
wonder
man.
why he got so many assists?
Like, come on. Like, there was plenty of talent there. Come on, get out of here. How deserves credit? Defensive error in 70 games. Oh, no. He set the standard that other people would chase, but he also played 1,000 seasons. He really did.
Just on a side note, when you're talking about Gretzky's teammates in Edmonton, Yari Curry's coming to the shop in April.
And when he goes over there, think about this. When he goes over there, when you pass him a pen, Gretzky is going to accumulate another assist. To this very day, he's still accumulating assists. I don't know if you realize that. The scorekeeper still keeping count.
Yep. Gretzky may never catch him.
Yep.
We're also having Dino Cicerelli at some point.
Dino.
Yeah. And on the 3rd of March, in a couple of weeks, we're having Serge Savard and Pete Mahovlich in the shop on March 3rd. So hopefully I'll be able to go in and sit down and kind of hang out with them for the day.
Well, you know what's funny? So real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments here in a second just to get fully caught up. I will say, so Mike Petty says here, why don't the pussies fight anymore in hockey? Because they spend most of their time talking. You can relate. So anyway, a bunch of auctions closed last night, so I had a medical procedure called a complete cashectomy. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I've had that.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, though, it was funny when you mentioned Pete Mahovlich, is I was actually listening to the audiobook of Ken Dryden's, I think it's The Game or whatever it was. I forget. It's the Ken Dryden autobiography. It's the one he wrote in, it's the one he wrote in the 80s.
1984.
Yeah. And that one specific, I had actually gotten to a chapter where he was talking about Pete Mahovlich for a little bit. So it's funny you mentioned it because it was actually earlier today that I was listening to that piece. By the way, it's well written. It's well written, but the man does love to take a damn long time to describe this. I don't need to hear everything. I literally don't need to hear everything that everybody in the locker room said, the exact same jokes over and over again.
He's a lawyer.
I know that.
Nobody wants, when he starts talking, everyone goes, "Oh shit, I just want your fucking autograph."
I was like, just get to the point, man. Let's
go. He won't give it out.
That's
why his autographs are so expensive, because he won't sign.
Like he's putting an argument together for an important case or something. It's like, just sign the bloody thing. I don't want.
I hate that he won't sign autographs.
I don't mind that.
Well, from the biography, I get that he's a very strange dude. Very strange. All are. No, but I don't think goalie accounts for his strangeness. He's strange and a goalie.
And a goal.
I think he would have been strange. It would have been strange if he was any other position in the league or doing anything else. He still would have been strange. That's fine. It's his politician. Paul here says, Bobby, make sure you hand over that hammer like Triple H. There you go. Put your hand over the hammer like Triple H. Yes. It's bad, Eric. You need a hysterectomy, probably in back surgery. He needs a lot of things. Sporting collectors don't mainly connect hockey cards like to have the Gretzky rookie. I have a feeling that may happen with Ovi if he passes Wayne. Look, if he passes Wayne, it's going to help. Like I said, the young gun will be helped. The more accessible ones will do very well. Yeah. Because people are just going to grab one just for the hell of it. They're like, which one should I get? Grab the young gun. I've been to three Kings games this year. Easy for me to say. And I never heard this Austin Meadows guy. No one's heard of Austin Meadows. Gretz, Messier, Curry, and Coffee. No team has had more offensively talented top four. That's what I mean. Like, much, yeah. Look, if you're going to get assists, there's a bunch of guys. You could randomly throw it into the crowd and you get an assist on that team.
Yeah. Montreal would rival that, but yeah, there's some years.
In the 70s, yeah. It's about the 70s, they had a ton of offensive talent.
60s.
Eric. True. That's true. Eric asked Curry for 88 and 90 cup stories.
Fuck off.
Gretz made everyone around him better. Matthews and Over just cogs doing their job. Gretz was not there when they won their last Stanley Cup. They didn't need him.
No.
He helped. They didn't need him. There's a reason Messier won 2 Stanley Cups without Wayne Gretzky. And Wayne Gretzky's won 0 Stanley Cups without Mark Messier.
So they won 5 that year in the 80s. So, I mean, he only was part of 3 of them, I think, right?
4.
Oh, he won 4. He won 4.
4? Okay.
Yeah, he was with there 4 out of 5.
And then he left, and then they still won another one.
Yeah, and then they still won, you know. They were like, wait, we don't need that loser.
Yeah,
we're done. We're done having to carry his ass. Now we can play.
Yeah.
They did. So it's a good or bad thing. Yeah, let's moving on here. And some nice stuff. Stopping to say good evening, gentlemen. Josh, good evening. And Eric, we'll catch up tomorrow. Hope Eric feels better than he looks.
Thanks, Josh.
It's okay. It's allowed.
Yeah. Yeah. So both things play into it. Like I said, Gretzky could have all the talent in the world and have ridiculously talented teammates, which make it easier to rack up the assists. You score goals and pass to like any one of very talented players that you're playing with who bury it.
So what you're saying that
assists makes one style.
If Gretzky was with the Leafs and the Leafs drafted him, would I be looking at all these Stanley Cups?
Well, not with the owner that you had. No,
no, exactly.
But you know interesting, Bobby, though. We've always talked about it, one of the great what ifs. I still think it would have been interesting if the Leafs had just not been dumbasses and just taken him when they had the chance at the end.
They could have.
Like,
Yeah.
like it would have been like it would have still been interesting. I think I think he was at the end of his rope, but he still had a little bit of gas in the tank. You could have done something with him.
And he
Like, I'm
really
sure
wanted to play for Toronto.
yeah, that's
He
what I mean.
always
Like,
said
I
that.
think an opportunity was there. I think it was
It
a
was.
tremendous opportunity squandered. Like, it's like I get the idea. Here's the thing: the ownership was right. It's not going to sell one additional seat when you're already sold out. That's true.
Yeah.
But you would have sold a crap ton of jerseys. Like, you would have sold
yeah.
other
Oh
shit.
yeah, merchandise would be.
So, like, I'm sorry, there's still money to be made, you idiots.
Tons.
Like, think a little ahead here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just me. So Matthew says Tavares, Martyr, and Nylander, top-notch forwards. They've got offensive talent. That is true.
Good. Nylander's, yeah. Tavares, I don't know. It's kind of average. Marner's really good, but I mean,
Isn't Tavares like 87?
yeah, he's close to Gordie Howe's age. But,
Get there. Sean read Mario, Yager, Tocchet, Stevens, Recchi, Coffee, Francis, Murphy.
there you go.
They may have more talent. Well, if we're talking about the '90s Penguins, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The problem is when they got that talent together, Mario was about to go away for a bit. Like he was having a couple of, like in the 80s when he was doing certain crazy things, especially that late 80s, they weren't quite there yet. When they got Yager and all those other, there's a reason they won 2 Stanley Cups. And then they got upset in the third possible Stanley Cup run if they had gotten there, but they got upset. But the truth is, if Mario can continue to be healthy past that point and he is still available with Yager entering his apex period, like who knows? That team was really talented. They're scary.
Five of those guys played for the Bruins.
Not in their prime.
No, well, Recchi helped us win a cup.
Recchi.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, if a team determines how great a player truly is, do Matthews and Ovi stink because they only have 1 cup between them? A rhetorical question. Yes. Yeah. That's the thing. Like if you go look at the Washington Capitals, the fact that they won a cup is actually kind of impressive.
Oh yeah.
They're kind of awful.
Since 74, they've been awful. Honestly, they're the least collected. Anything but the team logo, if you had a Capitals thing, like, here we go.
Yeah.
We have a magnet right here. Like, it's the ugliest magnet there is. Anyways, they are the worst collected. Them and Winnipeg Jets, I think, are probably the lowest tiered teams that nobody collects anything of.
Right.
They didn't have any promos. They didn't do anything special. It's kind of sad. I can go through all the different teams. Flyers, nobody likes. They made a ton of shit in 74 and 75 because that's when the only time they won some cups. Anyways, Atlanta Flames fizzled out easy. Nobody likes the Kings for the most part. They used to.
They love collecting Whalers stuff. Whalers stuff is hot.
Whalers, yeah, there's a certain degree of financial we'll go into on the Whalers. The Whalers are not over the $100 mark kind of guys, but they're right up to that point. So you see something that you might think for $20, it'll go for 60 or 80. If it's Hartford, and maybe for a regular team, it might do 20, 40. But past the $100 mark, no, they won't go. They're all cheap guys.
Yeah.
Islanders,
one thing I'll
nobody
say,
wants Islanders. Chicago's died.
Yeah, the Islanders basically had their run, and then that was it. When it was over, it was over. What I will say is that what's interesting is, since he also mentioned the Austin Matthews thing, one thing that I think was interesting. It's interesting, but also at the same time, it's obvious. But the thing is, I think the Leafs squandered their opportunity, because the real opportunity was after the 60s Cup teams. Harold Ballard basically killed that whole run, because they had Sittler, they had Lanny McDonald, they had all these talented players, and an opportunity. There was a window there when that team was coalescing, when they actually be like, don't be an idiot, don't stand in the way, just give what they need, provide the appropriate situation here. You've got this core that can be great in this combination. Just make sure you foster it, build it up and finish. In the 70s, there were some teams there with Boris Salming and all these great talented players where it's like, there's enough talent there to win something if you don't get in the way.
Dave Keon.
Yeah. And
Like
then
Paul
after that,
Messier.
and then after
Yeah,
that,
but
it's like,
then the
okay, well
end,
then
yeah.
you're done. And as soon as that team got started getting dismantled and checked out, it was done. It was done. Then basically you're trash into the 80s, you're trash. And you don't really recover until basically that 93 team had
93.
about as good a chance as anybody. And
Yeah.
then back in the tank and go on about your way.
Really in the tank, like honestly.
Yeah.
Just
And that's about
Dougie
it.
Gilmore played the best hockey I've ever seen anybody play in my life in 93.
93. Yeah. He was
I don't
amazing.
know what he was on, but
Yeah, it was
best
like
hockey
drugs.
I have ever seen anybody play in my life.
That was the most phenomenal Leaf hockey I've probably ever seen. But
Yeah.
it was last minute desperation stuff too, 8 seconds left, scoring goals in the third round of the Stanley. It's just like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
But that's the little bit of a thrill you get. Now I don't know how long we're gonna wait for another Stanley Cup. Probably I don't see it unless I can't believe they don't understand that we need defense. I don't really get it. Just like it's all forwards and no defense. Well, we have one defense.
Bobby, listen, I happen to know for a fact if we use the Chicago Cubs as the model,
Okay.
you got about another 50 years. Good luck.
That's all.
Oh, okay.
So I won't be around then. Anyways, maybe.
No.
Maybe.
Yeah. Eric's bionic hip might be, but like the rest of us will not.
That's right.
But he says Gretzky changed the game, though. He did. Like I think we want to make
He was
sure.
part
Look,
of the change.
unlike my Tom Brady hate, and I've got lots of Tom Brady hate in my soul, and unlike my Fishboy hate, and I've got lots of Fishboy hate in my soul. The Gretzky thing is just because, number one, it's fun for me to poke holes in a lot of the things of it. But again, he did benefit from the components in the era and a lot of the pieces that, by the way, will not work today. A lot of the shit he was doing does not work today. Like he can try it and it won't work. But he took advantage. Again, you got to play the teams you're playing and you got to play under the rules you're playing under. You don't get just because the rules maybe favor your game, well, then take advantage of it until they take it away from you. Keep doing it until they stop you. That's their job, not yours. But I agree that Gretzky took advantage of everything he had under him, and he understood the game well. He was very smart, very cerebral player, and he took advantage of that. Robert here says the 70s Leafs didn't quite have the gold thing, in my opinion. But that's what I was saying earlier, is that Harold Ballard's prolific cheapness prevented them from being like, okay, so where's our area of weakness? Fix it. Because it's not like the Leafs didn't have money. They could have done things if they really wanted to. They had money. It's pointless. But that's why I say, like, it's silly that they missed out on that opportunity when they had all the talent in the world otherwise. Just look at your holes and fix and clog up those holes. So says the Leafs have never won a third round playoff series in their history. That is true. Yeah. The last time they were in real contention, they didn't have that round. Didn't exist. That is a fact. Grant's greatest talent is not teachable. His ability to see 3 or 4 moves into the future. Yes. But today, some of that 3 or 4 moves in the future wouldn't necessarily work the way they did at that time. I think he could. I think if Gretzky had started up today, he'd adapt his game, but he would have to do a little differently. It wouldn't work the same way. That's what I mean. Like the goaltender's equipment takes up more of the net, even though they did legislate some of that out of the game to make it less ridiculous. The goaltenders are physically larger and they take up more of the nets, so you do have to pick your spots a little bit more cleanly.
That's why they had to make the rule about goalie equipment and not let it be super big. These guys got bigger, and then their equipment got ridiculous. Remember that one guy who had like pyramids on his shoulders?
John Sebastian Giguère.
And they were like, "You can't do that."
Yeah,
that was crazy.
There was a little while where it was a goaltender arms race. They kept making bigger and bigger pads. Came up with all the way. He had that mechanism where, like, as he crouched down, his shoulder pads would come up.
Yeah,
and it would be like, it's like, that's unfair. You're taking up even more of the net.
Yeah,
and you're using it to your advantage, which I get, but at the same time, it's not a fair game.
So now they've said that pads and gloves and blockers and jerseys and shoulder pads and everything has to meet a standard. You can't just go in there and just fill up the net with equipment. That was crazy.
I think it's helped. Here you go. Paul says, I'd have to look up at the NHL change either the coincidental penalty or some power play rule because of the Oilers, mid-'80s, because they took advantage of it. Yes. They got rid of the 4-on-4 because of the Oilers. Yep. when you're an offensively talented team, then it does behoove them to change the rules up a little bit to kind of play around with it. So that's what I said. Like, those teams were ridiculous and they took advantage of it. But you got to remember, we were in the era of the dynasties at that point. The Canadians were a dynasty in the 70s. And then in the late 70s into the early 80s, the Islanders were a dynasty. People forget because at this point the Islanders are irrelevant. But for a run there with Bossy, with Trottier, with those players and Billy Smith, they were ridiculous and they were winning. And then the Oilers took over after that. And then I think since basically the end of the 80s, it's been all over the place. We don't really have the dynasties anymore.
Well,
how would today's
yeah,
player?
Pittsburgh got 2 in a row. That was the closest thing.
Yeah, but it should have been more. Like it really, like again, if Mario's health had not failed him and they had been able to keep that core that was already ridiculous together, I think it could have been more.
Yeah.
Sean says, how would today's player fare in the 70s and 80s when they hardly ever called hooking, holding, interference? So there's an element to that. Well, here's the thing, though. You can talk about that, but here's the thing. You know what the other part is? A bunch of those players would look like pylons to some of the current guys. They literally would be standing still. So yeah, they can hit, they can make physical contact, but okay, fine. I'll go send you Zdeno Chara and he'll whack you, and he gets to do that too. And then I'll go get a couple of guys that turn your guys into pylons, skate right around them, and then take the goaltender who's taking up 5% of the net and score 147 goals.
It would be ugly, that's for sure.
So I think both parts of it would have to play into it. The physical element of the game was there, but again, the physical element didn't seem to stop guys from being able to score. In the 70s and 80s, there was plenty of scoring. So for some reason, the defense didn't seem to be a problem, even with the physical element of the game. For some reason. Shocking, but true. So I think that all plays into it. All right. We got our full-fledged hockey content in there, Eric. I didn't expect we'd end up with this much hockey talk in this episode.
That's good for me.
Apparently. Playing right into your wheelhouse. By the way, I don't know if you caught it. I ended up winning the lit card. Oh, no, wait. You did. You were there.
I did catch that. Yep.
Yeah. Now I'm excited. I get to have the lit.
Oh, God. Well, like I said, it's still better than a downtown.
There you go. 70s Canadians were playing wide open hockey. Yeah, they were, but they also had elite offensive talent. So, that's part of it too.
Was Gretzky before Gretzky?
Yeah, in his day, yeah, with the talent and everything. How much does lit? What did I pay here? Like $90, $80, something like that. Probably too much,
were the
but
fighting era.
There were, yes.
It was great.
Speaking of lit, got an illuminator in the mail today. Very nice. Be sure to include it on the gram.
Mm-hmm.
Solid. I was saying, I don't know if you caught the tail end of that, Bobby. I was joking. I was like, I'm surprised how much hockey talk we got into this episode. Like, it was a lot, actually, for quite a bit there.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, listen, I left it open to the chat. If anybody wanted to talk about something else, I was open to it. But right now, like, I covered the main stories I wanted to talk about. I gave the review on the documentary. I did that. So I covered that. And I even got AJ Dillion doing inscriptions. So, like, we got to talk about some stories. I covered those.
Gretzky box in 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000 hockey.
We got to talk about live golf cards from Panini.
Yes.
Exciting.
That was the highlight of the night, really.
It really was.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not going to buy any boxes of it, but I'll get a couple of singles. I'm into it. I'll get a couple of singles. I'm all right with that. It's all right with me. Eric, actually, let me pose this question to you. We did get some tremendous feedback to the vintage card podcast. We did chat about that a little bit. One of the things I was thinking about, though, we'll talk about it more later, but I did have a lot of fun, and it was because it was also nice because I had the mail day video that I uploaded last night, and I had a little bit of fun with it because I got a couple more of the 53 Bowman color cards. I got some of the wrestling cards. I got the football. I got hockey. I got a little bit of everything in there in the mail day and everything. It was cool. But I'll say this. And it was, when I was going through it, is I laugh at how much of my collecting stuff right now, it's still very skewed into the modern, mainly because that's kind of what I'm finding at the moment. But I'll collect both. But like I laughed because a lot of when we were talking about that episode, I knew that we would get a lot of engagement talking about the vintage because a lot of the guys get very excited about it. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but it's like, how much do you want to talk about? There's so many people that make content and talk about it, but it's like, okay, do you want me to like regurgitate to you some stuff from the Sports Collectors Digest or some articles that I've read or whatever? Like we can do that.
I don't think much people go through the vintage.
You just need to say vintage is the best.
Well, I think a lot of the vintage is.
I don't know if it's lit. I don't know if it's lit, Eric.
Oh, it's lit.
It's lit.
Oh, it's lit.
I think the major stars are covered for the most part in the vintage, but really it's not focused on any information or anything else about them.
Well, yeah, like, look, I don't mind I don't mind having a discussion about it, but at a certain point, it's like, look, I enjoy the topic because I knew we could have the conversation. It was actually a very easy conversation to have.
This is what we call.
I was wondering what the hell that was with the sound effects and everything.
It's a Paul Lux decanter. It's pretty fucking
big. Okay. So, I was listening to that whole sound and I was like, what the hell is that?
It was slide. Well, it's made of ceramic, right? It's 1971.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
They made these in 71, every team color. So This is Minnesota.
Okay, gotcha.
I was hoping it was
I was hoping
it was California
apple whiskey or something in there.
I was gonna say, if you look at the back, that guy had back surgery like Eric too.
Yeah. Right there. See, number one and the right side too.
Wow. Look at that. Well done. Howard Gretzky, let's see how far his own fights. Gretzky's wife denies him a kiss on Chara. There you go. Will's got his opinions. I had a Guy Lafleur jersey in junior high. Look at you.
No way.
Speaking of lit, please tell me why my car is in the front yard. Look at you, Hobby Champs. There you go. Talk about the Broad Street Bullies documentary. I haven't watched it, but that would be a good one. Actually.
That's an
interesting one. I'd love to watch that.
That'd be a hell of a lot more fun than the Hobby documentary.
Yes.
Again, though, to be clear, I'm not saying it's bad. Unlike the other one, I'm not actually saying it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's kind of generic and a little bit mid.
Yeah.
That's my review. My review is
not a bad review.
I'm not.
Fair review.
I just want to make sure I'm not being misquoted. I am not saying it is bad. I'm saying it would be better in about 10 years when we've forgotten some of the stuff from the last 2 or 3 and maybe need a refresher or reminder that it's fine. But for right now, I didn't need it.
Do we need a refresher reminder? No.
I don't mind it. Like, I don't mind a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's what it was 10 years ago. Oh, yeah. But not right now. Not right now. Later. There you go. Talk about design. Favorites design, always fun. Yeah, you can talk about designs. I think that's fair. That is a discussion that can be had. The fact that Eric is on stream is wild. Love you guys. Thank you, average. Thank you, average show quick collector. How many autos do you have? I gotta say like 30 or 40, I think, maybe more. I genuinely don't know. I probably should count or something. I don't. I probably should figure it out.
I know this has nothing to do with what we usually talk about, but in the background, my TV's on, and do you remember that show Kojak with Telly Savalas?
Yeah.
All right, so that's what's on, right? Kojak is on,
nice,
and starring on the show this episode. I didn't know this. A very, very young Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, he was on there. You wouldn't believe how many Mike Douglas, all these other guys were in there. It was amazing.
I look up and I see Telly Savalas and Sylvester Stallone having an argument.
I think he was a private investigator, bald head.
Yeah, he was a cop.
And he used to, he's a cop. And he used to, he always had a lollipop.
Yep.
So, and his brother was with him too.
Yes, his brother was on the show also. Yeah.
Right. Gotcha. So real quick, I showed the triple auto here. This was one of the ones on the mail day. My favorite thing, the part I loved about this autograph is that you got, and they got Paul Hornan, Hall of Famer as well, a great player for the Packers. But then you've got Ingo Martin is the third one. One of these things is not like the others.
Oof.
This is where they tried to shoehorn somebody.
They
go, maybe he'll be good. Maybe he'll be good. And it's like, no.
Sorry.
It kept the price down because it would have been more expensive as it was. As it was, like you had 2 great players and Ingo Martin.
Hey, it kept the price down that you got one.
It did. Yes, that's right. I'd rather talk about hockey for 3 hours. So would Eric. I
Yeah.
thought the sound was Eric passing over the Rainbow Bridge, the Friendship Bridge.
The Friendship Bridge.
It's about the Friendship Bridge.
I gotta go over the Friendship Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the over under Eric falling asleep in the stream? Whenever he feels like he's about to fall asleep, he'll just adjust himself in a position where he'll feel horrific pain, and that'll wake him up.
He got that right.
Mhm.
We should screen cap this and post to social media with the line hobby influencer too lazy to get out of bed to do his content. Facts.
Eric, who loves
Yeah.
you, baby?
What?
Who loves you, baby?
Gotta Telly Savalas, baby.
There you go. I like it.
Yeah.
And actually, I still have this one from the podcast episode. So here you go. Here you go for the vintage boys. Boom. There you go. 58 tops, Mantle All-Star.
Yeah, I like the
The
background.
Mick.
I love the background.
Yeah. I think out of the All-Star one, like I do love the card. But the problem that I run into is that I'm
It's not
not going to do
shiny
the
enough?
set. I'm not going to
Oh.
do the set. So I'm sitting there like, I like the card, but like, what purpose is this serving for me? And that's kind of the issue that I have with some of these.
Well, why don't you get the insert set? Or
The All-Star one?
All-Star set. Yeah.
I guess I could. Yeah, I could do the All-Star one just as like a mini project. That
It's
would
kinda
probably
nice
be.
because then you're going to get all the All-Stars. So there you go.
Yeah. And I do have some of the other guys. I have Mutual and I have some of the other ones already. So that's not a bad call, Bobby. Good call by you.
Yeah, sometimes it's good just to focus on what you like.
Yeah. As a mini project, I think that would be fun. I do agree. Here you go. A suspended gambler and a thief. Nice card. That's right. Hashtag not so fella.
Mhm.
Mike Petty, we appreciate the not so fellas here.
Yeah,
We appreciate
right.
them. Well, I always laugh because it's one of my favorite things. It's like, well, he's like, dude, I am not saying he's a good person.
Nope.
I also don't care. Like, doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? Like, that's not part of it. It's like, I'm not collecting him because he's a good guy. I'm collecting him because he was the quarterback of the team when I started following them, and a little bit before they started winning, which is good. But obviously, great memories of him as a player. But he's a blockhead and a criminal, and he's got his issues. But was he not a
And
good
a
player?
wonderful
He wasn't a good player for
photographer.
the team.
You always forget that he's a wonderful photographer.
Well, you personally listen. I know for a fact you've got some of his great artistic renderings in your house. You don't want to share that. You don't want to share that. Like, that might get us demonetized.
He
We
said
might
that-
need to increase the like button a lot more.
Yeah, he sent them to me. Asked my opinion on how's this look.
Mhm.
Should I send it to that reporter? I went, yeah, go. You should.
Yeah. And it's all because of you. You see the feedback. I'm just saying.
Yes.
And
I
as
prefer the
another
50s.
side note, the next show's on Quincy. Now we all know a Quincy, right?
Jack
Yeah.
Klugman.
Yeah. So we're watching Jack Klugman Quincy, and there's a guest star in it, Joe Lewis, the boxer.
No. Oh yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
You'd be amazed
actually-
like how many times Joe Namath and all these other stars were actually in those 70s murder mystery whatever cop shows.
Well, they used to A&E used to have a block of them, Bobby, and I used to watch them with Carlos Sr. because they would
Oh,
have
yeah.
a block of them. They'd have Quincy, they'd have McLeod
McLeod.
and wife.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, McMillan.
No, sorry,
and wife.
McMillan and wife. McMillan and wife.
McMillan.
There was
wife.
that one,
Yeah,
and that was that one in McLeod, and they had Columbo, and they'd have a couple of them.
Columbo.
And Quincy would be part of the rotation.
Yeah, they had Mannix. There was Rockford
That's
Files. There were so many other good ones.
There were a lot of them, yeah.
There
They had
were
a
some
whole
good
run.
ones though, And Beretta. Well, that was what's his name? He killed his wife, or whatever.
No.
What?
Wasn't Beretta was Robert Urich, I thought. No?
No, that was Robert Blake.
Robert
Robert
Blake was
in
Beretta?
Robert Urich was in. Had that.
Well, he was
fancy
in
car.
Spencer for Hire, but I thought he had something before that.
Yeah, it was called something. That's a really good one. He
Hmm.
he was a private investigator and he had a nice fancy car. I can't remember.
Well, there were a lot of private investigator shows during that run that
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
talking
it was
about.
it was
It was
the era.
ridiculous.
It was
Yeah.
the era. But like
Robert here said,
honestly, if you went through how many sports stars were on those shows, it's quite a few.
that is
Yeah.
true. Robert here says, I prefer the 59 All-Star cards. All right, fair enough. Classic, yes. No one is perfect. True. Is Stan Musial the most underappreciated baseball player in history? He's kind of forgotten given
He's
how good he
Stan the
was.
man.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you when it came to that era, though, Musial's weird because the problem was that he was in St. Louis.
And
Like
he
that was the
grounded
issue
out
that
with
he had.
other stars too.
And the thing though is, so I want to make sure I quote this correctly because I used to know the numbers off the top of my head, but I want to make sure I get it right. Musial. So in his era, 331 career hitter, 3,600 hits, which is obscene. And he hit 475 home runs. Maybe if he hit 500, it would have registered like with people a little bit more. But as it was, 1,951 RBIs, 3-time MVP, 24-time All-Star, 3-time World Series champion, and 7 batting titles. And he's kind of forgotten man of the era because he was in St. Louis and people didn't think about him.
Yeah.
His problem is that he started in 1941, but he wasn't Joe DiMaggio, he wasn't Mantle, he wasn't those guys. And then he played through 63. So it's like he played right through the era and like people kind of forgot about him. He was just kind of there.
Maybe because of the war.
Part of it, I think that may have been an issue. I'll tell you what the other issue is. His last MVP he won was in 1948. Mm-hmm. And after that, but actually, since I've got it in front of me, actually, this sticks out quite a bit. So here's an interesting stat for you. So in 1948, he won the MVP. And in 49, 50, and 51, he was runner-up in MVP.
Wow.
3 straight years right after that, he was runner-up in MVP.
The bridesmaid.
Even a couple more in there would have read. But again, that means that run there, and he was top 5 in 52. So he's number 5 in 52. So like he was
runner-up to.
Who was he runner-up to? In which year? 49, 50, or 51?
All 3.
Okay, so 49, he was runner-up to, let's see, National League. Jackie Robinson in the first one.
There you go.
Jackie Robinson won the batting title that year, so fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look. 1950, he was runner-up to Jim Constantine of Philadelphia.
No way.
Not great. Not great. All right. 1951. 1951, he was runner-up to in the National League, Roy Campanella.
There you go.
2 out of 3 are legit.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 are legit.
Wasn't the other guy a Hall of Famer too, though?
Roy Campanella was.
No.
And the guy in the middle, though, no. I don't think so. Let me double check here. I don't think so. Jim Constantine. He had the 1 MVP and he was a 1-time All-Star, and that's the only time he ever mattered to anybody.
Wow.
Good season for him, but I don't know about that one. I think Sam Musial got robbed. Now that we're looking at this, I think he got robbed at one there.
It happens all the time, especially in the hockey. How many guys rookie of the year that never really went anywhere? What in '67? What was it? Britt Selby? Like, come on.
All right, that's it. We're officially declaring it now. We're officially declaring it. Stan Musial should have had a 4th MVP. Right.
Yeah, okay.
Done.
Yeah. All right. Listen.
So it is said. So it is done.
I'm calling it a night. I'm all done. And
all right.
And I thought of another TV show, Banachek.
Banachek was great.
Banachek, yes.
With George Papad.
Yep, he was really good.
There you go.
George Papad was from the
A good note to leave on, Eric. A good note to leave on. Well played by you. We appreciate you and your patronage of the like button as always.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a good night. We'll talk later.
Everybody, take it easy. Thanks for the well wishes, and I'll probably be back next week if I'm not dead.
Okay.
There you go. Live the dream, Eric. We believe
Fair
in
enough.
We'll go with that.
Have a good night.
Night.
All right. I'll read a couple of comments here. Get caught up.
So yeah,
usual. Thank you, Hobby Champs, for referencing. Now that I got a chance to look it up, man was robbed. He needed 1 more MVP.
Mm-hmm.
All right. No one is perfect. Some serial killer. That's right. Okay, here we go. Is it just me or some 60s, 70s, 80s hockey cards more valuable than baseball cards? I guess it depends on which baseball cards. Baseball beats them in the 50s and older. I'll say, like, I collected the 60 Parker set, and those are cheap as dirt. You can get some nice ones. Like, I built a nice looking set for the most part.
Well,
and you can get that pretty damn cheap.
That are worth a lot, though.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I'm saying, like, you can build that set. It's not crazy.
And
at all.
57 tops, no. Like 58, you just got the hull. 59, it's like, what's the little dead period between the late 50s and early 60s there?
I think if you go to very specific cards in there, like as soon as you get past a couple of the specific key cards, you
It's
can
like,
build that set cheap as dirt.
and the reason why is because a lot of the guys were still filling out their career, and they were just regular guys.
Yeah, and it's also that I think also that the teams were split between Tops and Parkers depending on the year.
Sure.
I think that hurt. I think that hurt some of the years. Like,
Well, that's why
it's
Parker says the
yeah,
better
a
sets.
unified set probably would have been better. It would have done better, but the
Yep.
fact you split it hurt the individual sets a little
Sure
bit.
did.
They get killed because your autograph or rookie card goes free. See Randy Moss or Peyton. Rookies are free, so no one cares. Mutual sign until his arm fell off, so he's forgotten. Then he killed his wife, referring to one of the things above. Here we go. Let's see. He just says, Petty says he's not guilty. 20 minutes from me. He went back to the restaurant to get his gun. There you go. Constantine was a reliever to one of the worst MVPs ever. Yeah, like just looking at that, I'm like, that's atrocious. Stand the mutual loss an MVP to a random reliever who never did anything else in his life. Come on, get out of here.
Yeah.
The Constantine was a bad joke. Yeah, no, that ain't gonna work for me. 1950, like that's bullshit. Get out of here. Say the man, which rookie card best? 48 Leaf or Bowman. I like the 48 Leaf better. I won't say which one's best for anybody else, but I like the 48 Leaf. 48 Bowman's just boring. 48 Bowman's a very boring card.
Yeah, they are.
So fair enough. So some well wishes for Eric here on the way out. I want to make sure I quickly acknowledge them. So feel better, Eric. When you're wondering, see Chief, good luck. Yep. No, look, now that he's not here, I'll give him some credit. Eric was a trooper to even come on at all. Like I had already made plans and provisions, assuming he wasn't going to come by. So we weren't sure if he was even going to pop on at all. So credit to him for showing up. But if anyone asks, he's a piece of trash and we hate him.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, just so we're clear. He's going to do Teddy Salas. Oh, yeah, no doubt. And he's paying for the like button, so hit that. Cheap bastard deserves to pay. Like I said, far fewer cards. That to me is a feature, though. I will say Robert's right. But that's part of the reason I like that 60 Parker set. So number one, I like the bold color on the borders and everything. The fact that it's a solid color background. Like if you guys seen, I've shown the set before. It's on the channel if you want to check it out. I think it's a nice looking set. I still think you get a decent complement of Hall of Famers. I think it's relatively reasonably priced. Even the Gordy and some of the big cards on it are not crazy. There's no major like nut. There's a few short printed cards, nothing crazy, nothing nuts. Like it's very, and I think it's 61 cards if memory serves me. 61, I said.
Yeah, it's a weird number. Yeah.
And the thing is, that's perfect to me. To me, like if you just want to do a reasonable size set, that is attainable, that is doable. You don't have to break the bank on it, and you can still get decent cards.
It's 15 players from each, so it works out well.
Yeah. So to me, that's a great feature. I think that's awesome. And that to me like makes some of them more interesting to me. I'm just not at the stage anymore. That's the reason why I showed that. The reason I showed the 58 tops. I actually really like the 58 top set. The problem is it's pushing it's 490 and change, like almost 500 cards. I can't do a 500 card 50 set anymore. Like I can't.
No.
There's so many common players I don't give a shit about. I just don't care. And I'm like, it's just a pain. You're wasting my money on cards I don't care about. Get out of here. The 53 Bowman color works great because it's 160 cards. That's like the maximum. But it's also one of the most beautiful sets I feel ever made. Like the photographs are beautiful. So to me, like, yes, this I will do. And the 53 tops to me is an iconic set as well. And I already have a chunk of the set already that I've accumulated over time. So that's great. But after that, like, no, I want sets like 100 cards or less. If I'm even going to bother pursuing 100 cards or less, spare me. Easy to collect. Yep. Early 50s Parker sets are simply stunning. Some of them. 51, 52 is kind of garbage. 51, 52 is garbage. Garbage.
And 52-3 is
52-3 is not great with the photos. Yeah.
It's still not clear. 54-5.
54-5 I'm okay with. I like 54-5. I think that's a cool one. I think that's all right. Like I've got a stack of them. I probably still have a stack of them around here somewhere. The mistake I made with 54-5. So 54-5 is exactly 100 cards. Exactly 100 cards. The downside of it is that I started off using so I'll touch on this now, and maybe I'll do this as a podcast topic. My old philosophy with vintage, when I was trying to build a run, was I just need to fill volume, aka grab it in whatever condition, even if it's torn in half, so to speak. Hole in the card versus hole in the binder, basically was the philosophy.
Sure.
Which worked to a degree if you're trying to be on a budget and you're trying to fill a large amount. But if you give that up and just go like, okay, look, I'm just going to collect the sets I like. If that's the case, you can afford to be a little bit pickier on the condition a little bit and maybe elevate it just a smidge. And as a result, that allows you to then have a nicer looking set overall. You can have a consistent aesthetic in terms of whatever works for you. Centering, image registration, color, whatever you want, whatever makes you happy. I think that's a better approach. I think less sets, more deliberate, very specific that you want it. And now you pick and choose. And you say, I want the aesthetic to look like this. If centering is your number one thing, well, great, then do centering. Or if image registration is your number one thing, do that. But because you're doing less, it allows you then to take your money that you have, your budget, and actually use it more effectively. You can actually focus in on it. To me, it's better. That 54 Parker set, I was working on it for a while. Mm-hmm. I let too many cards be like a compromise. And that to me is a problem, because then you're missing out on how nice the cards can be if you pick the right piece. That's an opinion. That's just the way I kind of approach it. I feel the same way about vintage set collecting. Rather go just have the Hall of Famer MVPs. I think that's fair. I honestly, if there are a lot of sets where like the commons, I don't give a shit. Oh, but you can study them. It's like, but why? Why do I have to do homework in order to make it relevant? Or I could just not spend money on it and just get the ones that I want.
Yep.
And then we're better. That's why Bobby's suggestion actually was tremendous. The All-Star one, like that's a great subset. Actually, that's a great idea. That's a great suggestion. A great suggestion.
People do that with the 70s cards. So they have the insert sets where they don't really care about the cards because they don't want to get 296 cards. They just take the insert set of 26 or 32. Everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Because then it's just the All-Star cards, or it's just because they did All-Star insert cards, in 1972 and they, 71, they did a punch outs. There's a bunch of different things they did. So it was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. So here Robert says, I'm considering doing a 49 Bowman. So I would check out, I want to make sure I get the handle right. It's not Canadian. I want to just say it's Canadian cards. Let me make sure I got it right. I think it's just Canadian cards. So let's see here. Yes, it's Canadian cards. Yeah, check it out. He's working on the 49 Bowman set. He's actually done tremendous progress on it. So I would say, Robert, if you haven't already, check out Canadian Cards on YouTube. He's building that 49 set, and it's coming along very nicely. Hobby Champ says, I love them. Almost limited on cards. True. That's fair. Can't wrap my head around sets this time around. There's no reason to. I look, so since I'll touch on this real quick, and Bobby, I want to get your take on this. I'll read a couple of these comments, but I want to come back to this here. Damn, I didn't know Musial was 24-time All-Star. What a slacker. I know. Hobby Jam says 49 Parker says epic. You guys are crazy. Not my bag, man. No one's collecting old wrestling sets for Honky Tonk Man or Typhoon. Sadness. Great sadness. Okay. So this is what I was referring to when I wanted to touch on. So when we do the vintage card discussion and we're talking about the potential future prospects of vintage, I consistently have to repeat, like I have to beat people over the head with the caveat. The Manels, the Mays, the Hank Aaron's, the Gordie Howes, the Bobby Orrs, and all that, I think we'll be fine in the long run. Where it becomes problematic is I think the set builder will not die, but I think will become the minority to the point that you're going to look at a lot of these sets and a lot of the comments are going to be cheap as dirt because it's like, well, the demand is not there and the supply is plentiful because when a lot of these older collectors die off and suddenly the supply comes in the market, what if I don't want to do the set? Again, back to this. You can make all the 58 tops available that you want. I don't want to do a 500 card set. I'm not interested. Most of the cards in it, I don't care about. But I do enjoy this card. I think this is a great card. I think the Mantle base card in this is great as well. I'll be happy to have the two Mantles. and the all-star subset cards I think are nice. I think that's great. And that's an attainable project. That means the rest of the set I won't even bother with. I got a stack of them in a box and I'm not going to do shit with them. They're not going to happen. 59 tops, I don't care for it. 57 tops, I don't care for it. There are sets that I don't care for at all. Any of them. So what happens though, when you take the vintage collectors and they start specializing in the categories and areas that they enjoy, and they don't need to do a run anymore. They don't need a full run of tops and Bowman. It's not interesting for them. Of course, Bowman would have been nice if it kept going until 1965 when Bowman ended, because obviously Bowman didn't sell out until tops until 1965. Or so I hear.
Mm-hmm. So you think.
Yeah, so I hear.
We'll see.
But what's going to happen to all those other vintage cards that don't fall under the elite or the star players who people may still have interest in? That's why I said Bobby Orr hockey. There'll still be interest. There'll still be people that'll be interested in Bobby Orr. There'll still be interested in Gordie Howe. Nothing wrong with that. But what about the other guys? What about the guys who don't quite fall into that category? There might maybe team collectors or something, but like the majority are going to be like,
that would be your thing.
What about some random Boston Bruins from 1954 that you don't give a crap about?
Yeah, true enough. But part of your history would be, if you were a Boston Bruin collector like Eric, just get the Boston Bruins, and the rest of them fall by the wayside. But then they become cheap enough that you don't mind adding them to the set. If you're picking them up for $1 each, who cares? Set's 120 cards, $120, whatever. Well, it's not, for the stars, maybe 100.
I was gonna say the problem with I know you've forwarded this topic. That's the reason why I was bringing it up with you. So you forwarded this hypothesis before, but the problem is, okay, so let's say the other commons become so cheap that they're cheap as dirt, and you can get them for nothing. The problem is the stars are not. In our very same premise, the stars are not. Mm-hmm. So, okay, so am I going to do the entire set minus the other stars that I don't care about? So I'll get the Gordie Howe and all these other commons that are $1 each. Great. But then the Bobby Orr is still expensive, and the other one's still expensive, and the ones that... So am I doing the set or not? Because I still have to pay money up for the stars anyway, or the short prints, or whatever the case may be. But the other ones are dirt cheap. So, like, am I doing the set or not? If I'm not doing the set, then okay, but even though it's $1 a piece and 120 at $1 a piece, or I could just save the $120 and just buy the Orr, or buy the Howe, and then be done with it. And then even at $1 a piece, they don't move. So then what?
Well, I guess you run out of things to collect after a while if you're a vintage guy.
I would suppose so, yeah.
You're only just getting the stars.
I would guess so, yeah. I guess it depends on what you're trying to accomplish, is the point that I'm trying to make. The overarching point is, like, I guess it depends on what you're trying to accomplish.
And you can say that for anybody who was collecting maybe in the 70s or 80s who wanted to collect the 30s. Do I want these nobodies? Mm-hmm. Sure. I just want the Ruth, and I want the, Ted Williams, and I just want the, do they just collect that? Or are they kind of, a lot of people are completists. They like to buy a full set. They might not know them. They may, which is, for the lion's share, you don't know most of the people in the set. But it's nice to have a reference point. Because otherwise, if you just want to sit there and we'll all discuss how good Hank Aaron was, and Mantle, and a few other names, and then that's it, then it's kind of over at that point, isn't it? Because what else are you going to talk about longer than half an hour?
Well, Bobby, that was kind of the problem that I ran. So part of the reason I like poking the vintage guys so much, part of the reason it gives me joy, is that, number one, I do collect vintage. So I can speak from a position of like, no, I'm not speaking. I'm speaking from the opposite of ignorance. I have a pretty good understanding, and I participate. I'm a practitioner. I'm not just speaking in theoreticals. I've actually practiced. So, AKA, I've made my own decisions for my own collection, and I'm not telling you this is the best way to go about it. I'm merely proposing an alternative vantage point to offer to you, and all I'm going to add is that. Just because other people tell you, oh, you got to get this. No, you don't. You don't have to do anything of the sort. My only question is, do you want that? Is that interesting to you?
Yeah.
And it may or may not be. But that's the reason why I say, like, I'll listen to podcasts or conversations where people want to talk about vintage. The only problem that I have is, unless it's a more obscure issue or something weird or something a little unusual, I've done my own scholarship on it. So so unless you're really bringing something new to the table, like, I've heard it already. So it's like, I'm not that interested in it. I'm not that engaged in it. It does nothing for me. But for somebody else, maybe it does. Maybe it's new to them. So for me, it's not that exciting.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. Like a lot of those conversations, like it's not that I'm not willing to have, like, listen, man, this is the newer version of it. Newer. Unfortunately, Bob Blanke passed away, but he used to do the SCD, the Sports Collectors Digest, the big book, for many years. And it was a great resource, a great reference guide to a lot of information on it. I've gone over that with a fine tooth comb many a time, many years, decades now. So there are more obscure issues. Yes. If I need to look that up, I will. I'll look up the appropriate reference material, or I'll go to Net 54 if I want to see pre-war and stuff like that. Like the resources are out there. Yes. But outside of that, like the base stuff, like 52 tops is not that complex. It's not that complicated. Like how minutes do you want to keep talking about it? Like, all right, Mickey Mantle's number 311. You know, you got, this one here, the Eddie Matthews. Like, dude, how many times do you want to talk about the same shit? It's not that complicated.
Mm-hmm.
So that isn't interesting to me. That is not engaging to me. If you want to talk about it, I guess we could, but like, it doesn't excite me.
Rarity is engaging to me. Because
sure.
When you find rarity, the things that you find doesn't necessarily mean that you had to pay a lot of money for it. It could be worth a lot of money, but you have the same equal opportunity to get something. That's not like we have the equal opportunity to find a mantle for the most part. You're going to have to usually generally pay for those things, but it's the other things that that you happenstance, you come across. You went to a small show and you found this, you found that. Those things you put effort into. Like, it's easy to sit down if you have $1 million in your bank and you just want to buy a few sets. You just sit there and go buy, and it's done. I think the rarity comes into the scale. I think that's where the passion really lies for people. Well, if you have all that money, it's easy. But if you don't, and you search and you drive here and do that and put that effort into it, that's really the essence of the hobby, is that you're pursuing. You're not just you're going to the CSC show. You never know what you're going to see. If you don't do that and just sit behind your computer and just buy everything, that's kind of boring. So getting out there and getting active is good. I like rarities, so I like finding things that are hard to find, or even just to document myself personally. But
yeah,
and then other people want to know that too. They ask me, constant questions all the time still. It's like, hey, what do you know about these milk bottles that have hockey and a baseball player? And I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really follow them. Are they cool? Yes. Are they worth anything? Probably a bit, but not that much. Unless it's team specific. So it's all these different little things that are around there, not just the cards. There's the other things too, like we're saying this and that, because people like to decorate their rooms, and they don't, card albums don't look good in a room. They just they're there. Yeah. So people do like display pieces, like you have on the back there behind you. I think that's if you can find that nice rare piece, like lit, there you go.
Ooh, lit.
Maybe that lit card will go up.
The only reason I bought it is because it said lit. It was so stupid. I wanted it. That was it.
And it might set a trend, and that could set a trend.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
You know why? Because people like to hear something about something, and they go, "Hey, really? Display box? I wonder if I should get one of those." Or a wrapper. Wow, that's 16 grand. That's something. Hey, maybe I'll be on the lookout for a wrapper. And once you find something, you get into it. It's amazing how much when you put money behind it too, how people will pursue something if they know there's value behind it. Like a guy just found, what was it, 1933 O-Pee-Chee wrappers. He posted them all. Like, okay, it's a little stupid, really, because then you're showing your hand at that point. It's like, quick, buy one. No, there's 34 of them. There's not too many people willing to pay $2,000 per wrapper. So, just kind of silly. But
yeah, no, I get it. No, I was going to say was that kind of to your point, though. I think what's problematic with a lot of that stuff is that it's not interesting to me if all it is something that you just need to throw money at the problem. That was kind of what we were referring to in that podcast episode. It was that, like, look, again, I'll use 52 tops. I'm picking on 52 tops just because it's an easy one for people to understand. It's not a big deal to me when somebody finishes a 52 top set. Not because it's not an accomplishment, because it is. You still have to put in the work and do all that. But the truth is, look, if you just got enough money, you could just buy all 407 cards today.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. Like just hit buy it nows on everything and buy it and you're done, including the mantle, all of them. Like, they're all available, every single one of them.
Yes.
So, but your barrier is money. If you have enough, then you can have it. But so like now, if you want to be pickier and you want to say, hey, I would like them to be well centered, or I would like them to be in such and such. Okay, fine. Now you're being, now you're curating that collection. You're curating that set you're working. So then it may not be instant buy it nows because you may not locate the one that meets your
Takes
standard,
time.
that meets your criteria. So now you have to be discerning. You have to take a little time.
Not to kill the thrill of the chase, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's
which I think is
the
fair.
essence of the hobby is the thrill of the chase and the stories that are behind it, the friends you meet, all the other things too. So I think that's really what is sort of missing, because otherwise, oh, you can go on whatnot, you can go to PWCC, and it's just like, I'm going to spend money here, I'm going to go here, it's like, where's the adventure? That's a hobby, it's an adventure.
Okay. So let me read a couple of these here. I'll get caught up. So Hobby Champ said, are you bidding on the Luca Gold Prism rookie card in the PWCC? Or maybe go halfsies with Eric. What do you think I'm charging him extra for the like button for? Don't ruin this for me. Yes. Don't ruin this for me. Sean here says, Bobby, at what age did you realize your sports cars might be worth something? I made sure mine never got tossed on 86 around 16 years old. I walked in LCS and saw a $75 60 Makita. So what point did you see value? What did you know value was in sports cards? At what age for yourself?
I never really seen value in them. I really just liked acquiring them. I collected toys not for their value. I collect them because the desire to have them, possess them. You know, it's coveting in a way, I guess. It wasn't about, I didn't buy it for the reason why people buy Bedard. You know, I would buy it because he's a great player, and I wouldn't care about the money. Any money that I spend on this hobby is not an investment. It is actually something that pleases me along the way. If I sell it and make my money back or make more money at the end, that's great. If I lose money, it's fine too, because I've had that enjoyment. The value you buy something at is the value you have over the possession time that you own it. And people don't realize that. They think it's the end result. It's everything that you made this much money on it. It's like, that's not a hobby. Sorry. That's
sure. No, but I think though, to Sean's question though, like I've read the question, and the way I read the question is, it's not so much about how you're treating it. It's more, when did you realize there was a valid differentiator between the cards? Because the thing is, everything you said is true, but the point is though, if something is rarer and tougher, you're still going to pay more for it.
Okay, I opened a pack in 1970. Yes. So I pull a Bobby Orr. I know I can get 2 or 3 Toronto Maple Leafs for that Bobby Orr. That's the first time I realized there was some value to it. But the value wasn't, there's no monetary value. When I was going to different shows here and there, I was looking at how much money I had to spend. When I was younger, I didn't have that much, but I would still buy. I went to these weird little shows in the bottom of hotels, and they were postcard shows for the most part, but they also had hockey cards and stuff. And, you know, you'd kind of go, hey, I got $25 to spend at that time. It's like 80s. And you're sitting there going, yeah, I'll get this, or get that. Or sometimes I would get into more comics. I would do some comics, or I would do some toys. I used to buy old toys. So it was finding where your money sat, that you could get enough pleasure out of it, out of something. But at no point was it an investment. At no point did I ever sit there and go, oh, if I sell all this stuff, I'm going to buy a car or something. I don't know. No, I never really thought that way. My job was my job, and the hobby was the hobby.
That's fair. So Bob Boozle says, I like Mangini's approach. Get a card from every old set. Mike Petty says, never over. Mangini's collection is so random, yet not so random. It's like Control Chaos. He does like to compile a variety of stuff. Name says, hashtag scholarship, hobby scholarship. Thank you, Name. Mike Petty says, spending $250K and cashing in a $6K is not appealing to me. Psh, because you're a peasant. Like the guy in Chasing Cardboard this week. If you're really rich, you can burn money, literally throw it into an incinerator. The problem is, Petty, you're thinking too small. You're thinking like a poor person, like a peasant. If you thought like a rich person, you don't give a fuck about money. In fact, you like burning money because it makes you happy to burn it. Because the poor people will be like, I could have had a loaf of bread. And you're like, fuck you, poor person.
That's right.
So it's done. Also, by the way, just to be clear, I understood the context of the comment, but I want to make something clear. I don't give a fuck what somebody else spends on their money on. The idea that vintage is somehow inherently superior. No, you idiot. Seriously, for the last time, if you want to spend, if you spend $250K, it's because you had $250K to spend. Full stop. I don't give a fuck what you spend it on. That's your business. That's your problem. That's your concern. However, the idea is like, well, you know, if I spend it on vintage, then, then at worst, it won't lose money. Well, then you're a coward. I have a better way of you not losing any money. Don't spend it at all. Keep it in your fucking bank account and earn some interest, nominal as it is. And guess what? You still have $250K plus interest. Problem solved.
But it's good to spend that. Like if you're going to spend it, spend it. Like putting in the bank does nothing.
I understand, but the thing, but this right here, the comment here is spending $250K and cashing for $6K. That's cowardice. Yes. I don't care. That's your problem. If you don't want to lose money, don't spend it at all. That's easy. That's easy. Like I solved your problem for you. If you're worried about losing money, don't spend it. Okay. That couldn't be easier. And like I said, I'm not just picking on petty, but it's the same vintage collector bullshit that I hear all the time. I'm bored of it. I am bored of it. Stop being cowards. Stop being gutless cowards. You're not impressive because you blow money on the old cardboard versus new cardboard. It's still cardboard, you dumbasses. It's still a waste of money, really. But the good news is, on old cardboard, you found a bigger dumbass who will pay more for it down the road.
And it has survived the test of time.
Fair enough. And but again, if you're worried about losing money, I have a better way of not losing money. Don't spend it at all.
Yeah, it's just collectibles, guys. Have some fun. It pleases you to have it. If it pleases you financially to have it, then
that's the most important part. The point was, I don't care if it's new or old.
Yeah.
If you got enjoyment out of it, I get as much enjoyment out of my stupid. I just wasted $90 on the stupid lit Brett Favre. You think that's a good investment? No, it's a bullshit garbage investment. I got more fun out of that stupid lit Brett Favre than I'll ever get out of any fucking 50s baseball card. You Pretty dumbasses.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't give a shit. I've got a bunch of them. Trust me. I've collected them. They're fine. I get some enjoyment out of it, but like that lit Brett Favre is going to amuse me. You think a 52 Topps mantle is going to amuse me? No. What for?
Mm-hmm.
Even with all the money in the world, like it. Yeah, great. I got a 52 Topps mantle. Okay. So what? Yeah. Oh, a T2600. Great. I get to spend $100,000 on that. And then what? I still got a fucking piece of cardboard.
Yeah. I think in the definition, a hobby has nothing to do with really money. It just has to do with pleasing yourself. It's something to do in your spare time. And I think that holds true even today. We all have money to spend and whatever we want to spend it on. Everybody has different amounts. But as long as you're buying the things that please you and that you enjoy or you're pursuing, like, yeah, maybe nobody collects sets, but if you collect sets and you enjoy doing that, do it. And it doesn't matter if the card's new or old. You're right. It's the same thing. I don't believe in the newer cards because I don't think, well, whatever. It's a different story.
Long term, they may not hold any value at all, but you can spend the money on whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, and it's what pleases you. It's not what, and that's the problem when we have this video world where everybody has to show how big their penis is by looking what they got in their...
True.
Yeah. True. They're walking around with it in their Pelican cases all through the show.
Yeah.
And that's a false sense of status that you don't need.
Yeah. Here, Petty says, I am rich. No, you're not. If you're worried about other people's money, you're not rich enough. You need to make 10 times. You need to 10x your personal net worth.
And that you said it, you're not rich enough.
Yeah, exactly. If you're telling me you're rich, you're not. I don't care if you got millions of dollars in the bank. You need trillions of dollars in the bank. Not enough. Yeah. Get more. Stop being a peasant. Get more.
Yeah.
But like I'm saying it half tongue in cheek and half seriously. Like,
yeah,
you're not though. It's not your fucking business. It was like, here, I'll scroll ahead a little bit here. The idiot's losing house. So what? It's his house to lose. It's not your fucking problem.
It's funny.
It's not your fucking problem.
I saw one of the videos with Timmy Two Hats there, and he was with Corey, and they were opening up Pog packs. So I'm sitting there going, what are they, $1, $2, $3 each, whatever they are. But they had a blast doing it. Now, I don't care about them. They're stupid, whatever. But they had fun. Now, I won't take their fun away. I might criticize their shit, but I won't take their fun away because that is something that you can't get from anything else, that I do or whatever else. You're doing it. You're enjoying it. You're spending your money. You have the fun. People can criticize you, as we always do. We always criticize the people who have less or maybe not less, maybe even too much. But I just don't. And I don't follow the Gary V's of the world and all these guys who pump shit like that and then just, take off to his winery and whatever. Yeah, don't follow those guys. Just follow whatever you like to do and enjoy. It's easier to live your life, and it's really rewarding in a sense if you think about it. You don't have to show everybody. You don't have to have a collection that rivals somebody else. It's just you're rivaling money, really. Then unless you have some rare stuff that you've been searching and digging and you've been chasing for 20 years, and you find stuff that nobody else has. Yeah, that's a little bit more appreciation. But
Right.
if it's just money, mantle, any day of the week, any grade, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, I enjoy very much pushing against a lot of those because it's fun for me. Because it's like it's not enough. If you have to try to convince me, it's not enough. Obviously, it's not enough. You're trying to convince me, but you're really trying to convince yourself because I'm not convinced. You haven't sold me on it. The harder you try, the less convinced I am. So here, speaking of rare, would you guys consider the A9 Beck as rare? I don't know too much about. I know of it, but I don't know too much about it. I can't speak to that.
The Tembec, yeah, it's definitely a rare issue. There was only, I think, a limited of 300 sets done, something like that, and it was a beautiful stock, beautiful, like actually one of the best for its time period. And they were limited, so they are very rare, and they should be more noted. But nobody's really writing about 90 stuff on, and I'm doing all the hockey like pre-90, but I mean from 90 on, there's some really cool stuff in there, but I just can't. I don't have enough time in my life. I don't have enough life in my time. How's that?
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Bobby. Let's clip this right. Maybe we should. Yeah. Suppose less 100 of those right. I guess retaining the can back. Yeah. I agree. It's a waste, but spend it on what you can't actually afford it. Too many idiots can't afford it. It's my point. Am I going to lose my house while I spend it on baseball cards? It's not your house. Let them spend it. Let them lose their house. Baseball cards are an entertainment expense. It's like emptying a bottle of red wine and then returning to the store and getting some of your money back. Look at you, Carlo. Getting all philosophical.
Nice.
Because always buy new cards because of the players they love. Yeah. Look, I'm never going to blame somebody for collecting the player that's contemporary to them. You don't
we
give
can
a
make
crap
fun
about
of
the
them.
older.
Sure, that's fine.
Well, that's fine. But the thing is, at one point, if you're old enough, at one point, the contemporary players were contemporary, and now they're not. So that's, like I said, my favorite player here retired in 2010. It is now the year 2024 of our Lord. Every year that goes by, we get further and further away from the end of his career. So there's going to be kids who are now teenagers who never saw him play 1 second of the actual league in the eye.
But it's surprising
Not
how
1 second.
people will step back and collect a sort of a generation behind them, or at least a decade behind their collectibles. It seems like that's, even though they were born this time period, or they'll collect to their date, but they'll always go back another 10 years or so.
Yeah.
That's
Kids
their
always buy new
vintage.
cards because of the players they love. Yes. Fucking piece of cardboard Honus Wagon appreciates over time. Imagine that. Who cares? If you're worried about that, then you don't have enough money.
Honus Wagner's a
Rich enough for
status
me.
symbol.
Don't convince me. Convince yourself. I don't enjoy watching others make bad decisions. I'm an empath. Hobby champs. You're a good person. I like Schadenfreude. I enjoy watching people make bad decisions. I really do enjoy it. It's their life. They need to make their own decisions. Get better advice then. I probably spent more money on liquor than sports cars. Had fun, no regrets. Bob Boozled, that's the spirit. That was done. Spent more on magic mushrooms than I have in Wemby. Ooh. Again, proper decisions. You never can have enough? Yeah, you can. You can definitely have enough. What are you talking about? But I have all over and never need, if you say so. Look up generational wealth, Chief. Apparently you don't have it. I did that by not being a dumbass with money. Congratulations. Hold on. Get that man a participation trophy. He has generational wealth. I don't give a shit. Pat yourself on the back on your own time.
Mother Teresa, Gandhi didn't have generational wealth, but their name is going to go down in history.
Ooh. And I didn't hear about Mike Petty until he was in the comments section. I don't give a fuck about him now. But he's generational wealth, everybody.
We're getting pretty sassy here on this last one.
Dude, I've heard the same shit so often. I don't care. The self-righteous bullshit. Dude, fine.
Keep going. I got to take a look. I'll be right back.
It's your opinion. I'm happy for you, but like, who gives a shit? Jesus. It's adorable, but that's about it. Do your thing on your own time. Have a good time, buddy. Jesus. I like disempath. That's a solid word there, Robert. I like that. Yeah, pretty much. like I said, look, everybody can do whatever they want with their own money. It is not my job to save you from yourself. If you do dumbass things, please, by all means, do it. At least, share the story. I'm going to be entertained. Do that. But like, dude, if you're so smart with your money, but by the way, there are plenty of people who are very smart with their money, and that's good. That's a good thing. But if you're spending all your time telling other people how dumb they are with their money, it's like, well, apparently it's not your problem. So go ahead, have fun. But other than that, dude, I don't give a shit. Please, child. I see what you did there. I see what you did. I see what you did. Yep, trying to go against Carlos on the topics like pissing the wind. Yeah, it's a bizarre thing, man. That's where you need a psychologist. Get a little bit more sure of yourself, because if you are, you don't need to convince other people. You can just be. Apparently. Yeah. Save that golf club for your time. I'm so done with my money, but I do have a pretty sweet card collection. Well, there you go. Live the dream. Yeah. Like I said, if somebody wants to spend all their money on the stuff, hey, if it goes to zero, that's their fucking problem, not mine. But yeah, the idea from above, it's like, dude, I don't care if the Honus Wagner is going to a 50x. If I don't want it, who gives a fuck? There are plenty of ways to make money if that's what you want to do. There are ways. They don't need to involve cardboard. You can make money other ways. If you want to make money on cardboard, that's fine too, but just figure out what it is you're trying to do with yourself. Why do you even want to do it? Do you like to help others, or do you like to feel like you helped others? They're two different things. Yeah, dummies are going to dumb. Literally, the most powerful force in the universe is human stupidity. For me, that's my personal favorite. And again, Schadenfreude. I love Schadenfreude. Big fan. Big fan. I have to say, maybe I will clip that clip from earlier. I had a lot of fun with that one. Apparently you do, because you seem content to convince me. Well, then go the fuck away, dude. I don't need you. I'm happy for you. Get the fuck out. Trust me, you're not needed. Have a good day. Go cry to your little vintage boys. Do it on your own time. I like it, Paul, but you don't need to block him. You don't need to block him. He's a dumbass, but he likes to talk. Let him have his moment if he wants. 335 in the stream. There you go, Bob Jackson. Thank you. Yeah. What? This is me being nice. Yeah, hold on. Let me see here. I'll unblock the dumbass here so he can have his moment. Let's see. No, I think it's okay now. I think. Could be wrong. I'll see if I can find it. I'll unblock him at some point.
You're blocking someone, I heard?
No, that was Paul. Paul got aggressive and blocked Petty. What I like, Bobby, is that he said, "I don't give enough what you think about me," but he spent this whole time trying to convince everybody that he's rich enough. And it's like, meanwhile, talking down to other people's decisions, but he's rich enough. I'm
being rich in life and your happiness is better than being rich in life.
Well, he's apparently rich enough that he can hang out on YouTube live streams and convince other people he's rich. So that's good. He's got that going for him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, listen, as long as
Hey,
good. I feel better knowing that.
As you get a little bit older, you start to appreciate things a little bit differently. Just saying.
Yeah, but like I said,
I don't even collect much anymore myself. I collect information. I like to buy things. I sell some things. I help people, but I like finding information because that's what I'm collecting the intangible, and that makes me happy. And that's all I care about, is that my happiness is there. It doesn't have to be financial.
There you go.
That to be something to do with your life. If we didn't have this hobby, what would everybody be doing tonight?
Yeah. Have a good night, Paul. Take it easy. Appreciate you. Okay, so apparently gave him a 30-minute timeout. That's fine. That'll give enough time for me to wind down, and then Petty can go run crying to his vintage boys. The mean
Yes.
man blocked. By the way, I didn't block you. Paul went for it. So for the record, I have one mod. I have one
Yes.
mod. And he's a vintage guy. And that's the best part. The best part is you got
Hey.
30-minute timeout from a vintage guy. From a vintage guy. That's the best part. I love it. I give this shit a like button just for that.
And
love
Paul's an instigator too. You got to watch.
It is true. It is true. Look, I appreciate Paul. I appreciate it.
You even
so
came
there you
after me the other day. Wow. Jeez.
Yeah. So it's like, you know what they say, happy wife, happy card crying. That is one approach. Yes.
It's true.
Proposal says, I'm just going to convince you all to watch Emmanuel in space. We need to get Eric on this bandwagon. That's important.
What is that? I don't even know what
that is. We'll get Eric to look it up for us. We'll get Eric to look up for it.
Is that kind of, I shouldn't look it up?
You really don't know what Emmanuel in space is?
No, I do not.
I'll tell you after.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna.
Is that some reference that I'm maybe too old for?
No. It was on City TV, and it was on at late night, and it was a Blue Movies, I think is what the terminology was.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
It was one of those deals. Yeah.
Oh, one of those. Okay.
Yeah, they would put it on like really late.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was there.
I know exactly what you're talking about, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Now you kind of follow me. You're picking up and putting down.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Emmanuel in space. Emmanuel in space. Yep.
Now I really want to see it.
That's why the reference was so good. When somebody brought it up, I was like, fantastic. Yeah,
I don't remember that particular one, but I do remember it.
Yeah. This is maybe we're gonna get Carlos's mean video. Give me my third channel.
What's that?
He goes, Bob Jackson says, does this mean we're gonna get a Carlos's mean video? And I go, my entire channel. I refer to my entire channel for the reference point on that. Sports Card Dad should react to this. Maybe, I guess so. Somebody will have to let him know. Vintage boys, got to get you. Yeah, I thought you guys were just playing around. No, like the best part about this. So I'll touch on this. The best part about this is I get to make fun of the vintage boys as much as I want. And you know why? Because I've been collecting vintage literally for decades, but I'm not pretentious about it. I don't have this weird, bizarre, like holier than thou, I'm better than you because no, you want to collect it. I don't give a fuck. Knock yourself out. Have at it. That's the point. The number one point. The moment you start trying to be the holier than thou, whatever, and I'm like, dude, that's the reason why I was picking on Petty for that. Because like from what I understand, he has a business, he's been successful in his business, he's put together a great vintage collection, all that. That's great. Here's the good news. I don't give a fuck. It means literally nothing to me. That means you do not have 1 ounce higher standing than anybody else in the chat. Not one peg higher. There are people who are participating on a regular basis that manage to do it without pretending they're somebody.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you start thinking you're somebody, then we're going to start having a problem.
Yeah, that's when it stops being a hobby.
Yeah, like get over yourself. Just get over yourself.
The pissing contest is all over the internet. You know, you're just joining in with the crowd. Yeah. And Ernest, you have to really collect for yourself. If you're see, some people want a little bit of stature in this hobby, and they do it through purchasing large cards and showing off. That's fine, and they're allowed to do that. And they can do that, and you can follow and watch them, and that's fine. That's why I get that Gary V vibe. It's just like it's dirty to me. He's just whatever. Just another.
But look, the thing is, like going back to the hobby boom. Anybody who just wanted to spend money for the sake of spending money could put together an elite, high-level collection of stuff. Sure. It doesn't mean that it was smart to do, but you could have. You could have just bought everything in sight, hit buy it now is on everything. And then on paper, you've got this tremendous collection, right? All you did was spend money.
There's a few guys out there who have vintage display box collections and wax collections, certain other collections that you couldn't just sit there and buy online. You had to be in the game. You had to be going to different shows. You had to be at the right place at the right time. So those things I appreciate because they've chased and pursued it hard, not just chased it with money. And, when it came up, they just were the high bidder. Is that they really got in and they got dirty and they got deep. And those are ones that I really appreciate. And the people that did that, actually maybe over the last 10, 20, maybe even 30, 40 years, those guys have great collections and they're not pretentious at all about it. They're just, hey, I was there and, I'm glad you were thinking about that back then because You know, we don't think about it until now, and we go, oh, shit, I wish I would have grabbed some of that shit. How many people regret, why didn't I grab that when I, you know, we all say that.
Yeah, I agree. Robert says, you guys watch Chasing Cardboard? So I did until they started having until they started having some until they started figuring out that autograph authentication isn't a thing, but sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not. I had a lot of fun with that whole period. It's a very nice show with good production.
Yes.
We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
So we'll go with that way. We'll go with that way. Dom here says it's kind of fitting in such a hockey heavy episode that the hotheads ended up in the penalty box. Yes, it's true. We did end up with the penalty. Yes. I watched most card content, good AIH and everything between. Fair. Hobby champs, fair enough. Fair enough. It's fine. Like I said, contrary to popular belief, I am a reasonable man, but when you start being a dumbass, I will. Look, I am not a stranger to sass. It takes so little to get me into a sassy mood. I'm ready to go.
Oh yeah, you were ripe and ready to go. I know.
I'm always there. Like, it doesn't take much. I'm there.
When Carlos starts swearing, that's when it's.
See? Bobby popped in and popped out.
I think so.
Yeah. So Robert says, I like vintage. My favorite cards in semis, baseball, and hockey. And that's because I grew up with them. I'm 15. If I was 15 now, I would collect Ultra Modern stuff. Yeah. That's pretty much normal at this stage. Yeah. And again, if you decide I like the history, I want to go backwards in time, yes, do it. Do that. If you don't want to do that and you just want to collect modern, then do that. Like, I would rather you spend the money on the thing you're happy with. Don't worry about what the future value is. If you're worried about the future value, then minimize your exposure and don't spend too much on it. Yeah. That's a much better path than worrying about it. But the value on this is going to drop. Well, then if that's what you're worried about, then don't spend it at all.
People go, I don't know if I should get a Bedard or not. It's like, do you like the player?
Want one? Do you want one?
Is it am I gonna lose my money? It's just like, that's the wrong answer to talk to me about, please.
Yeah.
Get away from me. I don't want to play with those guys. It's not about money. You'll soon learn it's not about money. It is, but it isn't. It really, morally, you got to be sitting in your room, you know, collating your sets and feeling that self-pleasure that you get from it. You know, you get that new card, you can't wait to add it to your thing. So yeah, you add it in and then you close it up, but it's that piece of satisfaction that you did something, you know, and nobody else you can really share that with, because it was just basically a common, maybe you were filling in for your set. It just, that personal satisfaction is everything but the hobby, and it's really not about the money. And a lot of people want recognition, and they find it, they can get that through the hobby, you know, through, you know, 20,000 Jeff Wilson hits, a show, or you know, all these other people have their podcasts and want to be popular. I can just see some of them just want to have some fun. They don't have a lot of hits like this show, but we just having some fun. That's what it's really all about. It's my grandmother used to say this, and she goes, well, it helps pass the time. And I always used to listen to that and just nothing. But it's so true if you really think about it. Because what are you going to do with your time? A lot of people spend it. What are you going to watch movies all day, all night? You know, people go out and do other things, I understand. But, you know, it's that certain personal pleasure you get from collecting cards that can't be filled by anything else. And it's fun that we could all share in that and appreciate. You know, make fun of other people too. That's fine. We laugh at certain things, but, you know, it's all in jest. It's not in real personal slander, unless you get Mr. Petty doing whatever he wants.
Well, listen, Bobby, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've stated on the record, I am a man of peace.
Yes.
I am truly a man of peace.
Oh, certainly.
At all times, without exception. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments. Sean Rat says 90% of my collection is vintage because that's what I collected. I love this kit. All I do now is upgrade the cards I have. Completely fine. We do not discriminate. If that's what you do, I approve. As long as you enjoy it, we're good. I think it may have been a little hard on Mikey. I think he wasn't being a jerk or anything. He's just talking. Yeah, the problem is he talks too much. I listened to him when they popped him on to. I actually watched the 4 Collectors thing, and he just kept talking all the way through a bunch of stuff. It's like, dude, let the other people talk too. Again, it's full disclosure. This is a show where I talk too damn much too, but it's my show. But if you're going to somebody else's show, then you may want to scale it back a little bit. You know, let the person who's actually hosting the show a little bit. So chill out for a second. Breathe between words, between sentences. Breathe. Yeah, and like I said, my big issue is when somebody starts getting on their soapbox and their high horse on my dime, and it's like, that ain't gonna fly here. That's the key. That's the key. Other than that, you want to converse, you want to debate, you want to discuss, please do. Please do. Happy to have it.
That's
But
what
yeah,
we're
when
here for,
you're
having fun.
yeah, but when you're telling me how rich you are, dude, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Not at all. Sorry to share that with you. Zach says, what a time to bring up chasing cardboard. Yes. Oh, listen, the chasing cardboard guys, I don't think I have too much problem with them. Baseball collector's been on here plenty of times, so I don't think we got too many issues there. If they want to say something, they can come by and say it themselves. I love watching YouTube videos of people that collect obscure yet not so valuable things. Monopoly playing cards plushies because they're excited about it. Yes, the enthusiasm is the key. Absolutely. Carvibe says we went to a foreign issue 77 Tops Star Wars rabbit hole. Ended up with a French graded pack for $145. I'm totally stoked. And I want other packs that go BG. Enjoy. Good stuff for you. PC Star Wars pretty sweet. Yes. Started collecting 1980. Where I collect the set again would be comparable to collecting 35 Gaddy then. Was 1980 really that long ago? So that's the reason why I say now that they're doing. So Bobby, the problem I'm running into, I mentioned that with Big Scott on his channel.
Mm-hmm.
What I was running into a problem is that Tops does the 35 years or whatever. And every year it moves up and up and up. But this year's 1989 Tops. And I go, that's getting dangerously close to when I started in the hobby. That's getting real close, Bobby.
Up to you. Yeah.
It's getting there. Next year's 1990. I'm not a fan of where this is going, Bobby. The first complete box I ever opened was 1991. We're too close, Bobby. We're way too close to the sun right now. I'm not liking this Icarus situation.
I'm already burnt in the sun, so don't worry.
It's not good. It's no bueno. They're cheaper than American versions, but more rare and unique, which I like. Don't care what anybody else thinks. That's fine. No judgment. That's fine. Yeah. I don't know. I wanted to get a Luco Peachy rookie and it went for more than 5x the normal version, the same grade. I agree with this statement. Yes. I was looking at the Jeremy Shockey rookies today. I love it. Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
And I think that's what really bothers me about the newer cards is that they just went for these outrageous dollars, like 30, 50, 80, 150K. I just started shaking my head going, it's not a hobby. It's just insane. And then insanity comes to roost and drops back down. And here we are again. The hobbyists are still the hobbyists. The other people are just in for the money, and most of them are gone now. Everyone's still trying to make money, I'm saying, but just the regular investors are kind of gone. Speculators. I remember guys were sitting when the Gretzky's were going real high. This guy had a whole bunch, and then I said, "Well, are you going to sell them?" He goes, "No, I'm sitting on them. That's gold for the grandkids." And I said, "Do you think this is going to keep going? This is the stock market, brother." And then bang. He goes, "Yeah, I should have sold them back then." And shit. And I said, "Shoulda." That's the greed of, I can make more. It was just a stock market thing, and it bugged the hell out of me. So, anyways.
There you go. Bob Jackson says, what if we want to ask about chicken sandwiches? Do it, buddy. Do it. It is kind of the IRP kind of angle on this. Do your thing. If you want to ask the question, you ask the question. If Chick-fil-A ran PSA, you'd get your cards back the following day, maybe gem mint. Ooh.
Or they throw it out after 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm. But yes.
I haven't went to Chick-fil-A yet. We have some here, don't we?
I don't remember. I don't think I've seen one. I got to be honest. I haven't seen one.
I thought they came to Toronto, maybe a couple locations. I'm not sure.
Maybe they did.
I don't like most fast food anyways, like Eric. Yeah. I still eat it, but
Eric eats almost everything. Like, that's a different issue entirely.
He's particular.
Yeah. I have cards worth thousands. Love them. Also have 5-cent cards I don't let a love. Don't discriminate. Yes. Like, if you get your entertainment value of it. So look, to put a button on this thing, because we're going to start winding her down here. And if you guys got any last comments, get them in there because we're winding down. But look, the bottom line on this is this. Number one, I don't care how much money you have. I don't care how much money you spend in cards. I don't care about either one of those things. You're not going to impress me with it. It doesn't matter how much you spend. I don't care what cards you have. I'm also not impressed by that.
On how much money I have. That's all.
Yeah, that's a different conversation. I'm saying I don't care how much money they have.
Yep.
That's on their business. I don't care what cards you have. I don't care how valuable or expensive or rare they are. Nice. That's congratulations. Good for you. Other than that, I don't give a shit. Don't care. If you like them, I think that's great. I support you in that. And as long as you spend responsibly and you've taken care of your business otherwise, then I'm also happy for you and we're good there. But other than that, no, collect what you wish, collect in the manner you wish, but stop getting into your head about, I don't care about you worrying about other people's money. That isn't really your concern. And it's not something I've always found it very strange. And it is a preoccupation in this hobby. I've seen it enough. It's a weird preoccupation. And that's always the thing. But for this comment, if you are happy with the item that you picked up, do you have any, how many I've shown that you string them on, like like a Hal Gill, SB Signature Legend Hal Gill. When I get my next Comsi order, there's going to be a Hal Gill card.
Probably in there, yeah.
And it's only a joke, and it's from a joke on this live stream. That Hal Gill card isn't worth shit. It's not. But it's entertainment. It was entertaining to me, and that's why I got it. And there's a bunch of look. I bought that stupid lit card because it amused me. It is not a good investment. It's a terrible waste of money. Like I could be spending the money on something. I could be getting a vintage card for that. No, I want the fucking Pro Set lit card. That's what I wanted. So that's what I made an offer on. That's what I bought. And there is no investment advice that I could give you that would suggest that's remotely a good idea. It is a terrible idea, a complete waste of money, and I'm okay with that.
And one day it may be worth millions. We don't know.
I very much doubt it. I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm going to suggest I'm happy with my collection, saying that it's thrown. Basically, I'm throwing money into an incinerator on purpose and being okay with that. I'm all right with it. And if it holds any value, that's awesome. I'm not going to worry about it. It's not going to be my concern. There are items that I do purchase with the intention of flipping, and those ones I care about how much they're worth. Because at that point, it's important. But for collection stuff, I don't give a shit. I just don't. Do we ever find out what Eric actually likes? Reggie Lemon. Other than that, we have no idea. And then Booby or Reggie Lemon. No idea.
See, and I'll stand up for Eric too. He doesn't care how much his collection is worth. It's probably not much anyway.
As a Boston Bruins collector, that's probably wise. It's probably a defense mechanism more than anything else.
I think it is, yeah. But he just loves it, and that's a big part of his life, and his wife knows that, and my wife knows mine, and they support us in that to a degree. And it's nice. If it makes you happy, if your wife likes doing certain things and it makes her happy, then you're happy she's happy, and you get to do things that make you happy, and you do things together that make you happy. So, that's the whole thing is life. The hobby is a part of your life, which is kind of great because it's that other place that some people go out and wine and dine and they drink or eat their money. That's fine too. Those are temporary. We have more possessional. Unfortunately, some of the food is still with me from when I was eating when I was a kid, but hey, just saying, it's all part of me.
There you go. So we'll get the last couple of comments here. We'll wind it down for the night. Late 90s headshot printed serial number cars, Hall of Fame players that aren't worth hundreds of thousands now. So I don't see today's big cards holding crazy prices in the future. Probably not.
I can't see it either.
Yeah. But
realistically, going forward another 10 years, like honestly, can you see some of these $20,000, $30,000 cards like sustaining that? How many people are coming into the hobby? And that thing bothers me too. We need more people in the hobby. Well, doesn't every hobby say that? We need more people collecting violins. We need more people collecting porcelain figures. We need more. Every hobby says the same thing. It's just like you get into it because you want to get into it. It's not like we need more people. We don't want to force them into it, because when you force somebody into something, they won't enjoy it. Just saying.
Well, listen, I don't think that $20,000 is a big deal, because in my understanding is in 5 or 6 years, $20,000 will buy me a coffee. So yes, your cards will be worth $20,000. So yes, good news. We'll all be millionaires. It'll be fantastic.
A Starbucks Grande, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, listen, I need 20 grand for that. So like, you don't think my card's worth 20 grand? It's worth 20 grand. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
But a cup of coffee here.
Did you say Pro Set Lint card? Might be worth more than the one I bought. I bought so many cards just from memory of a player, watching him in college before flamed out. This is fun. Have a good night, Zach.
Actually, that Lint card, I'm sure the guy selling it is sitting there going, fuck, someone bought that. Holy shit.
Do you know what's funny though? I know for a fact that the packs that a lot of the Leaf stuff comes out of is more expensive than that.
Really?
Yeah. Bobby, we talked. You lost a bet on the idea that Pro Set would ever do a cheap set. They don't. All the boxes are expensive. They're all like a card or two or a couple of boxes per, and they charge like $200 per box, $250 per box, whatever it is. It's like he probably still lost money. Oh yeah, he's probably trying to chip away at it and trying to get some of it back. It's like I got it at a discount compared to the box that he probably pulled it from.
True enough.
So it's like Pro Set lit or not, you probably paid more for it than I did. You didn't want to, but you did. Have a good night, Choppy Champs. Yep, we're the junk scarcity era, I guess so. Love the phrasing. Yes, there you go. One negative I see about current cars is too expensive for the average kid to buy. Yeah, that's fair. But I don't think the average kid should be buying a lot of this stuff anyway. It's not for them.
It really isn't.
Yeah. And they should be, honestly, they should be cutting their teeth on cheap cards anyway. It's better for them to figure out what they like anyway. I would rather they buy cheap stuff, spend very little at first, and then figure out what they like, and then you can start throwing some money into it. If you want to burn your money, at least know what the hell you're throwing your money into. Please. Don't go in buying hundreds, $1,000 cards and then try to figure it out after the fact. No, don't do that. Start cheap, start low. If you were entering into a new area you had no knowledge about, why would you go out spending big money? Why wouldn't you dip your toe a little bit slowly, figure it out a little bit, the lay of the land, and then go from there? That would make more sense to me. To each their own. But what do I know? I'm just a hater and a vengeful man of peace.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good night. Have a good night, Carl. I'll take it easy. Folks, pleasure chatting with most of you. Most of you. Some of you got the penalty box.
The penalty box does work.
Yeah, it does work. Listen, and again, I didn't click anything. No. I don't want to hear shit from any of you. I pressed nothing.
Nope.
I didn't do it.
I
got my mod, and he has authority to do as he sees fit.
He has the power
Man
of
peace.
baseball.
Man of peace. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, all right. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. Appreciate you folks in the chat. Appreciate everybody else that hopped on. Appreciate Eric from his bed.
Yes.
Last word of the night goes to Hobby Champs. Thank you, Sean. Have a good night. Last word here. No, spend 3 minutes in a card shop to start out. Yes. That hashtag invest advice right there. Folks, have yourself a good evening. Longest running episode, whatever the hell this is. We'll be back next time. Have a good one. Take it easy.
Ciao.